Oh, man. All right, looks like we are live. Sorry, friends, this is Catherine's sick edition. I'm still a bit out of it. Yesterday was pretty hard. I really wanted to be here and felt terrible in more ways than one. So I'm here now. I meant this to be a noon stream, but I've just battled an hour and 25 minutes of tech revolt. Everything from Facebook locking me out. That kind of freaked me out for a moment, but no, I'm not hacked. Facebook is just overzealous and doesn't understand VPNs. So went through that, blah, 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 blah. Then I had trouble with the VPN itself. Hey, J Cat, how you doing? So all that now seems to be taken care of. I seem to be broadcasting the correct stream. So here we go. It's I plan to talk for about an hour and then see how I'm doing, how my voice is doing. It's still a bit shot from the sinus problems. But how are you, J Cat? We'll talk about the Bedrock Fire first, right off the bat. That one seems to have new evacuations, level 1, as of, I believe, an hour ago. So it's near Fall Creek. Now remember, the Bedrock Fire is east of, Eugene, northeast of Lowell. Well, that town's technically underwater, but you know, the Lowell covered bridge and where it says Lowell on the map. New Lowell, whatever you would call that. This is a very steep terrain, although you wouldn't know that because they don't have a terrain view on watch duty. But they have a level 1 be ready, which is an alert that start prepping because you may ask to be evacuated. Be aware of the situation at all times, etc., etc. So it's Peninsula Road east of Timber Creek and Big Fall Creek Road east of the intersection with Peninsula Road. So let's click on our watch duty map here, evacuation map. I was hoping that all the different counties would be on the same thing right now, but I don't know if they are. So looks like it is all the way over here. Fall Creek Lake. It's on the northeastern shore by Salmon Creek and Big Fall Creek Road. So Oregon has a three-step evacuation system. You ready? Get set, go. Don't think though that it'll always be 1, 2, 3. Sometimes it's 1 and then boom, 3. Grab your keys and go. Level 3 is like you should be prepared to leave your dwelling within 30 seconds to 2 minutes or wherever you're at. Level 3 is go now, not like in a few minutes, not like in half an hour. Now, grab your keys and go. So never assume that it'll be a step-by-step kind of a stage. I don't know the situation here. I just logged on, conquered the tech problems, knock on wood, I hope. Hey, Big Dog, thank you so much for alerting me to something today. I'm doing much better, Draper1. Thank you so much. I was really in a bad way yesterday. That was quite painful. Yeah, hey, Mystery, good to see you. Jag, hey, good to see you too. Thank you so much for your support. And Pacific Northwest Reseller, hey, glad to see you too. I was just overcome with guilt. I mean, it was the red flag weekend and I needed to be here, but I was in a bad way. I'm still a little bit confused. So I'm trying to rehydrate and get some good fluids in me and salts and stuff. C-Probe's coming over to bring me lunch. It's going to be Subway, I think. Hey, Christopher, how are you? I can be on as long as my voice allows. So just to reiterate, we're going to do an assessment after an hour. Let's see how that's going to feel. So there's Triangle of Hell in the Willamette National Forest. This is the Cascade Mountain Range The other than the Little Alps, which is in Northeast Oregon, the Blue Mountain Range, I think these are the highest mountains of Oregon. I mean, of course, the volcanoes probably are, but it's studded with volcanoes north and south here, and it's hard to get a grip with this unless you're on Google Maps or, in fact, CalTopo. I'll just explain this to you. So I'm quite worried for the region. That one is the Hawaii one. We rearranged that. You can kind of see Oregon right here, and this is the Willamette Valley. Portland's right there. There's Astoria. Just trying to make this a bit. There you go. See, out here to the left is the ocean. Maybe a different one will be a little bit better. Yeah, now you can see town names. So just east of Eugene here, near and kind of on splat on where the Holiday Farm fire was, which was that horrible 2020 fire that was so one of them that was so devastating. If you turn on fire history, burning right in this little wedge is our current fire, the Bedrock Fire, and so looks like, just judging from where the evacuations, level 1 evacuations, which is a notice, which is right here, I would imagine that they're expecting that the fire could be driven to the west, perhaps today or whatever. We're gonna watch or read whatever they are explaining. That's fire history, fire activity. Yeah, you can see the different goes, modus, and veers. The goes is the one that is up to date, the most recent. And let's see, fire info. Yeah, so 6 to 12 hours ago, that's gray. That's when they had a heat detection. And any other colors like orange are much more recent. So orange could have been 11 minutes ago because it's a 10 to 1 hour old heat detections. Now what we want to see is these colors fading out. We do not want to see a red. We probably will though. Red is the situation either got stayed pretty much the same and intensity, or a little bit more intense than the last time the satellite passed over. And so that would re-trigger it to a red. So fires that are in general lessening in intensity fade out, and then gray, after gray, they go boop. But it's a red flag day, and it's 1:30 in the afternoon. So I can imagine it's going to get worse today. Pacific Northwest Reseller says, I had a hard time finding info on the Missouri flat fire in Southern Oregon. Well, let's take a look then. Jay Cobb says, thank you for your service, Catherine. You are very welcome. And thank you so much for the kind donations. Just got a super donation about an hour ago. I want to at least read a first name here. Thank you so much. It came in on PayPal, and I've tried to make my phone alert me to things more often. So there's a cha-ching sound when that happens. So Phyllis D, thank you so much. I want to put today for the pinned donation thing, instead of a link to my PayPal, I think I found a charity where we can help Maui people today, or tomorrow. I don't know. Okay, now I found out something new about this headset. As soon as it breaks in, it scared me. I went, ah! Sorry if you heard that. C-Probe just called me and said Subway is closed. The heat wave is taken over here, I guess. So, I said, Burger King is fine. So, he's valiantly trying to go get me some good junk food. Sorry, where was I? I don't know exactly where I got cut off here. So, thank you so much, Jay, for the pat on the head. Even if you can't financially support, patting me on the head is good. Hello, Urban. Thank you for being here, William. Dusty, good to see you. Yeah, we'll look at the lookout fire in a second, but we just have new evacuations on the Bedrock level 1, so I wanted to cover that real quick. But yeah, we're going to look at the cams. Sorry, I was in the middle of saying that I made a post earlier. I watched a BBC blip about Maui. People are saying that the official help is not arriving fast enough, so this is called the Pacific Whale Foundation, and the BBC was catching a ride with them and showing that they were getting aid to the people immediately, as like today. So they set up a charity, and I'm going to put this as the pinned comment. So please donate whatever you can to this one or something else. I haven't researched this much. I've never heard of this whale foundation before. Looks like it's ethical tourism, whale watching, something like that. Doesn't sound extremist or anything from my cursory glance. However, I trust the BBC, and if they say that they're getting aid to people like immediately, like right now, okay, that's good enough for me. There's some of the last honest journalists out there for most topics. They hate guns, but other than that, you know. Um, so this is it's talking about helping people. I don't think the money goes to the whales. It's like a new emergency relief fund they're watching, and I don't know if it's tax deductible or whatever, but I wanted to throw that out there and encourage you all that, you could put another amount in there and put $5. It'll all help. Some of them lost their homes there too. I can't reiterate the notion that handing people money directly is the best way to help them after a wildfire. The best way is to rent a storage unit for somebody. Just hand them the keys, 6 months, 12 months. The donations pour in and people start handing people stuff. Give them things like suitcases, and shoulder bags and stuff, backpacks. People will start giving away stuff immediately and forget about them 6 months down the line when they actually have housing again. And so they have to get a place to put the toaster and the bed mattress they got donated. Um, anyway, that's a great way to help somebody. Now I want to go back to the Pacific Northwest here, and oh my God, what is this? Facebook does not understand me. It's showing me advertisements like that. Facebook does not understand. I got frozen out of it earlier. That's why I was delayed. I was trying to go live at noon. I had more tech revolt. So just to rewind now, and go back to the actual fires we need to cover. It's red flag for the Pacific Northwest. Now I had a whole elaborate setup. Oh God, I may have to disconnect this. I may have to disconnect this from my phone. I was trying to do the best of both worlds. See, when I'm wearing the noise canceling headphones, I can't really hear what the phone's doing, and sometimes it's really important stuff. But if it's going to be that loud and frighten me, it's not going to be good. Big Daddy, thank you. I need the hugs. Thank you. H. Dot next to Noel. Eric Warner, good seeing you guys. Well, I don't know. I'm worried about the lookout fire, Dusty. I am. And so what you guys can do is put my PayPal out there too as well. I totally forget to do that. If you click on the purple K, if you want to support me, I do need funding through August. I'm very grateful for all this. Please donate to the victims first. The leftover change I can live on. So you can click on this K, go to channel about page. That's the link for PayPal. Or there's a super chat, super thanks after the broadcast. So William says another good choice for donations is Team Rubicon, veterans with skills to aid with recovery. Let's look them up real quick, and then we're going to go look at our fires. Team Rubicon. Now, I want to do a fire roundup, look at the current situation, current weather, especially for the Pacific Northwest. It's hold on to your butt today. It's going to get hotter than blue blazes. That's the way my mom and grandma used to say that. I've never heard of this, by the way. Is this True Patriot Love Foundation? Military families? I imagine this. There's only one. Okay. Immediate response. Okay, I'm just going to put this in chat. I have not vetted them. Oh my God, the link is too long. Seriously? Okay, so maybe this link works. Let's try this out. Now we're going to do a 1 hour trial, see how much. Oh my God. All right. You guys will have to do it. teamrubicon.org. And I don't have time for tiny URL right now. So H-Doc says, do you have an update for the Ben Harrison fire between John Day and Sumter? I really want to know about that one. I'm quite concerned about it. Sumter is a special place for me. Like I said, the Blue Mountains, amazing people, amazing history. Sumter is a ghost town that is a ghost town because of a massive fire. Went from a population of 3,000 to 3, pretty much overnight, around 1916 or so. So I've tried to teach things about the lessons from that fire before and what history they have left in the region. I am very worried for its destruction. Also, well, the people still struggling to live out there in that harsh land don't need any more crap than Eastern Oregon kind of delivers on a daily basis. It's hard to live out there. Okay. So, okay, we covered the donations. Then later, if we have some time, I'm going to debunk some conspiracy stuff in a pretty calm way, not an insulting way. I'm going to try to never be like that. But one thing that's pretty funny is there's a game called Command and Conquer, for example. And so it has a space laser death ray weapon. And I've seen a lot of screenshots from the cutscenes of the video game with the caption Maui. You can Google it. It's called the Ion Cannon. So anyway, if you Google that, you'll know what you're looking at. I've also seen a bunch of space shuttle and rocket launches. If you do a time lapse of those or hold your shutter open on your camera, long exposure, it actually looks like a death ray from space because the longer your shutter is open, the more that the rockets fire on the ground, and then like the light of the fire going up into the sky looks like a laser from space. So I've seen a bunch of rocket launches. He explained as space lasers, and I did research space lasers. No, not space lasers, but laser weapons. Direct energy weapons exist, but they're mostly defensive against rockets. And spoiler alert, you can't see them with the naked eye. They're on a different frequency, so you can't capture them with a normal camera. So it's a Lockheed Martin brochure I was reading. It's almost all defensive. And besides, I mean, why would you spend $1 billion weapon and use that to take out a non-military target like a small historic town, when a $5 road flare would do the same thing? We must remember that all governments and wars run on money, and they don't spend $1 billion when they could spend $5 with the same devastating effect. My own personal opinion is power lines down. If I had $500,000 right now, I'd put it all in on power lines, starting at least a lot of that devastation. The winds were so fierce, usually open flame is blown out by those kind of winds, like the Santa Anas and Diablo winds for situations like Paradise. Paradise happened because molten metal from power lines and arcing is one of the few things that can get a wildfire started in really high winds. Think about it. Hold a match up to a room fan, goes out. There's a couple other situations, but we'll talk about that later. But I'm going to refresh watch duty, make sure that, whoops, that's not the bedrock. It's flat. Make sure that's, we've all covered that. Now, I imagine that they're thinking that the winds will blow to the west because they put the level 1 out, out of the Cascades. They put the level 1 evacuation notice to the west. So we're going to check out wind just briefly for a second. So still windy somewhat over there in Hawaii, and something coming down from Alaska for the Pacific Northwest, going down the coast. But you can see the erratic, arrows all over the place that you basically have to kind of zoom in to your specific region to figure out where the wind's coming from today in Oregon. What you don't generally want for wildfires if you're looking towards the Pacific Northwest Willamette Valley, this valley where Portland's sitting in. You don't want the hot, dry east winds because east of the Cascades is basically Oregon's a high desert. Much of it is. So look where this is coming from. Now this is windy. I don't like it. We'll look at my radar a little bit later. But windy does have some features. Now, if we put on wind gusts, that's regular wind. There's a different scale for wind gusts, and it's getting pretty gusty. Hot, dry eastern Oregon desert winds. I would imagine might push things like the lookout, bedrock, and such. Hang on, I gotta open the door for Sea Probe to the west. Oh boy, I got my Burger King. Oh boy, I got my Burger King. Burger King. Oh God. What is this? Did you get onion rings? Why does it smell like onion rings? What are you asking me? Sorry, friends. I'll be right there. Oh man, if my fries got contaminated by onions, I'm going to suffer. Okay, friends, I'll be right back. This is my first substantial meal of the day. Oh boy, sweet and sour sauce. I'm under doctor's orders to get some salty, fatty foods in me. So no, I'm accepting no criticism of my diet today. Okay. I don't really know what happened to me yesterday. I mean, salmonella could be a thing. I don't know. But I am seeing a nutritionist, dietitian, blah, blah, blah. Those types. And I'm going to get down to the bottom of this because it's kind of freaky and scary. Okay. We got the foods. Sorry, this is kind of like loud and stuff. All right. I will indulge. I don't drink, smoke, do drugs. Every once in a while, I will just pig out on French fries and nobody can stop me. Okay. All right. Yes, I'm cuddling in a blanket. I'm trying to keep on top of the air conditioning. Okay, where you been, Dusty, by the way, and all you guys who haven't been here. Josh, oh my God, it's Batman. Josh says ArcGIS has an image. I know, Smitty. Hey, Terry, welcome. How's England? ArcGIS has image of the Lahaina. Burn scar looks like it starts at a power substation east side of town. Oh, do post a link. We'll investigate that. Okay, so let's see what the forecast is for Eastern Oregon and look at the cams. Cams can show us a lot about what wind is doing at the moment. Dead Mountain is it a spinner? Let's see. I know Death Ball's got some fire on it. Yeah, the ominous Dead Mountain and Death Ball cameras. You can see the burn scars here already. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Death Ball. Death Ball. So let's do a 12-hour time lapse. Just tell me if the chewing noises are too bad. It's supposed to be a noise canceling mic. Okay, if we are indeed looking to the northwest, then isn't that a wind going towards the west then? For the most part. I hope they'll be able to put some aircraft on it today. We'll check that next. So, like I said, there's a triple threat right now in the Willamette National Forest. We got the Bedrock, the biggest one, far west end. We have the Wiley on the north, and we have the, what is it? This is the Lookout, isn't it? And then something down by Oak Ridge. And it's going. My God, it's going. This is right up to the minute. So it's earlier today. Now the smoke just went a bit more vertical, maybe a little respite in the wind for a moment, but yeah. Tell me your guys' concerns. Okay. All right. Thank you, Josh. It was 70 Fahrenheit today in the UK. That sounds awesome. I've been eating very, very healthy recently. Don't judge. It's my mom and C Probe's fault. I have them to thank for it. We all went to Costco, bought the mega packs of steaks and chicken breasts and stuff. Okay, yeah, we're seeing more of a vertical column, but yeah, in PTSD flashbacks of we don't want to see our cumulus. Now, let's look at the same fire from the Smith Ridge Lane, and I want to orient myself here to watch duty with this. So as you can see, you got Eugene right there. The Bedrock is due east of it, slightly south. Now the Bedrock earlier was reaching for the Mackenzie River drainage here, which is where this mountain pass is, and where they've already suffered so much from the holiday farm fire of 2020. So there's a lot of burn scar from that. There's a lot of previous fires, dead trees on the landscape. So it's very concerning. Now, if the fire were to get into highway, what is that, Highway 20? Yeah, the Mackenzie Highway. It could blow like a wind tunnel east or west. And this section here, Rainbow, Mackenzie Bridge, Belknap Springs, one of my most favorite places in the world, narrowly escaped the holiday farm fire. And look what's on its doorstep, the Lookout fire. So the Lookout has evacuation warnings still for, well, Lookout Mountain area. So let's read about this. Started on the 5th. Point of origin 3 miles north of Mackenzie Bridge. Cause lightning. Now, we got pretty lucky with how fast they pounced on all the lightning storms. Last week, lightning just ripped through the Cascades. Fast-moving storms came from south to north. Now, people looking at it right now might think and get the wrong idea. Oh my God, just random small fires showed up. Actually, there was like 30 lightning fires, and they were naming them like Lightning Fire 64. That gives you a clue what was happening. And they pounced on all of them, and they just didn't catch every single one. That was a pretty good job, though, for what they did. Really good job. Hey, Devers. How are you? H Doc. Hey. Desiree, hi, are you too? How are you? Now, this update for Lookout, and which camera is looking at it? Or are we just watching it? Is it Deathball? Let me zoom here. Yeah. So both this is Lookout on the Smith Ridge Lane and on Deathball Mountain. Both of them are looking at it. Now, that's got to be ominous. They've got to be able to see it down here from the resort. There's a couple of hotels and campgrounds and stuff down here, especially for Belknap Hot Springs Historical. They've got to see the big smoke coming off the mountain. So that's 12-hour time lapse. The Smith Ridge. Here's the nighttime. Hey, Z-Pro. Glad you could join us. 20 seconds later, he'll wave at me over my shoulder because that's the delay. I could shout right now and he'd hear nothing. He puts in these noise canceling AirPod thing, magical Apple devices, because it drives him insane to hear me echoing. Yeah, Desiree, pinned to the chat. There's a whaling, not whaling, whale watching, whale foundation, and I saw the BBC featured them. They are getting supplies like now today to the people in Maui, so I put them in chat. Other than that, I don't know anything about them. I'm never going to say don't donate to the Red Cross, but I have had a lot of people come to me saying they're pretty mad at them, that they got almost nothing, especially during the Caldor fire. People came up to me and showed me that what the Red Cross gave them was like a gift certificate to Goodwill for $50. Yay. That's it. So I think it can be hit and miss depending on who you make contact with and which disaster it is. And I do know, like ever since September 11th, this is when I found out the Red Cross pockets a lot of money and saves it for other disasters. Like everybody involved in September 11th, the terror attacks in New York, would be a millionaire right now if all that money got to them. But they're not. So they came under fire for pocketing a bunch, saying, well, other disasters where people need our help don't get as much press and don't get as much donations. Okay, I'm not going to judge, but I find it a little unsettling. They're a big organization that helps around the world, and I'm sure they do help in a lot of the disasters we barely hear about. But when it comes to immediate need, just try to hand people directly money. If you can't, find out what's going on today and help them. Okay, so this is much harder on the Smith Ridge Lane cam to tell what's going on with the Lookout. Now, the one we had before, Death Ball, this one gives us our direction. Now, we do have wind coming out of the east, hot, dry desert winds of Oregon, so hold on to your butts. Humidity is supposed to get down to 18% because of that hot, dry desert wind stuff. So we can have this get pretty bad pretty soon. Now, we'll check when the wind is supposed to increase. Let's do a 3-hour time lapse. So it's climbing to a ridge top, isn't it? Just if I had to hazard a guess, they probably want to not let it get to the ridge top. That's sometimes a very good place to try to stop a fire. Looks like this straight line is a good road. I hope that's a road. I mean, the way the Eastern Oregon Cascades are, sometimes you have striations like just, from bedrock. These are all ancient lava layers, and sometimes there's like a layer, I'm damned if it doesn't look like there's like a spot fire on the hillside over there. Let's look at Count Topo. There's that little guy over there. He's present already in the start of the day. So, but boy, is it going. See? Right about here, can you see my cursor? I would imagine that's a spot fire, but then again, it's trailing up the hillside up here in a line. It's hard to tell exactly what's going on. Let's look at our Maui again. Yeah, we got a big red heat detection right here for the lookout fire. And Cal Topo's wind plot. Yeah, this ridge right here, this would suck a lot if it climbed the ridge and got into the Mackenzie River drainage. So Belknap Hot Springs is right over here to the east, but that's got to be making everybody at Mackenzie Bridge to town quite nervous. And it wouldn't, just because the wind's coming from the east right now doesn't mean that like Belknap Hot Springs would be safe, because wind can change directions. It's a wind tunnel, just like in 2020, the big crazy fires like the Holiday Farm and the Riverside Beachy Creek, they were all being pushed to the west, and all of a sudden strong winds pushed it to the east. And so Lion's Head takes off, for example, the twin of the Beachy Creek on the east side, and starts threatening places like potentially Bend and Riverside, and the ones up there started threatening Warm Springs Indian Reservation. And it just became a damn mess. The wind will go different directions throughout the mountains, usually uphill during the day as heat rises. At night, at least by midnight, usually cool air sinks, and so downhill. Depends on which slope you are. But if there's a big storm or something, or a big system coming through, it could be a mess like this. Look at this swirling over here. Like, this is a wash tub over here. The terrain will shape some of the wind, fashion it into wind tunnels, but it'll be going different directions at different altitudes. It can be really quite hard to track. But that, I think I would be really concerned if I saw the fire crest that ridge on Death Ball. I'd be really damn concerned, actually. What do you guys think? Especially Dusty and, the firefighters in the chat. So, Thunder Buddy 257, do you carry a ring? A ring. What ring? Like a ring of power? Like the sacred flame of Arnor? Yeah, I got that one in my pocket. Galadriel, I handed that to me after Gandalf gave it to her. Okay. So, my fries are getting cold. I'm sorry, friends. Now, we got any other cams looking at this? Now, this is a forecast for where the winds are supposed to come through. Like, here's by 1 a.m. it dies down. So the rest of Sunday, this is what started at midnight. 4 a.m., 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 a.m., 10. Right about 11-ish is supposed to be when the winds picked up. 3 p.m. Now looking into the future, looks like crazy gales off the coast. The more pink, the more strong the wind gusts are. And so what we're looking for is right here in the Cascades. And it calms down after when? So that's Sunday at noon, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. After 10 p.m. according to Windy. So hold on to your butts this afternoon. All right. Now, what was next on the agenda? National airspaces. That's right. Okay, let's look at the link that Josh just sent, where, like I said, I'm betting If I had $500,000, I go all in on the Lahaina disaster mostly occurring because of power lines down. There comes a point with high winds. Oh, wow. They had this kind of thing for Paradise, too. I'm having all kinds of Paradise flashback things. Everything from my brother being a missing person for a while to driving through the town, not recognizing it, and looking at my map on my phone and realizing I'm at a place where I really was frequently in the past. We have a death toll in the 90s. I'm going to just hazard a guess that many of those were from even one particular rest home for the old folks. My brother worked with elderly people, and I think they evacuated most of them from the facility where he was working at in Paradise at the time, but plenty who weren't at the facility didn't make it out, and it was part of his decision to leave. There's just ghosts everywhere in that town, memories. So, point of origin, I'm not sure where that was. Wasn't it in the hills? But it's hard to tell actual bedrock from fire scar. Is that structure still standing? It looks like a tin roof of a structure still standing. The bedrock is it's that lava that's like pumice, you know, like the reddish pumice type stuff. Um, so I'm completely unfamiliar with this area. Um, Josh, where should I be looking? Now, the wind was so strong that embers could have had long range drift, so they could have sailed right across fields and whatnot. Right here, this looks like the main path of destruction. Right here, through the town. Now, you get a narrow path of destruction in any fire when it's being wind driven. The faster the wind, the narrower it is. And then as the wind dies down, you will see the fire spread out. So it'll look a lot like a spear. Um, this is a tricky little website. Now, who knows what time of year this looks like? This was spring, kind of a very green spring time of the year for these satellite images to be taken. Aha, aha. Yeah. Now, I was already looking live when this happened. I don't think anybody quite understood how bad it could be. I didn't understand fully how bad this could be either. I just thought Hawaii had all kinds of warning systems for things like hurricanes. So I thought everybody would be glued to the radio, their crank AM radios, and that they would be really tuned in to what we couldn't hear. I really did not expect a gigantic death toll. I thought 20 at the most, and 30 if it was terrible, like if a bus of evacuees wrecked or something in a bad spot. But over by Kula, I was looking, and over east of Lahaina, I was looking for power substations and seeing if there was heat detected over them, and there wasn't at the time. But here's one. There's more of these things. And boy, oh, that just might be point of origin for that particular swath, the deadly one that went into town. You're right, Josh. So, in news today, even though most of the mainstream media has not picked up on it yet, some of them are starting to. I mean, the first thing that made headlines was like the kind of invasive grass that could have fueled the wildfire. I mean, the first one is always, it's global warming, and that because mindless, you know, journalism. Um, but then as they start to uncover real reasons, if they start to try to dig deeper, another one was, the invasive kind of grass that was introduced. very fire promoting. It was for cattle ranching in the 1800s. So yes, fire promoting weeds are also bad, but weeds are not an ignition source. Global warming is not an ignition source. It takes an ignition. This really could have been it. We know that they didn't de-energize the lines everywhere. Otherwise, the camera we were watching live would have been dark. I mean, I really don't think they were running on generators. So there already have been lawsuits started right now against power companies, probably because more of the world is becoming aware to just how often they start these fires. Pacific Power just lost that lawsuit, and they went immediately to hide their evidence, against them. So they got caught doing that, and the jury was not sympathetic to their claims of, oh, we hid evidence, but we were innocent anyway. Sure. So Pacific Power lost that, and for the Beachy Creek fire, that was a deadly one. Yeah, big dog. I saw it too. I looked at some of these satellite images, and I saw the death roads, and some of the the aerial footage, and I saw a couple of buildings that made it, like this one right here in the aerial. Somebody defended that guy. It was really strange. It has a red roof and a white siding. So I imagine that that's where the fire crews themselves probably sheltered. They've got an endless source of water in the bay right there. It's great defensible space. I mean, there's one little palm tree here, but look at all the blacktop around it. There's no, other than that thing, there's no overhanging trees to fall on the roof. The roof looks good for a defensible thing. It doesn't look like it's cedar shake or anything. Pretty isolated, endless water supply. If I was, oh God, that's the historic building right there. It's rubble. If I was a fire crew or somebody, I would say that's a good one to try to save and take shelter in. Like when people are running around, they will gather them up and say, get in this building, we're protecting this one. But you do need an endless supply of water to feel secure there. But that won't keep the conspiracy people from going nuts, though, and say, the laser spared that building. So I'll talk about that at the end. I just want to do a quick roundup thing. This is a good, sad thing, but I'm going to try to cover Maui. That right now the Pacific Northwest is under threat, under several threats. Willamette National Forest is worrisome, but let's look at Sumter and the other small ones here. I'm sorry I'm eating, but I have to have my nutrition and blood sugar. Russell the Love Muscle. Love your name. Funny how the main hotel stood perfectly fine while everything behind it was burned. Yeah, that's because fire crews don't flee from the fire. They will, they know their own town. They know which buildings are defensible. They are running around trying to save people. They are running around trying to do what they can. There's no trying to put this out when there's a raging inferno, when a city is on fire and it's created a firestorm out of a city. Think of pyrocumulus cloud, but it's like city version. Burning of Dresden, the firebombing of Dresden, World War II style incendiary bombs cause this. It cause a tremendous updraft of heat and spinning, like its own wind. It generates further wind, even though it's still being driven by some wind. It's getting so hot, it's sucking in air from elsewhere, and the temperatures reach incineration temperatures, like crematorium temperatures, where bone and everything is white ash. Once all the things like vinyl siding and such start going, and the plastics, those are all oil products. If a fire gets hot enough to finally light up ABS plastic, it's like having an oil drum on fire. And that's what you should think about with all the synthetics that are in building materials and cars and such these days. Now, fire crews are not going to run. They know their town. They know what little place is defensible. They will never enter a place where they can't either pull over and defend themselves on that block or escape. So they're going to come into a conflagration. which is a big town on fire with a firestorm in the town. They are going to go on their safe roads to their safe spots, and they will let the fire pass over them, corral people in that building, save that one, then they'll drive down and they'll try to put out buildings that are just barely on fire. If there's people near them, save people in that one. But they know from their knowing their own town which ones that they should let burn because you can't save it. There's not enough water. I mean, there's no like calling up the water truck. Hey, we'll wait for the water. This is, what have we got? What have you got around our truck right now that we stick the hose pump in, wet down our truck, wet down the building? You know, they will go around town trying to do what they can. They already know in their heads as they drive down the same town as you, they're looking at it in a completely different way than you and me. Just like a soldier might look like where, you know, if a firefight broke out right now, where would I take cover? But firefighters are thinking along the same kind of lines. So there is no like, oh, let's go save buildings. It's let's go save buildings because people are in them. There was no saving the town. It wasn't defensible. Well, not when this stuff gets started. All right, let's go back to Pacific Northwest. And we have a couple of fires that are not your. And first of all, we got to keep checking the death ball. Keep checking the death ball. I can't make this up. I do not want to see fire crest that ridge. That'd be very bad. It would be into if the camera is looking exactly at the ridge I'm thinking it's looking at. If this is the one where the mountain pass starts, the McKenzie River. I mean, we don't know the zoom level of these cameras. If a local recognizes that mountain, let me know. But I believe we are looking right there at the fires behind the main ridge, right above the town of McKenzie Bridge. So if we see it cross that ridge, we can see long range spotting. It could get into this wind tunnel, and that would change everything. So, first of all, let's just see what the current the evacuation map first. What? Okay. What? Did I click on the right fire? Sorry, I'm so tired and so out of it from being terribly ill yesterday. I forgot whether or not onto is a word. Like, is it on to, like ONTO, two different words, or is onto a single word? Like, I was confused by that this morning. I'm that ill. Just bear with me. So Lookout Mountain, McKenzie Bridge. But the evacuation map took us to the other fire. Are there just multiple ones? Is there a hidden menu I'm not seeing? Is this is the one for the Bedrock? Oh, you click on this. Okay. Just two different things to click on. Aha. Why not have them both visible at the same time? Oh my God. All right. So both the little towns of McKenzie Bridge and Belknap Hot Springs on the McKenzie River are under level 1. Be ready. So I'm hoping that means they're a bit confident about that ridge. Maybe they're holding it. Looks like there is a road, some sort of a logging road or something right there that gives us hope that they might keep it from coming over the ridge. Well, let's read about it. Let's see what they said about it. 5 hours ago, the public information officer said it's almost 200 acres. Started by lightning. There's 235 personnel on it, 3 engines, 7 crews, 3 bulldozers, 3 water tenders, 3 helicopters. At 6 a.m., the Lookout Fire transitioned from Nevada Team 1, Type 3 team, to Northwest Team 6, Type 2. Lookout Fire is burning in an area of Lookout Mountain with old-growth trees, and thick, dense brush. RIP. Fire was less active overnight. Fire managers have assessed the area, deemed that due to steep slopes with rolling materials, we're talking about on fire pine cones and stuff, inaccessibility and exposure to the snags. God, awful. It is safer for firefighters to pursue an indirect suppression strategy. That means they'll be doing things like ridges and roads and heavy machinery, have a greater chance of success. So that means they're not going to go right to it. They're not going to walk up to it and try to smack it in the face, right? They'll let it come to them. They'll like have a wider perimeter. And since those areas are more accessible and safer to work in, then that means, well, they'll just wait for it to come to them. Then stuff in the middle, you can kind of kiss it goodbye. It's on steep and accessible terrain. If there were more roads, maybe they could save more trees, but I don't blame them. I don't think you should risk crews 20 and 40 at a time to save the lives of trees if there's a high chance of success. The crews will die the worst kind of death that there is. They always need a way out. Fire access roads would provide that, but in some of these places where it's just too steep, I don't blame them. Now, they said the temperature is going to be about 90 degrees in the Cascades. That's pretty damn hot. It usually doesn't get a hair above 72, even in the heat of summer. A red flag warning is in effect from Sunday at noon to Monday at 8 for east winds, low humidity, high temps. Like I said, humidity down to that 18%-ish in some spots. It's rolling in east winds from the eastern Oregon, which is a high desert. So blah blah blah, fire restrictions and stuff. I'm kind of starting to wonder if we shouldn't close the national forests on red flag kind of occasions completely. I mean, the private timber companies have the right idea. They gate and lock their logging roads during the worst fire seasons and just the most historically the hottest weeks of the year, which right about now. It really doesn't get hotter in Oregon than August. And I'm losing confidence in the public's ability to be intelligent with fire. So, gender reveal parties. So, either way, well, we'll have to make campgrounds a lot different, like supervised and, something like that. So we've got a morning operational update. Let's see. Sorry if that's really loud. Let's try to full screen it. Well, first we'll watch it on Facebook. Make it behave. Let me fix the audio.
6.
Okay, so we got audio. Let me fix the video. Now remind me to resize this if I forget. Okay, start over.
Good morning, Nick Peters, Operations Section Chief with Northwest Team 6. Today we took over the Lookout Fire. Yesterday the folks down here in McKenzie Bridge were able to see smoke coming over the ridge top here. Fire growth, looking at about 195 acres as of this morning. Today's plan is we'll be continuing with prepping along the Lookout Ridge as well as the 1506 road, bringing this together, trying to create a catcher's mitt to be able to prevent this fire from spreading further to the east. And then also, as we're working, we're going to be looking for areas of opportunity here on the west side to bring line down off of the Lookout Ridge and tie in back down into the bottom. Thanks, have a great day.
Okay, that was a short one. So that did. What the hell? Facebook, I don't want to see that. Okay, friends. Rescale this. Look back at chat. We'll have to watch this one. We'll have to continuously refresh this. Now, I like the catcher's mitt idea. I guess this is like a bowl. Now, if the fire is, see this is the ridge line that I think the camera is hung up on. This looks like it possibly is that road that we see. So if it's in the bowl, technically on a mountain top even further away, then I like that. I thought it was like, say, right here. The one overlooking Highway 20. And they said that people could see it from Highway 20. So we may be able to get a little bit of info. Yeah, goes is just to, that's the margin of error. We don't have, okay, but Veers is a lot more accurate, and Modus. Yeah, okay, never mind, it stands. If you see fire crest that ridgeline is bad. I hope it doesn't. The wind will be trying to push it. The wind will be trying to push it there. So I imagine they're in a battle right now. Okay, going back to, so we are gonna watch the Lookout Fire on Lookout Ridge by Belknap Hot Springs, like a hawk today. Now, if anybody else wants to watch the Death Ball Mountain Cam, please alert me to it doing anything weird. So here it is, the link. Okay, Big Dog says 2 different fires this summer in Oregon started campgrounds. The Bedrock, the biggest one right now. Yeah. So, yeah, there's a lot we could do to fix, better our situations. All right, so, oh my God, I'm gonna do a 15 time lapse. That is cooking. Ugh. Okay, let's see if aircraft are working this. I got a bad feeling about that. Now we do see some aircraft over Maui. Some other people were tracking that stuff. You know, I think they're in mop up for the very tail end of some of their fires. They're looking at the hot spots. They're surveying, blah blah blah. And I'm sure they're doing a lot of airlifting and a lot of that stuff. I hate this stuff. I want this off the screen. Now, thank you for your kind donations. It pays for me to have a silver subscription to Flight Radar 24. Now, if we're looking over where the Bedrock Fire is right now, we got an eye in the sky. We've got a jet turboprop here. It's a Gulfstream, but not a G6. But disappointingly, I don't see any actual firefighting aircraft except, hey, there's one. We got a sky crane, 45-year-old sky crane. So let's see what else we got. Another eye in the sky, surveying the lookout. Okay, and we're gonna switch gears a little bit. Now the salmon fire is also the third point of the triangle hell here. I guess you could call it a diamond these days. I mean, the Wiley Lookout Bedrock Salmon is kind of like a diamond or a really weird shaped kite. The salmon fire, which is looming over Oak Ridge, they're continuing to mop up around the fire perimeter. Thank you, Lord. They're using heavy equipment to build shaded fuel breaks by removing the understory and the ladder fuels along the roads. So there's, a level 1 be ready evac notice. Wait, it says Monday. Today is Sunday. What? The Lane County Sheriff's Office issued a level 1 be ready evacuation notice Monday. Was it last Monday? For areas north and east of Oak Ridge because of the salmon fire. Follow them all. Did they mean Sunday today? Okay. Red flag warnings in effect. Yeah. Most of Oregon and Washington, blah, blah, blah. Temperatures will be 94 to 98 degrees. At lower elevations. I guess Oak Ridge. 83 to 88 on the degrees. 8 degrees on the ridges. Winds will be 3 to 6 miles an hour this morning, increasing to 13 miles an hour this afternoon. Gusts 20-ish on the ridge tops. I always kind of add 5 miles to that. Every once in a while, you can just, in a different little mountain pass, you can have higher wind gusts. That's a very generalized kind of forecast. So yellow is scattered heat. I'm glad that they're more on a mop-up kind of a duty with the salmon fire. Do we have a camera on it? I mean, I don't think we do, but I want to check. Dead Mountain. Now, we were watching it march around on the Dead Mountain, my last broadcast. JB was a guest, and he was the one, John Bruno, the retired fire chief of Shasta County. He was the one that, and I said, do you think Maui, can't see it, look in this direction anymore. I said, do you think Maui had a mass fatality event? And he's like, yeah. I wasn't doing so good that night. I was pretty frightened and angry, and I think it showed. I wanted to be Mrs. Soothing, but not when everything in me was kind of saying, look, this could be a lot worse than people are letting on. So you got a lot of smoke. There's that aircraft that's been patrolling. Now it's really kind of not exactly looking at the salmon fire. So you see the salmon fire's smoke drifting through. So we've got terrain in the way. But look how light that smoke is. We're getting closer and closer to now. This is earlier today. Got a little bit of vegetation kind of flickering around in the wind. But look, the smoke is like almost gone. Yay. That's at least one little bright moment here for the situation in Willamette National Forest. Now, Sumter, that area, they have like just almost no cams. Now, I want to go to some kind of neglected fires, which are quite concerning to me. So the Ben Harrison, sorry it's taken us this long to get to it. Now, Cornucopia I pinned on the map as one of the best preserved ghost towns of Eastern Oregon. Well, what's left of it. It's not quite so well preserved anymore. This heavy snows collapse more and more of the buildings all the time. It was extremely rugged, steep terrain and of sparse inhabitation. I think Cornucopia now has a population of 8. Very awesome. You got Baker City, which is, it's like the Portland of Eastern Oregon. Still big and empty from its glory days of, like, say, the gold rush in this area. People are like, gold rush in Eastern Oregon? Uh-huh. Massive one. Cornucopia pulled out just metric buttloads of gold. Very few people know about this stuff. This is the South Pass, by the way. This is the Oregon Trail, also known as I-84. Interstate 84 goes Pendleton, La Grande, Baker City. This is the South Pass through the Blue Mountains. Very important. There would have been no Oregon Trail, and you would have never gotten dysentery on it without the Astoria Fur Company discovering that. Anyway, ghost town lore is for another day. I'm talking not the paranormal, history. So if you look in here, that's Sumter right there. This is Sumter Valley. If you look at all those squiggles, the dredge kind of tore up the entire valley and got rid of the topsoil. It mostly operated after the fire, I believe, that destroyed Sumter. It was a town of 3,000. If you just kind of zoom in, you can see it has grids, but very few actual buildings anymore. It was a big town, and it burned down in a single day. And today it's just really a super shadow of its former self. Got more streets than homes. So very, very rugged. A lot of these roads that look like they exist on the map they don't exist. Just trust me. So accessing fires around here and putting them out. Greenhorn is a town of 8, I believe now. In there. They have some seasonal cabins and stuff, but these are some of the best preserved ghost towns. Granite Greenhorn, Sumter, Horn. And And Oregon doesn't have that many left. There's everywhere you throw a rock, there's massive remains of mines and old buildings and history and sacred Indian sites and petroglyphs and old mining towns and things. So this, yeah, I don't even see any roads around here. Quite concerned for this. Now, let's look back at the chat. Dark Stars 6909. I moved from coastal Washington 2 years ago. I was wondering how Washington was doing this year. We're the Pacific Northwest during El Nino is hotter and drier than normal, but we have been dodging the bullet. I mean, Canada jumped in front of the bullet for us and is taking the brunt of the hot, dry thing that El Nino does to the Pacific Northwest. In fact, it's more like the St. Valentine's Day massacre, where Canada jumped in front of like hundreds of bullets for us. It could have been either way. El Ninos are wetter and cooler southwest and hotter and drier Pacific Northwest as far as our neck of the woods goes. So, yeah, granted, one day I'll show you guys my pictures. I wanted to make a YouTube channel about ghost towns and Wild West history first. So, my very first documentary was going to be about Paradise. You know. Well, let's try to get as much info as we can here. The Ben Harrison fire only updated 18 hours ago. I wonder if this is on U.S. Forest Service land. It's, if you look at it with Forest Service maps, which we're about to, you'll see these weird checkerboard things all over the Blue Mountains. And so where there's a big checkerboard like square, it's not green. Usually that's private land that was owned by a mining company. And many of these mining companies don't really exist anymore. Remember, all gold mining in the United States stopped on one day. It's an executive order by the president after Pearl Harbor. They needed all the men from the mines to go to war. So FDR signs the executive order in 1941. December 1941, I believe. No more mining. So almost all of the mines in the entire country shut down, and almost none of them reopened after World War II. That was just too long of a time to be idle. If they ran out of money to run the pumps, then they all flooded. So then these companies, they technically still own the land, but they don't exist. And there's back taxes. So a lot of people might snatch up gold mines and buy these, but they don't, because they're usually Superfund cleanup sites from all the mercury and other types of pollution. They use a lot of cyanide. And even if everything was kosher, even if there's just sulfur inside the mine, when it reacts with water from the mine being flooded, then you get sulfuric acid, tainted water, and that will flow out of the mine, and that kind of cleanup is extremely expensive. So county can't afford to do it, state can't afford to do it, nation is ignoring it. So you get these toxic mine sites. Nobody owns them, nobody wants to own them, and so you got jurisdiction limbo, and they just overgrow with trees, vegetation, but like nobody can do anything with it. So I hope that gives you a little bit of context about how weird the map is out here. So you don't have maintained roads to these things, even though the road's on the map. I remember trying to drive in this area a couple of years ago, and I looked at the map and the road disappeared off into the forest, and I'm like, I can't even tell there was ever a road here. And I got a train die. So this is circle of hell level of finding a fire. This is way more steep and rugged than the Cascades. These are called the Little Alps for a reason. This country will kill you, especially in October or something when you're not expecting a blizzard, but it'll happen. So it's a bad place to go missing. Now, they reported it's begun on Friday, August 11th. It's burning this Ben Harrison fire west of Sumter and west of Granite and Greenhorn. It's burning towards the north and northeast in steep and rocky terrain with heavy timber within the North Fork of the John Day Wilderness. Oh God, it's a wilderness. That means there's definitely no roads. Or like one road. Remember, the Wilderness Act of 1963 was a mistake to mention roads as a way of defining a wilderness without roads, because it means environmental groups freak out. They think if roads are put in, even if it's fire access roads, or some way of like rehabbing the environment, they think they'll lose their wilderness designation and protection, so they chain themselves to trees and start lawsuits just to stop roads. It's terrible. The law needs to change. Damn. So the fire experienced active fire behavior throughout the afternoon yesterday. Remember, this would be the day before yesterday. Hot and windy conditions contributed to increased fire behavior and growth. Firefighters, aided by aerial resources, focused suppression efforts on establishing containment lines where to slow the spread. Okay, the fire is roughly estimated at 50 to 75 acres. Mind you, this is a day and a half old. Fire managers have ordered a recon flight yesterday, to look at the fire's progression and identify a more accurate age. Today, which means yesterday, firefighters will continue to build containment lines where terrain and fuels allow for crews to safely engage. I hope they got an exception because it's burning down. We can build roads, right? While utilizing aircraft to slow its spread due to the rough terrain, the snags, which are standing dead trees. God, this looks awful so far. And the remote location. Crews are looking for natural features to stop the spread of the fire. What, I mean, like rocky outcrops? Jesus. And while also allowing for firefighter safety. Wow. Approximately 80 personnel were assigned to it today, which means yesterday, in prep for the upcoming predicted weather and increased fire activity. Fire managers are ordering additional staff, including a Type 2 incident management team. They'll arrive sometime on Sunday, which is, well, today, right? So looks like there's a blog for us to look at this. And we're going to look at this on Caltopo. That's very concerning. What the hell is this? Oh yeah, cheatgrass. This is a fire promoting weed. Where's my... Okay. So let's move on over to Ben Harrison here. Load, please. Bueller. It's my VPN. Might be slowing things down. Okay. I'm actually really happy with my VPN, but my antivirus is not happy with it and tries to block it. Okay. So let's put on some shade of relief. Yeah, that's a nasty bit of terrain there. Historic maps. I was hoping they'd have historic map from the 1800s. They have some really nice ones because wherever they're... See, there's granite, 1800s, turn of the century map of it. Now, they made some extraordinary maps of this area because of the fact that it has gold, so surveyors went everywhere. Too bad it's not in this sector. Oh, yeah, we can go back to the older ones. Oh, gee. Okay. Must be right out of the main gold vein areas. I thought gold veins were small. They're not. They like span miles and miles and miles, going through different mountain to different mountain to different mountain. I drove right through here. Okay. I sort of understand this area. Let's go to Forest Service maps then. Okay. Pull down shade of relief for a second. And let's turn off wind for a second. That's driving me insane. Okay. Now the wind's supposedly out of the northeast right now. So it was trying to spread to the north, they said, and now be trying to spread to the southwest with today's wind. And do we have any kind of camera over here? Here's Olive Lake. somebody said no in chat, and I'm driving you crazy. I'm sorry. Where's LeGrant? Where's Sumter? It's Ontario. Monument. Baker City, Cottonwood. The hell am I? Pendleton. Yeah, there's nothing. Nothing. Wait. Monument. Is that looking? Is that something else? What is that? Is that a different fire? I would just have one request for this site. Could you please put the fires on the map so we know which ones the cameras are looking at? Just pin it? I think this terrain isn't steep enough to be what we're looking at. All right, looking back at the chat. Yeah, I know Dark Star 6909. A good portion of the forests in Washington and Oregon have been limited in access now. Roads are either gated, tank trenched, or timber has been dropped across the roads. We lost a lot of access to fishing holes. Yeah, I know. Sandy Elliott says the NS fire is federal. Okay. And they're mostly ATV roads now. Yeah, if you're lucky, sometimes they're mule trails. Foster Kennel says Pacific Power in Oregon who lost their case over a fire working to pass the large fine along to the ratepayers. Yeah, I know. Isn't that evil? Good to see you too, Foster Kennel. Looking back up to the chat. Okay. Yeah, we'll look at Washington in a second. Olympics. Washington's been pretty lucky, except for down by the Columbia River. That has been a nightmare and a half. You know, first with the white salmon area in the gorge, and then the crazy Newell fire. The Newell fire could have been a really small thing with yesterday's news, but they had a water truck break down on them. Sometimes the water truck would pull up and have water instead of be putting out this. It was a hayfield fire, you know, in the hay crop, and they couldn't squeeze any water out of the truck. The pump failed, and so when they had the fire in many different parts where it was spreading, they had it contained on a road just for it to be almost out, and then it would jump the road because they ran out of water. And none of the other precincts came by and helped them. No other fire station came by and lent them a damn water truck. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. And just hour after hour after hour, it got worse because their damn water truck was breaking down. And they needed more, and they said, we got a handle on it. We got a handle on it. No, we don't. We're out of water. You know, like, wow. And the Columbia River Gorge winds don't take prisoners. So what the hell are we looking at? I'm sorry. This map got messed up. A hybrid map. That is John Day. But I don't think that's it. I don't think that's the Ben Harrison. Because they would put a link here too. What are we looking at? You see what I mean about it being a little bit too steep over there. This is mountainous stuff. Now Caltoba will give us the elevation. Turn off wind. 3,000 feet. Right? No, 6,807 feet. Yeah, this is way taller than what we were watching on that cam. So what the hell are we watching on that cam? Not that one. This. That's. Oh, right. Southeast of John Day. I haven't been anywhere near there. Just by Druzy. I'd never even heard of Druzy. And Van? Okay. Druzy. Let's just put that in Caltopo. Druzy. So, long story short, too long didn't read that we don't have any eyes on. Okay, my VPN must be messing up. We do not have eyes on the Ben Harrison. We are deaf, dumb, and blind unless somebody, and I really doubt it. I see why. I don't think anybody is a ham radio operator in the middle of nowhere out there suddenly uploading to the internet. What? Okay, I hope I'm not going offline. I mean, the power grid could fail today with everybody's air conditioning on. Refresh? Oh, I'm an idiot. There's no Forest Service maps there. I zoomed in too much. Okay. Okay. Right. Okay. So, load, please. Hang on, I gotta reconnect. We gotta reconnect this. This shouldn't drop the stream. Just hang on. Come on now. Oh, it's struggling. That's not good. Okay. It should be loading way faster than that. Okay, Chaffee, I'll wait for that to load for a sec. JCat says my satellite image shows the winds from the south. At what area? Chaffee City, USA says the Maui Fire is the exact same fire as PGE fire, yeah. Which one? Which one of the thousands of PG&E fires? And you have to say PG and E. PGE is Portland General Electric. It's a different company. I mean, if you can remember. The only reason it's not in Cali again was the lawsuit. Okay. Dahi is only I am Sven. I don't know what you're saying, J-Cat. I'm not cool enough for that joke. Okay. Is Caltopo acting weird for anybody else? I'm going to do a speed test over here on my other browser. See if my VPN is burping. I have 450 download. Download's not the problem. My uploads at 115. All right. Is Caltopo weird for anybody else right now? Sometimes it just is. All right. How did we spell this before? Drewsy. D-R-E-W-S-E-W. D-R-E-W-S-E-W. D-R-E-W-S-E-Y. Excuse me. Organ. All right. Zoom out. I don't see a heat detection, so what are we watching on these cams? Oh, that's right. It's on Modus and Veers. It needs to be on all. Come on, baby. Still. Okay, it's something south, almost due south of the Ben Harrison. But is not the Ben Harrison. Somewhere over by Burns. Maybe Watch Duty will get it soon. I don't know. Either way, the Ben Harrison, we're kind of deaf, dumb, and blind to until they give us more info. And when the new management team settles in, hopefully they'll get us more info. The Corral Fire, the one by Cornucopia, is another one of major concern. So we don't have anybody reporting on this from Watch Duty. God. The acreage 20 hours ago was updated from 0.1 to 25. So let's just see if there's a heat signature on Caltopo. Then we'll get to some of the fun stuff, which is debunking Maui myths. Or analyzing, you know. I don't want to say I'm just out there to debunk. I mean, there's a bunch you can obviously do. But we'll analyze some questions are conspiracy net stuff, like and hoax stuff, trying to take advantage of the people who are independent thinkers. And some are innocent questions because things look weird. So hopefully I can explain some weird pictures and stuff with Maui and explain what's going on. Like, why are some of the trees unscathed and some buildings are alone and some of them are piles of ash? So the corral fire, we've got modus severes. Nothing for goes. So goes came around 5 minutes ago. They did not have a detection. Let's see if there's aircraft on it then. Let's go out here. I guess I could call. They do seem to have a telephone. They got awesome internet at Cornucopia. You wouldn't think so, right? Funny little story as I'm looking for aircraft out here. Anything going over by Cornucopia? Not that I can see. I don't think they have aircraft anywhere near it. John Day Druzy. This could just be regular private pilots and crop dusters and stuff. I don't see anything going on in Eastern Oregon as far as aircraft. I guess I could call the Cornucopia Lodge and be like, you guys have any insider info? Stayed there a bit. My mom gave me an awesome birthday present by a trip to Eastern Oregon years ago. And so this is one of the most remote towns in the entire United States. Like really bad one-way in road from the south. From these towns are tiny. Halfway has probably got 10 people in it. Carson maybe 5. It's remote. There was once a pretty large town here. One of the most richest gold mines in North America is right here, called the Union Companion. But the avalanche danger and the extremely harsh winters, these are the little Alps and called that for a reason. Like October is ready to snow and blizzard and snow you in there. So in winter, they don't plow the roads. Like you're picked up by a snowcat because you can only drive to these tiny towns down there. There's big game hunters that run around and like nobody else. The occasional ghost towner like me comes running around, geologist or something, but it's frighteningly like the Alps out your window, right? So the avalanches historically have taken out a lot of the smaller, like up the hill. There's different levels of the mine because it's elaborate and huge. Like the entrances of the mine sometimes had bunkhouses and little stores and stuff. And miners would go to work, be oblivious, try to leave, and find the entrance was shut, and it would be an avalanche, and everybody's dead outside, and all the buildings were thrown thousands of feet down the mountain. Like, that's the kind of stories that came out of there at the turn of the century. So after the 1941 executive order to shut down the gold mine, it's dead. I don't think it ever reopened. Maybe a little bit in the 70s. I don't know. I could call the Cornucopia Lodge and say, do you guys know anything about the fire? I may put that on the back burner in the back of my mind. They are the only people that would know about this place. So I assume they had like dial up or something at the most. So long story short, me and my mom drive here, and there was a sign. I mean, it took us an extremely long time to drive this really bad road. And there's a sign in the middle of the woods, and it says, high-speed internet. I looked at my mom and said, that's the funniest joke I've seen in a long time. High-speed internet in the Blue Mountains in the town of 5. And I walked over towards it, and I'm holding my mom's laptop in my hand. Go back to the fires now. Death Ball, we gotta keep an eye on Death Ball. And I sit down next to the sign, and it's got some wires on it. I'm like, this is an elaborate hoax. Oh, the goes 18? Okay, JCat, I'll check that again. Anyway, I sit down with a laptop and open it and look for a Wi-Fi signal, and there is one. I went, okay. I hit the speed test, like news sites are opening, like CNN and BBC is opening with current headlines. It's not like a cache. Oh my God, that's fearsome, that fire. And I do a speed test, and my eyes popped out of my head. It was like gigabit speeds in the middle of the Blue Mountains. Elevation like 5,000 or something. I was like, what? What? So I go to the Cornucopia Lodge. They've got fiber optic internet. I said, what? What? I can't even get that in Portland. What? And they go, yeah, we applied for a grant to get internet to the middle of the nowhere, to revitalize towns. Awesome. Good for you. Any land for sale around here? Oh my God. Okay, so it's cooking in the Cascades. We're back. We're rewinding. We're back to the Lookout Fire, which is by the Mackenzie River, over by Belknap Hot Springs. Let's see what kind of aircraft are working. I think they're going to get smoked out. I think the smoke's going to be too thick for them to do much. As long as we don't see it cross that ridgeline, I think that'll be a good situation, but I am worried that it will. Look at the smoke headed towards the camera. The camera's coming from the south. That's not good. South. It's coming from the southwest. It's not good. If smoke blows to the camera, fire's trying to come over that ridge. We do not want it in the wind tunnel mountain pass where all the habitations are. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna have to refresh this all the time to see if there's new evacuations. Okay. Looking back at the chat, gotta run to work, Darkstar6909. Thanks for the update. You got yourself a new sub. Well, thank you for coming in. How did you find us, by the way? Much obliged. Do come back, see us. It's from Ren Stimpy. He is holy. I am Finn. I remember that one now. J-Cat's a cool cat. Do you remember that this is my ice cream bar that I've had since I was a child? You gotta be a really cool cat for that one. So, goes 18 satellite. Was I saying the wrong thing, or was I clicking the wrong thing, friends? Let's look back at, not Maui, jeez, keep misclicking on Maui. Goes detections. It's not specifying which goes satellite it is. I know there's several. Now, the Lookout is flaming up red there. Bedrock is surprisingly not. So the same wind pattern should be affecting both. So let's look back at our cam selection. Mind you, this is a weird unnamed fire that Watch Duty doesn't have yet. What county is this? I mean, people have got to know about it. By Juntura, Oregon. What is this? Yuntura? Muller County. Okay. One of the least populated counties on Earth, really. It's Spanish for juncture. Okay. The community is named for proximity to the confluence of the Muller with the North Fork of the Muller River. Okay. Semi-arid climate, abbreviated BSK on maps. Okay. Yeah. It's got a cafe. All right. The community's development slowed after World War II. Well, yeah, because gold mining dominates Eastern Oregon until World War II. What is the 57 is the population? See what I mean? It's got mostly Irish descendants in there. Okay. As of the 2020 census, there were 39 people, 35 housing units, and 20 families in the census designated place. 34 people were white, 1 was Native American, 1 person was other, 3 people from 2 or more races, 5 people were Hispanic or Latino. Okay. So, learned something new about a new town. But what the hell is on fire over there? Mulher County, National Interagency Fire Center. Watch duty is not actively. Oh yeah, excuse me, that's Corral Fire. Ben Harrison. It's not China Rock, right? That doesn't even look big enough to be 125 acres. It is. How can that be 125 acres? It doesn't look big. Okay, we identified it. That's the China Rock, which watch duty people are not covering. This must be like a little oasis, a little valley in here. Oh, irrigated by the river. That makes sense. The confluence of the 2 rivers. Okay, got it. Shumway Road. Okay. I wonder how ancient that riverbed is. I bet a lot of Paleo Indians hung out there. Did you hear the news like that came out this month? The oldest inhabitations of North America, of humans in North America. The oldest evidence was found in Oregon 18,500 years ago. What's that you say? We were all taught that there was a land bridge 11,000 years ago and humans didn't arrive here till then? What? What's that you say? That was used to justify the stupid theory that humans were the reason that all the megafauna went extinct in North America? What's that you say? We were living in harmony with all the animals here for like 8,000 years prior, so that theory is stupid and dead now? Land bridge theory is dead. People came here by boat. Land bridge didn't exist 18,000 years ago. And besides, there's a big ice sheet from Yukon, like 3,000 miles long from the Yukon to Seattle area. Like, there's no way somebody could have crossed that and lived. All right, Jerry Ridge Fire. Let's just click on that one. Wheeler County, another extremely sparsely populated county. I'm sure if these Eastern Oregon counties had more people, like more people to walk around and discover fossils, we would have been making tons and tons of discoveries. Like, and know much more about the settlement of the Americas by now. But there's like nobody out there looking. Unfortunately, the gold miners probably washed away a whole bunch of stone tools and stuff, just not knowing what the hell they were in the 1800s. All right, so 4 days ago was a 10-acre fire in Central Oregon. This is pretty flat land. Yeah, firefighters work on line construction and mop up 3 days ago. Cool. I don't think that's much of a factor. This Jerry Ridge fire, I don't know why it's looking like it is. Like they should change the symbol. Usually the bell with a line through it in watch duty means no notifications are turned on because they don't even expect another one to happen. Usually means kind of like fading out, done deal. Okay. So, like I said, we got to keep clicking on the lookout. Make sure evacuation notices don't change. This is one super worrisome. Okay. Hey, Jay Connors, how are you? Now let me scratch my back. God, I got it. Okay. So we have been talking for an hour and 45 minutes. I was going to check on myself in an hour to see if my voice was okay. I think it's okay. I do have to take a few more bites of food. So let's try to find us a video to watch, like oh right, the O'Brien Creek fire. Sorry, I can put that in the main description. Now this one worried me yesterday. It broke out on the coast. It closed down Highway 101, and that is the thumbnail picture. So it's called the O'Brien Creek Fire, but it's next to Ophir, which is a tiny town on the coast. Nasika Beach, which I have not actually heard of. I'm sure I've driven past it. Yeah, we probably drove past it on the way to Gold Beach, but maybe not. Now you can see the looming heat signature and perimeter here of the flat fire. So when they had a flat fire at Evacuation Center at Gold Beach, they reopened it for what was going on with the O'Brien Creek fire. I was going to check the media to see what happened. I didn't know if they lost structures or not yesterday. And so they went to level 3 evacuation, but I was rolling in pain. I could not go live. So you could see the red splash of retardant as aircraft worked on it yesterday. Pretty big affair. So now Curry County is saying Highway 101 is open for one lane of traffic. But God, that would be the worst traffic jam ever. Don't even think about it. This is still an active fire area. Please use caution when driving. Yeah. So they reopened that Baptist church, I think, at Gold Beach. That once was a flat fire shelter to be for the fire at Ophir here. So they said on the news that actually it was Curry County's who was talking? It wasn't the sheriff, was it him? County commissioner. And he's been really good about communicating stuff with the flat fire. So this is all 21 hours ago. So I already watched that, and basically he's explaining that there's neighborhoods, like 30 homes in the area at risk. So I'm waiting for an update. Now I know that there's a Coos County Facebook that was for the flat fire. Flat fire got its own Facebook page. Sorry, not Coos, Curry. Coos is a little bit further to the north. Oh yeah. This is what I had to deal with earlier. I was supposed to be on at noon. Not only did first of all, several things happened. I had all these tabs and stuff open and a bunch of different windows like I need to stream. I really needed to not change any of that. And so Windows decided to do an update and restart itself, even though I tell it not to. Everything was closed. Even though the computer's back on, the next morning I was like, oh, God. So I spent a million hours trying to go to history and reopen all the closed tabs. Just to find, oh my God, that scared me. Okay, sorry. Phone alert. Red flag warning for any Red Cross emergency app. Let me see if that's. Oh, thank you so much, Lisa, for the kind donation. I heard the sound of a cash register. So now PayPal and WatchDuty are giving me my notifications. I found out they had, it wasn't just me. Last week, WatchDuty had a notification issue. So update if you're not on automatic updates. And it's working good again. But a lot of their fires were turned, at the moment that they hit, they were automatically set to no notifications, even if you had. So they fixed their bug. That drove me nuts. So I fixed that with WatchDuty. Then Windows updated. Then Facebook got confused by my VPN, locked me out. I was trying to get the info today. Then I had to run through all the hoops. And Facebook said, here are the things we think you did not do. And I'm like, well, what do you think I did not do? And they thought that it was weird that I asked the Wildfire people for a map. So I'm like, yes, that's my activity. I go through a bunch of hoops. And I don't know why that decided to trigger, but that happened. So then I put the VPN on. Then my antivirus says, please don't use that VPN. And blocked a whole bunch of IP addresses. And I'm just like, oh my God. I have to change my proxies. So this is a bunch of behind the scenes crap. I really wish I could have been live at noon. Christopher says, break, break, break. Courage I see on Firecam. The what? Anoni? What? This is nutty. I gotta go. Hey, oh, Cheryl, I'm sorry. I didn't see you. I am so sorry. I'm in tunnel vision mode. What's nutty? Okay, Jay Cat says open a new window and go to the RAM Cirrus satellite imaging and add the fire day overlay to the map. Okay, I'll try to follow those instructions. Hey, Debash, good to see you. Oh, you're Lisa. Oh my God, I have to. Okay. Yeah, thank you. You're a trooper doing this while you're feeling awful. Well, you guys make me feel better. I feel better when I'm streaming with you guys than when I'm like in bed trying to rest. That's kind of weird. Yeah, exactly, Smitty. All the Native Americans never bought that land bridge thing. You are totally insulting the Native Americans if you say, you guys discovered North America, not Columbus. They hate it when you say that. You're like, we were created here by God. We didn't go over a stupid bridge. So, and also, discovery is not finding. Discovery is short for scientific discovery. You get credit for discovering something that means you updated the scientific community's knowledge of something. So in geography, like with map making and whatever, the first person to put a hypothesis like Christopher Columbus, like I think there's West Indies to be found over here or a new land, then you have to go test your theory, but you have to keep a log of what you do, like his journals and his charts, have witnesses, and return, submit your report for peer review. Peers of your scientific whatever have to verify what you discovered, and then you are credited with the discovery. It's not lowercase discovery, it's uppercase discovery, scientific discovery. It's a process that Native Americans and Vikings and stuff are not part of. So, yes, Columbus discovered America. He wasn't there first. That's not what it's about. So, I don't know how this got controversial, but I think people forgot that discovery is not finding. And just don't think you're standing up for Native Americans by saying they found a suit. They went over a land bridge. I mean, that would be Paleo-Indian ancestors and such. So, like saying today's American Indians discovered America. Well, did you discover your own hometown where you were born? Right? Anyway, but these days, people that fit my profile, except, similarly, like suburban white girls tend to try to be offended for minorities. It's trendy, right? Smitty says the evacuation. I was just joking with Smitty about the Bering Strait land bridge theory. Evacuation center is for the First Baptist Church in Gold Beach for the Flat Fire and the Ophir Fire. That's right. We were going to look at that Curry County Facebook page, and I got kicked off. So Curry County Justice. Oh yeah, this is so sad. We lost a firefighter in a car accident near Gold Beach. He was young too. Yeah, Benjamin Charles Sapper, a Cordon of Honor. It's like a funeral procession made up of federal, state, and local fire apparatus and emergency vehicles will line Highway 101 and Ellensburg Avenue in Gold Beach Wednesday, August 9th. Yeah, that's the last post here. So I was thinking the Curry County Justice page would have things about the Ophir fire. Well, O'Brien Creek. Surprisingly not. Maybe it'll get its own Facebook page. Oh, Brien Creek Fire. And by the way, you can't reach me on this Facebook account. This is just, I specifically don't make friends on this Facebook account because when I tried that in the beginning, people's private messages popped up and just showed up like to the world while I was streaming. So this is the one where I don't make friends. It's for your own protection. I don't see one, guys. So where are we supposed to get information on what's going on the coast here? And then we're going to look at the others. What am I forgetting? You guys guide me. What fire do you want to know about? If we do this roundup and we're complete, then I would like to get to the conspiracy notion stuff going on concerning Maui and try to analyze the pictures from Maui. I do have some non-copyright aerial footage from a helicopter that I can show you. Now, I'm surprised this hasn't been updated today at noon or whatever. Let's look at Caltopo then. I mean, it's quite a big news story. And Highway 101 is shut down and there's a raging fire right at the coast. Let's do all satellites. And I'll try to figure out follow those instructions in a minute. Okay. Here's a primitive perimeter. Going to imagery. All right. Assuming. This is pretty steep. Look at the lines here, close together. I would say this spot right here is where the fire was when the thumbnail image was taken. Because it was probably taken from right about here, looking that way. Kind of looks like overlooks a little bay-like thing here. So I'm just hoping that the fire wasn't in the neighborhoods. This could be very, very old satellite data. I guess we're going to click on over to the media to figure out if anything was lost. So let's do it. Coin. It's got a wildfire dedicated page. Local news. Cooling shelters opening for people. We're very nervous in Portland. During a heat dome of 2020 or whatnot, we lost a couple hundred people to heat. Mostly elderly people who were too weak to open their windows. And so let's go to their wildfires. What there? Yeah, local politician talking about Maui and wildfires. Price Bureau. That's old news. Really old news. I don't see any new wildfire articles at all, which is unusual for Coin. I don't want to hear right now whatever Merkley has to say about wildfires because I think he was one signing on with Ron Wyden about trying to keep roads out of wildernesses, and they gotta reverse their position. I mean, I'm desperate to help them see that they need to reverse their position on that. There's no more playing around after we lost the Beachy Creek because it was a tiny fire up in the mountains, but they couldn't access it because there were no fire roads. We lost the entire Opal Creek Wilderness, and it killed people and erased towns. That one was kind of independent of the one started by the power lines down by the highway. So there's not that many forests to lose anymore. We just can't have politicians and people who know nothing just pushing no roads, no roads. Yeah, that's bad. So I was listening to many wildfires broke out near the Portland area yesterday. One was pretty bad near West Linn. Never had a heat signature from space so that I could tell, but boy, they had like 20 engines on that thing. So I am very surprised that we don't have. Let's just do this then. Oh, Brien Creek Fire News. KDRV. 6 hours ago was its last update. Better than nothing. The level 3 evacuations for Quake Creek area remain in place. Now saying it was updated 4 hours ago. At 9:45 this morning. Overnight containment increased for the O'Brien Creek fire, the one on the southwest Oregon coast. Fire officials don't expect any growth today. Yay! And it looks like Highway 101 might be fully open now. We could check ODOT. Level 3 Evacs, which by now just means stay out, are still along Coy Creek Road, Sky Ranch Road, parts of Euchre Creek. I'm going to say that's pronounced Euchre Creek. It's around 25 acres, but they've got 25% containment. 30 or so structures threatened. The Coos Forest Protective Association confirmed with Newswatch 12 that there are 3 fire agencies fighting it: the Coos FPA, Curry County Fire, and U.S. Forest Service. About 100 people assigned. No structures lost. Right now, crews are working to increase containment and are mopping up. Fire officials don't expect growth. Highway 101 from Outpost blah 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 have reopened. Cool. Okay, next. All right, looking back at the chat. Hey, Josh. Here's a video from Maui. Okay. From early, like when it's. Okay, is it non-copyright though? Let me check that out. JCat says I still see the sourdough fire in the Whatcom County, Washington. Okay, let's look at Washington, yeah, before we go to Maui, because people have asked. Washington's in red flag too, I believe. Now around Olympia, sort of, pretty deep southeast of it. Rochester Street fire. This is in the middle of a town. Rainier, Washington. 7-acre fire of 4 hours ago. This is not something I'd be too terribly worried about. Just looks like, knock on wood, guys. Just looks like the woods near railroad tracks and stuff. Let's see where wind direction is. Altopo. Olympia. Okay. Fire activity. I was hoping to eat more and just watch some videos. Okay. What is that one? This may not be the same one. Alright. The Mole Queen. Updated to 15 acres. Reported a day ago. Okay. Looks like it was where they harvested trees and or replanted. Logging road sort of a thing. I really wish they had a terrain layer here. Really wish. Really wish. Back at Caltopo. I haven't seen anything. Wait, that's way closer to Olympia. I haven't seen anything really about Washington that's left me worried. Back it up. Vegetation fire of 150 acres is in gray, like Smoke may be visible. This updated 21-ish hours ago. Yeah, it may have just been in the flatland here. Like harvested field kind of a deal. In which case, the acreage seems huge, but if it's flat, okay. Sourdough. Okay. 2 hours ago update. Now this one's close to the Canada border at Diablo. Oh, that's ominous. This is in Cascade Mountain Range, nearly the border with Canada. So, deep in the Mount Baker National Forest, northeast of Everett, southeast of Vancouver, Canada. It's almost 2,000 acres. 5% containment. Town of Diablo. I wonder how it got that name. 419 personnel, nine hand crews, 20 engines, 5 water tenders, 7 helicopters. It must look like hell from that town. Sourdough fire started with a lightning strike on July 29th near Diablo in steep and rugged terrain in the Ross Lake National Recreational Area, 7 miles northeast of New Halem. It's estimated at nearly 2,000 acres. State Route 20 remains closed between milepost 120 and New Halem and milepost 146 just east of East Creek Trailhead. Large rock and debris fell on portions of that closed road. Yesterday, firefighters conducted successful burnout operations. That would explain some of the acreage. Remember, I don't put the most importance on acreage and such. Sometimes that number is good if it gets bigger because it's a burnout operation, but nevertheless, it'll be part of the total. So they did successful burnout operations throughout the day and night on the southwest flank of the fire in an effort to control the rate at which it consumes fuels between the edge of the fire and the 2015 Goodall fire burn scar. Goodell, maybe. Fire crews in Seattle City Light, which I think is a power company. Field personnel work to mitigate the hazard trees along the roads. Mop-up operations continued from Diablo Dam Road from State Route 20 in the community of Diablo. Additionally, firefighters improved hose lays between Ross Dam, Oregon Cascades Environmental Learning Center. Helicopters are dropping water to keep the fire from spreading beyond Sourdough Creek drainage. Today, hot, dry, and unstable conditions will result in critical fire weather. All the way through Tuesday, red flag warning in effect from 11 a.m. today. Firefighters will monitor the results of yesterday's burnout ops along the southwest flank and above State Route 20. Crews are working to mop up a small slopover that crossed the road. Slopover is a significant concern, as it can create a new ignition point, especially if it runs up a hill. That's what helicopters are awesome for. So they can make a new ignition point, making the fire more difficult to control, blah, 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 blah. A handheld infrared camera will be used to locate any heat sources around structures in Diablo. A handheld infrared camera, man. So they only have one? Working with Seattle City Light, firefighters will improve power line corridor easements for use as fire breaks. Yeah, I hope that power company actually, trims their vegetation like they're supposed to. We don't know any power companies that neglect to do that, do we? Well, next few days, temps will reach mid-90s. Having fun with the soda stream. Sea Probe's having fun with it. Uh-oh, Smitty. Just looked at chat. Bedrock Fire Evacs to level 2 now? Oh, God. Okay, switching gears. We hope Diablo's okay. Let's go back to Oregon, where the scary camera stuff is going on. So, breaking news 14 minutes ago. Wildfire evacuation notice for Bedrock Fire near Fall Creek. Level 2. Peninsula Road east of Timber Creek. Big Fall Creek Road east of the intersection with Peninsula. The Red Cross is opening a shelter for people and small domestic pets at Lowell High School. Residents on level 2B set evacuation notice who need assistance with their large animals should call Lane County Animal Services 541-285-8227. Level 2 means you must prepare to leave at a moment's notice. This may be the only notice that you receive. Well, at least they say that these days, because you know what? When the S hits the fan, everybody loses power, communication. We saw what happened in Maui, right? Now remember, guys, level 2 is part of the 3-step system of Oregon. But if a couple things apply to you, you should always consider yourself one level above what the officials are saying. They're not drawing these maps with anything but a broad brush. If they looked at the details of the maps, they would say, oh, these neighborhoods specifically, or this house specifically, should be level 3. They don't have time for that. They just circle a map area. Now, what you want for evacuation options by vehicle are 3 roads that are paved, like fast-moving roads in 3 different directions. So here, I imagine, there's just kind of one direction, like east-west, because these are narrow mountain pass ravines, right? So you don't have that, probably. The other thing that you want to feel more vulnerable if you don't have that. Now, do you live on a dead-end road? Elevate yourself 1. Do you live on a dirt road? How long does it take you to get to a good, fast-moving paved road? If the answer is more than 5 minutes, 10 minutes, elevate yourself. Are you disabled? Do you have trouble getting around? Mobility? Do you have pets and children and stuff with you? Maybe consider yourself elevated 1 level above what everybody else says. Do you not have any shelter-in-place options near you, like swimming pools and ponds that you can walk to? Should you look out the window and see a wall of flames? Elevate yourself. Do you live on a mountaintop, ridgetop, hilltop, where flames could race up the side, burning stuff all the way? Like, unless you're on a rocky outcrop like a lookout tower, elevate yourself. So, thank you for bringing that to my attention in chat. Thank you. We aggregate and crowdsource information. But this is official, and we saw the level 1s go out where this is now level 2. We see a new level 1 to the west. This green one is new. They've spread it over most of Fall Creek Lake. So if I were in the town of Lowell, though, I'd consider myself level 1. The fire could easily go up this hill over the other side. So let's see, Eugene, Springfield, Pleasant Hill, Creswell nearby, Dexter. Yeah, Lowell, Dexter. I'd consider myself at level 1. It's a red flag weekend, guys. Now let's look at the cams. This death ball. Oh, it's getting smoked out. Oh, no, thank you. I'm still working on the burger that I forgot I had. Dang it. Wait, let me take a bite. What's actually looking at? The actual bedrock right now. Forget which cam. Somebody I could be lazy and just click on the cam. We do have a cam on the Bedrock, right? Is it Death Mountain? The one just east of Eugene, north of it. Okay. Let's look. Yeah, Dead Mountain is looking at salmon. University of Oregon 1. No, it's kind of looking a little bit too far south. Do we not have a camera? Look. Oh, here's one rotating. Crestview. This one's rotating. Buck Mountain. This one gets a lot of action. Let's just do a 15-minute, see if it gets to Wildfire in the frame. Look at that gigantic smoke blanket overcast thing. Well, that's the smoke. I mean, the Bedrock and the Lookout are cooking today. Now we can frame by frame. A little bit of a inversion layer thing or whatever too. Smog. Mostly wildfire smoke. My eyes are burning just looking at this. This is a bad when the sky starts turning dark like that. Yeah, since this is the old website and not the fancy new one, I can't even tell which direction it's looking at. I mean, I know the Creswell area is sort of, but oh wait, does it update when you click? Does it? Oh no, it's updating for its current location. Okay, but it's usually one click behind. Do we not have a cam at all then on the Bedrock? Or is it just too smoky to even see it? Yeah. Hey, good afternoon. November 6th. Golf Mike Lima. Hey, Urban. Okay, thank you guys for putting it, copying and pasting the evacuation info in the chat. JCat says Tara and Veers and Goes show heat on the south side of Gorge Lake. You got a link for us, JCat? Cheryl, how are you doing? How's Canada doing? JCat says my satellite image shows the sourdough fire is active on the southeast side, has jumped the river to the south. Yeah, you got links. I'm not sure which you're looking at. No copyrights, personal video. Okay, great. I'm sorry. Oh, hey, Brad P, by the way. I didn't mean to not see you. Okay. Josh linked us. Well, personal videos are copyrighted unless somebody specifies they are not. I'm seeing that on YouTube. Technically, you know, all works that you create with your phone and everything, the moment you create them, are your copyright unless you've released it. Let me check out the video. I mean, we can claim fair use for freeze framing it. Oh my God. What the hell? 1 second. I want to I just rewound. What did I just scroll past? I'm really hoping that was a dummy and not a body. What? There's no dead people in that video, is there, Josh? Oh, it's a tarp and shoes underneath it. Oh my God. Okay. Yeah, I could see that. It's this link. I'm watching right now off screen, trying to figure out if I can show this without like a massive copyright hit. I want to click on J Cat's Caltopa real quick, and we're going to look at Maui. I want to make sure that we're okay in Oregon here. I want to get eyes on the bedrock. Maybe there's traffic cams or something else. Well, they already said, J Cat, I don't know if you're listening to radio. And by the way, hey, where's my prop? I had your radio over here. Did you take it? Your radio. I was going to show it to the camera. C-Pro bought the radios you recommended. Get me the one with the floppy antenna. This thing's great. He's C-Pro's childlike delight when he plays with stuff like this. The look on his face is priceless. He goes, look at this floppy antenna, guys. Okay, sorry, J-Cat, you may have been listening to your radio thing, but what I read aloud about the slop over, that's when they try to hold a road, but fire gets past them. They had that occur, and I just read the update that it seems to be okay now. That antenna is not floppy.
This one doesn't poke you in your eye.
This one doesn't poke you in the eye? I know, but it's not fun either. It's just stiff. I like this one, floppy. This one's fun. Okay, you could take this. I don't need to. He goes, should I get a cool color like camo? I said, no. Make it as visible as possible, because once you set it down in the woods and then you forget it, and then you find it the next day and it's rained on it, that's when you feel stupid. And I never did that before. Okay. Yeah, Josh, yeah, there shouldn't be that. Pfft. What radio is it? It's a Baofeng, which is like the cheesy, cheap version of a Motorola. What is the make and model number of this Baofeng? C-Pro? Dual band. It's fancier than my blue one. They kept asking me that at the ODART thing, the Oregon Disaster Airlift Response Team exercise at the airport. They said, what kind of Baofeng do you have? And I said, I don't know, it's blue. So, what I was saying, J-Cat, is when I read out that Urban, I was a little bit quicker on the draw, off with their heads. So, what I was saying, sorry, J-Cat, I need more blood sugar, I need to finish my meal, is that they had a slop over. So, then they did firing ops. That may just be the result of their firing ops. We should continue to look at it. Is there a radio that we could listen to for this happening at Diablo? Because we really got to monitor what's going on in Oregon. It could get ugly fast. We're having changing evacuation levels, especially in the bedrock. I wonder if that'll happen for the lookout too. The Wiley has been one of the bright spots. I mean, the salmon fire's been a bright spot where they're just like trying to mop up, but that doesn't mean we're out of the woods. Like, don't ever turn your back on a fire when it's a red flag day, no matter how high the percentage of containment is supposed to be. Remember, the Bear/Claremont complex was like 78% contained, and it jumped and took out 2 towns, roared and jumped over the entire huge Lake Orville, took out Brushenberry Creek, and killed like a dozen people almost. And people decided to not evacuate because they saw, 78% containment? That jumped up a huge amount today. I bet they're getting it under control. In mountainous terrain, and you're looking down the barrel of the gun like you're down slope, and the winds come down the slope, and places like the Sierra, don't think that containment means anything until it's 100%. Not in the really difficult places to fight a fire. Okay, so Yeah, thanks guys for taking care of that. I found out that's one of the biggest troll questions out there. Uh, but nice try. Thanks for playing. C-Probe says is recommended by JCat by both the unwieldy 771 and the non-eye poking rubber duck antennas. Okay. The GM15 Bash Pro, yeah. I've not turned it on or used it. Oh, that was me, William. I decapitated that one. Sometimes I like a summary execution. You know, I mean, why get judges and the police involved? You know, then I could take care of it myself. Every once in a while, you just need to do an extrajudicial, you know, sort of a justice, especially in an emergency. You know, I declared martial law. Okay, so the Wiley has a level 2. They are prepared for hot, dry, and windy conditions. This is one by Sweet Home. But they're continuing to make solid progress. This was a 7-hour ago update at 9 in the morning. I was hoping we'd have another one around noon, but may not have something for quite some time. Resources are bolstering lines on the Wileyfire overnight, completely surrounding the fire with hose for wire access. Yes. Southern perimeter is now mopped in or extinguished from hot spots ranging in 60 to 100 feet in the fire's perimeter, creating a strong line for firefighters to hold during Sunday's day shift. It's rough today. Following an infrared flight last night, GPS mapping is placed at 241 acres, just slightly larger than the previous estimate. Today's focus will be on the weather, as a red flag warning is in effect due to critical fire conditions issued by the National Weather Service. Temperatures are predicted to hover around 100 degrees, that deep in the mountains, with north and northwesterly winds reaching 5 to 10 miles an hour in the afternoon, shifting to east winds in the evening. They're both hot and dry. Deserty stuff. Relative humidity is expected to drop to 20-ish% during the day and only reach 40 overnight, which sucks really bad. These weather conditions naturally increased fire behavior and activity and have been the focus of the team's strategic planning for several days now. Firefighters have been preparing for the potential for the Wiley Fire to become more active, with the western, southern, and eastern fire perimeters holding strong. They'll give resources a good line to defend should the activity increase. Due to this potential, the containment of the fire remains 15%. That's a good. You know, that means that the lines get tested today. I mean, there's black line and then there's black line with like capital B. Okay, this just whacked me in the head. I don't like this anymore. This attacked me. All right, you take this. I want the other one. Okay. So I like that. You know, declare your lines black, which is containment percentage, once they've been proven to be so. That's a good change from the things we saw, like with the Bear Fire. Don't give people a false sense of confidence right before a windstorm. Let the windstorm test it. Yeah, he tried to warn me that it was the eye poking version. He said, "Shut up. You're wrong, so shut up." I mean, you were right, so you gotta shut up. Okay. Closure order for Green Pier Reservoir remains in effect. Please respect closures. No campfires of any kind are allowed on Willamette National Forest. Yeah, don't be insane, people. Don't put a campfire anywhere today in the Pacific Northwest. Okay. So we don't have eyes on the bedrock. Let's go look at Death Ball again. We can at least look at the lookout. I swear to God, we were looking at the bedrock one day. Okay, stop. Okay, refresh then. I'm not fighting with you. Okay. All right, that's a lookout. Death Ball smoked in. That means the smoke drifted straight to the camera. Wish it would flip into infrared. That's not good. The smoke going directly towards the camera means the fire is going to try to climb over the ridge and get into the Mackenzie River Highway and river drainage. There's potentially a major battle going on right now, and I don't see how aircraft can really help. I mean, they might be on the other side of the smoke, but I don't see any red splashes. I don't see any helicopters. I would think that that's way too hazardous to fly in. And every once in a while, we see the eye in the sky going around, but I don't think crews should be in front of that right now. Oh, there's a bird. Did you see the bird? Wow. Okay. Saving that screenshot. Oh, I have to do it as a clip. What bird is this? Is that a raven? It's got a diamond tail. I think it's a big raven. Camera death ball. Save that. Okay. To a bird. Birds are lucky. 2023. Bird. Was this the lookout fire? I think it's a raven. The other ones with the big fan tails. It's got some white on it though, but that's not a vulture's tail for sure. Some ravens are motley, but you know, it could just be smoke kind of in front of the feathers. Birds love this stuff. They're like, oh boy, not only is there dinner everywhere, but it's cooked for me. I like well done. Poor little lizards and stuff that can't get out of the way. Ah, I think it's a raven. Raven, like crows have a flat tail. Wait a second. Or is it crows that have the diamond tail? I always forget. Yeah, I thought the ravens had the diamond tail and crows had the flat. Yeah. Yeah. I was right. So if you look at crow in flight, yeah. Wait. Oh God. General Google searches are so inaccurate that. Yeah, it's just mostly flat. The crow is mostly flat. Yeah. So I read crow versus raven. Side by side. Remember, I'm sick, guys. Yeah. The raven's got the diamond shaped tail. Like that. Plus, they're big. They're big. People don't realize they are big. Like, big. Like a big hawk, you know. Okay. All right. Anyway, I'm an augury. I have to know these things. Oopsie. I have to resize the window. Got too many tabs. All right, back to Death Ball Mountain. There's a raven on the Death Ball Mountain cam. Some will consider that an ominous thing. I consider it good luck. Okay. However, smoke is going towards the camera, so we need to constantly look at this and make sure the evacuations don't change. No matter what they are saying, I would be very concerned. Now, this is looking at this from the north and west. Oh, I would be very concerned if I was in the McKenzie River drainage right now, or at the town of McKenzie. Uh, uh, some dark smoke and a lot of it. Don't like it. There's another thing from Ren and Stimpy. No, sir, I don't like it. Okay. 6-hour time lapse. Don't know why it's zoomed. Weird choice. Excuse me, I have to eat my chicken sandwich. Ah. All right. Brad P says, yes, the pictures make it look worse than it is. I think that looks pretty bad. Um, it looks, the color, the dominant color of the smoke is getting pretty damn dark. Now, oftentimes it's living trees going up. Remember, smoke is a product of incomplete combustion. The drier, and depending what fuel it is, of course, the drier the fuel, the cleaner it burns. The whiter and less visible the smoke is because there's less of it. Smoke is the unburned stuff that gets thrown up into the air. Smoke is dense enough, it does ignite. It is stuff in the air. Like, it's really, really bad for you. And so the more like green, you ever scraped up pine needles and some of them just fell off the tree, and you burned green wood that you just chopped for a campfire, and how bad that is? It smokes. Produces a lot of it. Yeah. So I'm looking at the wind too. Let's look at the top of the screen. Wind shifting around a little bit. Ugh. And did you see that swirl? That's eerie. Look at the swirl at the top. Cyclonic and action, right? It's trying. Okay, when tremendous amounts of heat go up, I wanted to film myself doing this. Maybe I could just get a good visual aid. I hope I don't get a copyright hit here. But 2-liter bottle. What do you call that? If you have a 2-liter bottle of anything and you try to dump it all out in a sink, it goes ka-tunk, 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 ka-tunk. It doesn't come out very fast, right? If you start to swirl it, if you just swirl it around and you get a good whirlpool going on inside of it, it drains quickly. It moves quickly. So if you think about heat, it's like the opposite of water spinning around a drain. When I'll put it this way, it's just like water. Okay, if water needs to go somewhere very fast to a hole, like if it's high pressure, it will form naturally that swirling. It's rotating, right? It has to. If water moves that fast, it has to. If heat rises and there's more and more and more and more heat, and it has to go up faster and faster and faster, it will form a spinning cyclonic action vortex. That's what I'm talking about. Vortex. Drain. Maybe somebody's just going to demonstrate this. The fastest way to empty a bottle. Okay. See how it just chugs if it's just upside down. I'm sure they'll swirl it and show you how to do it. So when you see that weird spinny thing at the top with the smoke, that means there's so much heat that it can't go up the old-fashioned way. It can't go up the inefficient way, the straight-up way. Yeah, see that? You just spun it a little bit. So it's physics. That shape will take, that form will take that shape. Oh, that's crazy. I didn't know the straw did that. You can't fast forward shorts. I hate shorts for that reason. I like to bookmark things. You can't. Ah. Okay, watch him spin it though. Yep, just swish it. Boom, look at that little tornado in a bottle right there. So just think about heat doing that on its way to the top. So the more heat there is, the more that's going to start that swirl. It'll form that pattern. This is like on the way to a pyrocumulus cloud. It's trying. And the thing is that once that vortex takes shape, it's a self-feeding kind of a loop. Once heat is rising up in the atmosphere in that more efficient manner, then just like the water drains faster, the air rises faster, and so there's a bigger suction from air everywhere else at the bottom of the fire in from different ridges and valleys and stuff that goes up to replace the air that was lost rising. So the more suction it is, the more new air, the hotter the fire. The hotter the fire, the more heat, the more it sucks. The more it even makes the fire even hotter. It's making its own wind and stuff. So that's why this is concerning. The color of the smoke is also pretty bad. It's some living trees are going up. Some wet fuels. And I don't think it's from last night's dew or whatever, it's yeah. This has got to be a kind of a terrifying looming smoke over the landscape. You look at the map and see where it's going to be going, and then we're going to look at what Earth. What do you call that? Something Earth. What's that satellite? Sorry, guys, I'm still sick. Oh yeah, this is the death rays we're going to look at later with the Maui thing, but Command and Conquer game. Zoom Earth. I bet Eugene is just going to get smoked out. That tropical storm forecast. I don't need that stuff. Wind. There we go, wind. Okay. We got our wind going. Yeah. Poor Eugene. Lebanon sweet home. See how you have the competing winds kind of colliding with them over the mountains right now. That's just weird. Oh, that can make us swirl just by the wind itself in the upper atmosphere can start swirling because there's two different wind sources meeting. So just think of it like a whirlpool starting because of two rivers meeting with high flow into one lake. This could be incredibly nasty. Okay. August 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th. Today. So it's noon, 1:30, 2, 3, 4. So the hottest hour of the day is probably going to be around 6 p.m. Hold on to your butts. Hold on to your butts. Fire goes where the wind blows, so okay. Let's watch this one more time. Take a bite here. Do another cam time lapse. Every 5 minutes or so, I'd like to do a new time lapse to see what's cooking. Hey, Polar. Stargazer 2020 says Portland's 20% humidity right now. Yeah, I can feel it. I'm itching. Smitty says, I think that's a hawk, maybe. It's Superman. I love your holy. I love your name, even though I can't say it out loud on stream. Okay. Yeah, swirly versus glug glug. Exactly. All right. Yeah, Fire Whirl on Wikipedia. Do they have a good graphic for us? Yeah. So whirls are like dust devils, but there's fire in them. Most dust devils are and whirls are happening all the time around us. We can't see them. It's just wind. Only when dirt gets sucked up and we see them as dust devils, dirt devils. And when, well, something's on fire, do we see them as little fire devils? Although they're trying to call them whirls. Okay, whatever. It's about updrafts, blah, 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 blah. They can form within the plume of volcanic eruption. Any time heat is rising fast, it will naturally twist. It's just a thing. And we don't have to understand it more than that. You don't have to be a meteorologist or whatever. If you want to check out the physics of that, be my guest. The only thing we have to know about our terminology being correct and understanding the behavior, dust devils and whirls can move. The vortex is this shape, the twisting triangular shape, tornadic looking shape, right? Vortex. Now, devils and whirls can move. Whirls can be tiny, they can be this big, a couple inches tall. Whirls can also be really tall, couple 100 feet. They're not tornadoes because tornado needs to have wind speed of at least, 75-ish miles an hour. That would be like an F1. And the other thing about a tornado is they move. Fire tornadoes exist. Remember how tornadoes form are cold air that's dry from Canada meets the warm, moist air from, say, Gulf of Mexico. You got the clash of the temperatures and the moist and the dry. And they're coming from different directions. They start moving around. The hotter the ground is, like if they had a sunny day, then that is a predictor of tornadoes. Just watching the tornado chaser, guys. Okay, I'm getting hot, even in the blanket, which means I gotta turn up AC. And hang on a sec, friend. I'll get the remote control going. Okay. Finally getting hot under the blanket. That means the AC is not catching up. It's 97 degrees, Portland right now. Okay, so anyway, the point is, fire tornadoes are different than fire whirls. A fire whirl is a stationary whirl, mostly stationary. Excuse me, a vortex is stationary. I gotta get my head together. Vortex may have, excuse me, a fire vortex where flames are going up into the sky. They can be like 3,000 feet tall, 6,000 feet tall. They are the center of those pyrocumulus clouds. So even though they may have tornadic speed winds, 75 miles an hour plus, they're called a vortex if they're not moving. A lot of times they ain't moving. Otherwise, God, they take out cities, not just towns, right? Now, a fire tornado that's actually moving is pretty rare, but they exist. And the Carr fire, CARR, they were verified. Paradise had a couple, I believe, and that's why power lines were twisted like spaghetti, like the high tension lines were thrown to the ground and crumpled up like a giant hand, crushed them. Conspiracy theorists went nuts with that, but it's the same thing that a tornado does. They leave a really tight path of destruction, and anything right outside their little area is completely untouched. So they can and do spawn, and you may not be able to see them, and the smoke is terrifying, but they can just obliterate your house like a regular tornado. Thankfully, they're rare. Usually, when you get a pyrocumulus or something started, They're really big mushroom clouds. Let's do another 15-minute time lapse. We're looking at the lookout fire. Excuse me. The bedrock must be looking similar. Eugene cameras are smoked out though. There's a 15-minute time lapse. It's trying to form a pyrocumulus cloud. So if you see it swirl and swirl and swirl, then that would mean that there's enough tremendous heat coming up from the bottom to make it twist. That would suck in fresh air from the bottom, make it burn brighter, make a feedback loop until when it was formed potentially. All it needs is enough fuel to make enough heat. And with the dark color of that smoke and what polar vortex is saying, that looks like a lot of fuel being eaten up. Yeah, if it has higher wind speed, it's got potential to just blow up. So while even the tiniest thing from a giant tornado to a huge pyrocumulus vortex, they're called vortexes, they are the shape. Even the tiniest dust devil vortexes, they're the shape. The whirls they can be tornado sized almost, but not that wind speed. Right? If it's moving and the wind speed is going, the whirl gets upgraded to a tornado. They say even the tiny ones on the ground, the little 6-inch fire whirls on the ground, now they are training crews to just pull up, get out. When you see a lot of those, it's one of the best indicators that the situation is extremely unstable and the potential for a fire tornado exists. That potential, like for the Janesville incident, exists, which is quite a long time ago. I think it was the late 80s, early 90s. Janesville, same place where the Dixie Fire attacked later. One of the hardest places to fight fires on Earth. Lassen County on the border of Plymouth County. That's where the Sierra Nevada kind of ends. Like you're not climbing the mountains anymore. You're just in the high desert, almost to Nevada. Well, the winds of the valley are pushed up over the hill and then they plunge down it. And sometimes they start to rotate and swirl off the other side. And little fire whirls were showing up that day, and then a fire tornado showed up and it overran a fire crew. It hit the fire truck and sucked out men, I think almost from the windows, and tossed them like rag dolls, and they were severely injured. I don't know if any died, I can't remember right now, but it was a crazy event. It was caught on videotape, so it became studied. I mean, stories like that had existed, but they weren't really believed until the Janesville, VCR, old style handycam footage. And in the car fire, see, most fire tornadoes don't have a living witness to leave behind, right? In the car fire, unfortunately, just, what was that, 2018 or so? Shasta area. That's when a grandfather tried to go home to rescue his wife and granddaughter, and he saw a fire tornado take out his house and kill them before his eyes. So a living witness finally described that, and they went and saw the tornado's path of destruction and measured it like they do in the Oklahoma, in Tornado Alley. So thanks for refreshing the evacuation info, Smitty. We'll keep watching. This is the best eyes we have right now. Looks like Eugene's getting smoked out really bad. This smoke will probably drift up towards Portland right now. There's a north wind pushing it down. I see a little bit of a breeze out the window. Nothing concerning in the Portland area right now. That is in my neck of the woods anyway. Okay. So, no talking about the Williams fire. Where's that? Oh, that's right. You said no to me. We were talking about the Williams fire. Yeah, because you said that doesn't look so bad. I'm like, that looks bad. But you guys are talking about the Williams fire. Okay. I understand. Okay, so this guys, especially if you're plugged into help keep us abreast on what's going on with the National Forest, especially anybody who signed up for emergency alerts there. I mean, they're talking about Wileyfire mop-up and all that kind of stuff, but look, it's in the same kind of wind tunnel area here. I'm concerned for all 4 of these, but the lookout the most. Bedrock has got upgraded evacuations. Since we're blind to the bedrock, except for satellite, I'm pretty concerned. So let's go back one day, and the bedrock is right here. All right, we're in the 12th at 9 p.m. overnight. So let's watch the smoke here from the bedrock. I'm on smoke mode, right? I didn't change it. So this is 6 a.m., 7 a.m. this morning. Yeah, okay. And what we were looking at that time lapse is the lookout, which is just taking off like a dang rocket. But you see that last frame, the bedrock produced quite a bit too. Now, considering that the bedrock is larger, but the lookout is producing more smoke than it is, just eyeballing that, something is terribly wrong with the lookout. Now the wind changed at the very end. The wind should be blowing the smoke towards the east, excuse me, west-southwest. Yeah, the very end of the frame. That's when it drifts to the camera and smokes out the death ball. This is in Oregon, in Eugene. Yeah, looking smoky as hell. This one's looking back towards the east. Theoretically, right now, you can see the smoke, but just in a big generalized way. Buck Mountain. It's a long distance view. That is eerie, the way that the sky is darkened, except for that strip of light on the horizon. 2020 flashbacks. Death ball is completely smoked out, but let's do a 15-minute time lapse anyway. You can sort of see a ridgeline. Majority of the smoke headed towards death ball cameras away, though. Death ball? Who names this stuff? Randy Boucher says, I don't know. Who's he? No, I'm not ashamed of what I do. I'm very damn proud. And when I get emails that say, I think you saved my family's life because you gave us the information we needed to make the right decision, I feel not only extremely proud of that, but scared that sometimes I'm the only person providing that information. And I stopped my life, that I streamed for 96 days in a row with 8 days off total in 2021. It's all there in my archives. If you think that I can do that, pull an average of 16 to 18-hour shifts during 96 days, from July to October, for free, you're out of your mind. Of course I need donations. I don't monetize this. This is a disaster. Fires are a disaster. They shouldn't be brought to you by some freaking advertisement. But you think I can just do this for free? That I can just take the entire summer off and then much of the winter too, when California's Santa Ana season is happening, and just make no money? Okay, what kind of fantasy land do you live in? In 2020, I didn't accept any donations, and it went on for 2 months. I realized I lost 2 months of income for an entire year. It hurt really bad. I am ashamed asking for any money at all. But I cannot do this for free. I will get evicted. You expect this to be for free? Are you insane? Firefighters don't work for free. Volunteer ones do, and God bless them. But it's mostly because they know their own community is going to burn down if they don't work for free. That's a problem, not something to be satisfied with. You should be ashamed. Well, maybe I am already. Does that make you feel good? I'm ashamed that I'm not the superhero that I would like to be. That my health does fail, and it fails when people need me sometimes. But no, I don't use my health to get donations. I have my own health insurance. That's all paid for by health insurance. But rent is due. I have subscriptions for this. First of all, I had to drop $2,000 into my computer so I could do this. I'm streaming over in 1080p, but we're ready to do in 4K actually. I bought a $350 microphone, a $350 amplifier. This headset I'm wearing on my head was $250. Every single month, I've got subscriptions to Flight Radar 24, Broadcastify. I have to have fiber optic internet. I had to spend $350 on battery backup so that even though I lose power during these storms, I still have about 20 to 30 minutes to keep going. Can I have a day job and do this at the same time? Hell no. I would like somebody else to do this. If you'd like to do it, then go ahead. But guess what? There's a reason nobody else does this. You have to have a special set of skills. You have to have video production skills. You have to, go into college debt to get those in general. You have to have no life. You have to be willing to sacrifice. I have friends on their deathbed right now that I'm not by their side. I was covering and filming fires last summer instead of seeing my brother on his deathbed. Like that, how fucking dare you? Excuse me. I would love to have a partner or have a team situation here where somebody else does this. I'd love it if somebody more qualified than me does this. Nobody's doing it. So here I am. If you don't like it, there's a door. But I feel pretty bad. Some people just don't like me for some reason. But if they need me and they blocked me, even though people don't like me, I still want to help them. I don't think anybody should burn alive like my friend did. Like my brother nearly did. Like too many people do. You know what happened in Maui the other day? Biggest loss of life in a wildfire since paradise. I do it because I can't stand that. I can't stand that the media just mentions this every so often in the middle of their and gunshot news today. Oh, and right next to politics BS today, they'll just casually mention some of the worst things ever happening to the United States. During the 2020 fires, I went live on Red Monday at Labor Day so I could see the smoke out my window. I turned on the news trying to get information, and it wasn't to be found. When there are snow days and there's snow cancellations, usually there's a little ticker at the bottom of the screen as Matt Locke comes on and Perry Mason. And they didn't even do that for wildfire evacuations. Nobody had any idea where to go or what to do. The media isn't doing it. Government's not doing it. They switch off their helplines at like 6 or 9 p.m. But the fire crested over Janesville at 9 p.m. every night. I really don't know what the hell you want from me. Be superhuman. Be on all the time. Do it for free. I don't like money. I don't like that about the world we live in. But try living without it. It's the rest of society that makes me have to have it. Wow. I realized somebody could just walk in and try to be a troll to get my goat or something. But I think that especially for the new people, they have to understand why I do this. That's why I beg people for money. I want to keep doing this because I want to retire the most thing. I hate fire. I don't like looking at it. I don't like thinking about it. I'm one of the fire traumatized people. Having my brother being a missing person in Paradise, waking up to news that my neighbor, family friend didn't make it. He taught me how to ride motorcycles when I was a kid, and what happened to him, and his 911 calls, his goodbye calls, and his son getting on Facebook explaining it. The last call, we're gonna try to defend the house with a fire hose. Our car is on fire in the driveway, and we can't open the garage to get the motorcycles out because the fire in the driveway is blocking us, and the roof is on fire, and so we have no choice. We're gonna try to fire hose defense, and then losing contact, and then finding out they didn't make it. I can't tell you how that affected me. Finding out it was a damn power company that year, then a damn power company the next year too. Same general area, burned down to one of the towns I grew up in. Like, killed people I knew. Maybe not very close, but I'm sure Paradise was not a big town. I'm sure I bumped into people at the grocery store that died. Terrifies me a lot. Sometimes I'm the only thing that people have. But yeah, I'd rather beg for money than say this is brought to you by HelloFresh. There's no place for advertisement here. And I'm not going to say, guys, I'm not going to be here today and not tell you why, because I'm going to look like an a-hole. Okay, if I'm rolling around in pain, because I really do have poor health. I nearly died during the winter. I'm going to say that because when I used to hide it, I just looked like a jerk. I just didn't show up to things, birthdays and whatever, and I just looked like a jerk. I just was terrified people would discriminate against me if they knew just how fragile I was. I wouldn't get hired. I wouldn't get the volunteer position. I wouldn't this or that. I'd be an object of pity instead of something that somebody looks to for strength. I have good ideas. I cannot physically. Well, okay, twice I have physically rescued somebody from a fire, but she was a fragile old lady. Okay, I cannot physically rescue, like, say, a grown man from a fire, but I can help out this way. I can be a hero helper. That's not good enough for somebody. I don't give a damn. I'm sorry. But I do want to tell people why I do this and remind people. Now, the tornado guys, they make like 10 grand an hour. Like, if you watch the really popular YouTube shows, I didn't even know people did it for tornadoes until I stumbled across it. I didn't see anybody doing anything. I just hit the button and went live. I didn't know that anybody else covered disasters 24/7 like this and tried to guide people through them by connecting them with the information they need volunteers in chat, protecting them with the governments like to smatter their information all over the place. Twitter here, county websites there, state websites here, federal websites there, Facebook here, Twitter there. Like, I had to upgrade my computer because it began faltering because I have to keep around 78 tabs open. Have you noticed this up here? This is just one of my windows. I got 4 others. So I can't do this now with the computer I had in 2020. It showed me the limitations. And I could be making good money making documentaries and stupid little short videos. You know what? I could be making more money like demonstrating makeup on YouTube. You know, some of those people make enough money to buy a damn house. So how dare you come in, anybody, and say I shouldn't get money for what I do, but football players should make millions? Seriously? You wouldn't say that to a linebacker. You'd get your ass beat down into the ground like you deserve for being an uppity little jerk. But a disabled woman streaming. You know, I got my arm crushed in an industrial accident. I didn't ask for that. Then they come out of the woodwork because they're big men, you know. You should be ashamed of yourself. Getting donations because of your health. Nobody's donating to my health. I don't need any medical care. Donations. I need food. I need to pay my bills. I need to keep doing this. It ain't free for me. I think people who help others should get paid the most, honestly. But it ain't like that. The real heroes out there, the firefighters using a rake in this sweltering temperature, risking their lives. There's firefighters on the other side of this mountain right now. They're the heroes. If we can help in one small way, such as get a town evacuated before they have to go door to door, in fact, that's actually helping in a big way. We'll try. I'm not going to lie about why I'm absent, because I was just like oh, it's red flag weekend. I said I'd be here, but I ain't. Truth is the best policy. Honesty is. If I get discriminated against anymore, I don't care. I really don't. Sorry. But I'm not sorry. I am ashamed, but I'm also very damn proud. I'm mostly ashamed for the government falling apart and failing the people. I really would hope that we'd survive, that the United States would survive. One way that you can gauge a civilization's strength is, can they respond to emergencies? Looking everything from the Roman Empire to a failed state, and when the answer starts to become no, like these are the worst things that affect a country, these big disasters, and if the answer starts becoming no over time, you know we're in trouble. I'd love to retire, but I don't know any actual retired firefighters who have the time to do this. I don't know any that have the luxury of, you know, fiber optic type internet to have this kind of reliable of a connection. I don't know of any that can just fix their own computer on the fly when it fails, or build their own. I custom built this computer by myself to serve you guys with that donation money. I'm learning to be a ham radio operator. That's my next thing. I would love to learn sign language and do that. That would be cool. Firestream, I'd love to know Spanish too, but one little thing at a time. But I would like nothing more than to actually do what I want to do, which is be with my family and friends. You know, Twitch gamers right now make millions. Like being goofy and being stupid. What was that guy PewDiePie? You know he's a millionaire. He just plays games every damn day. I'd love to be doing that. That'd be awesome. But not when my community needs me. I had that imposter syndrome thing, like, and I even got talked down to. A lot of just jerks out there, like, you're not qualified to do this. And so the first firefighter to take me under his wing, Cogito ergo sum, I'll never forget his his snort of derision at that. I'm like, Cogito, should I be doing this? I stuck with the easy stuff, giving people their evacuation warnings. Let's look at El Topo and see if we got new stuff going on. I don't like that we don't have direct eyes on the bedrock. Oops, what did I click? Okay. I think we raised at least $30 to $35,000 for fire victims. Based on the feedback I got from people, I mean, I just used the general links for like the Dixie Fire and the Caldor, but from the general feedback, the amount of donations that people were making, I think through my channel we raised about 30 grand for fire victims in 2021. So I really don't understand anybody's problem with me asking people to help upgrade my gear and pay the rent, pay the bills. Let's see here. Just goes. All right, Bedrock. That ridge is lit up. Ridges have winds that race across tops of them. I know a lot of people are trolls trying to get my goat. This isn't really upsetting to me. I like explaining why I do what I do. I don't like people wondering. It's an uncomfortable topic. But I hate fire. I have since my parents unfortunately let me watch Backdraft as like a child. I was like 5. That was bad. I think one of the funny conversations my parents keep reminding me of is I said, why don't we ban open flame when I was like 5? I said, we have electricity now, Mom. Dad, we don't have to roast marshmallows. We have microwaves. We should just ban fire. I saw my sister fall into a campfire and get her hand melted. It was cool and dark ash, and I didn't know that she was in trouble until the radio she was holding, cassette player, Fisher Price one, my Fisher Price radio, melted. And I saw her hand deep in the ash with her eyes white as saucer, that I realized her hand is on fire and nobody can see it. She was like 3 years old. I hate it. I don't like looking at it. I don't want to hear about it. What can we do if not be there for each other? Somebody else, please get years of video production experience and years of computer building experience and have no life and sit at home all day just looking at the thing you hate and take over for me, please. But when I first got, sorry, didn't finish my sentence. I thought there. When I first started doing this, I just hit live because I was like, damn it. I did not go live during the Oroville Dam spillway crisis because I felt intimidated, like I wasn't an engineer. How could I help the public? I could have helped by debunking the BS that was going around. You know, a whole bunch of channels say stuff like, oh, the dam is collapsing, and they just don't know what you to know. They want to keep you calm, but that dam is collapsing. That would have killed millions. That would have like taken out Sacramento. And this false info, these jerks were just saying that stuff for clicks and to make money, scaring people. And I got so mad at that, but I was too timid to go live. But 2020, I made it my business ever since my friend died in the 2017 Cascade Fire to learn everything I could about fire, especially survival, prevention. And just tell the experts, get this info from the experts and tell the people what the experts say. Just pass it along. I have communication skills. I'm on TV all over the world. This is really weird, but I've had more than a million views. Oh, great. It feels really weird. But I'm so glad I did it, and I didn't listen to the idiots who are jealous or whatever the hell they are. Mad at me for some reason. Cogito said, Cogito, who's the firefighter who took me under his wing, I said, when I had an average of 16 viewers, I said, should I be doing this? What if I say something wrong? He goes, you're learning fast from real firefighters and real experts. When you don't know something, you admit it. When you're wrong, you find out and correct it. And by the way, we're going to be here every step of the way to make sure that you get a good education from people who are experienced. We will be with you. And I realized we can just make a team. And so I said, okay, number one rule about that is, though, if I do say something wrong and correct me. This is too much of a serious topic to have ego or whatever get in the way, defensiveness. I try to make corrections the moment I'm alerted to misspeaking or, well, getting something wrong. But the nice thing is fire behavior is not rocket science. And history, well, unfortunately, just has a bunch of events that repeat themselves. They're basically the same event, same situations, different time, different place, but same reasons. You don't have to be an expert to understand how to survive. You can understand the basics of what's probably going to happen. You have to reassure people, though. Gotta be real with them. You've got to tell them the best, worst, and middle ground scenarios and let people decide for themselves. Ultimately, when it's your life, it's in your own hands. That's one big thing I criticize the officials about. Keeping people in the dark does not keep people calm. This is the age of the internet and the rumor mill that flies faster than the speed of light. Literally. Fiber optic is fast. And I don't think people should be getting all their info from Twitter. In fact, weren't we going to do something fun? Weren't we going to debunk some of those crazy things going around on Twitter? Yeah. Hey, Dusty, welcome back. Anyone have a link for the Firecam homepage? Oh, yeah. Sorry. You mean like this new one here? alertcalifornia.org. It's the bee's knees. Now, it doesn't seem to apply to Oregon, unfortunately. We're like partying like it's 1999 in this Frames webpage, but, you know. How are you doing, Dusty? Vanessa says, I finally got a new phone, so my battery will last more than 3 hours on a single charge. Yes. Okay. Yeah, Fire has a way of unbanning itself, right? I was 5 or something, or 4. Hey. Yeah, plus, donations not mandatory. Like, there's plenty of channels on YouTube where you have to be a Patreon person and there's a paywall, you know, to view the content. Like this such and such video is Patreon only. I don't ever want to be like that. Everybody's got the right to this info. Even if I think you're a deplorable, disgusting human being, troll type, I still don't think you should die. So I may restrict your ability to speak in the chat. That is a privilege and not a right. I'm never going to restrict anybody's right to this information, to life-saving information in a disaster. It's no time for BS. That's when everybody, liking each other or not, has to come together. So even my enemies, go ahead and watch, and I'll help you any way I can. I still don't like you, but I'll still help you. This is not joking around. But damned if I'm going to let you be a jerk in chat or ruin our supportive environment, disturb people, fire traumatized people. Oh, Dire Mountain. Fire traumatized people don't need this crap. Unnecessary drama. Okay, now speaking of fire tornadoes earlier, Dire Mountain. This was the magic camera during the Dixie Fire, where we did see fire tornadoes go up over this ridge. They had set up a special camera. This is in Plumas County, by the way. They had set up special infrared cameras that were colored. Remember the purple ones and the orange ones? And we saw the vortexes that were about, from this camera, that were about 3,500 to 6,000 feet tall. It's hard to tell, but the vortexes center of the pyrocumulus clouds were taller than 3,000 foot mountains in the background. And then, to everybody's surprise, we saw, after the day Greenville was destroyed, which is over here to the right, we saw over this, I think, if this is looking correct way, it may not be. Little fire tornadoes marched over the ridge. Now, I don't know if they had 75-mile-an-hour wind gusts, but they really could have been. People have to verify that with measuring instruments and stuff. I don't know if that was ever done, but either they were fast moving on the cusp of fire tornado fire devils or true fire tornadoes going up over the ridge. Now, if you want to look at those, you can just type in fire tornado into my archive and you'll probably pull up some of those vids. I'm sorry, they tend to be 12 hours long. Many of those days, I would pull 12-hour shifts. It's the Dixie Fires Aftermath stuff. Where did Plumas National Forest go? Thanks a lot, PG&E. This image and the fire devastation brought to you by PG&E. My friend's death brought to you by PG&E. What was I saying earlier? Yeah, this is. I hope you got the. This is the bee's knees. I am so happy with the upgrade to this website. Now, not only can you say click, but let cam. You can click on a thing and now you can zoom. Even after you've done a time lapse, you can zoom. That's so miles above the other alert wildfire site that's still in the dark age. This one, like remember when we had the bird, I couldn't zoom. Got used to it though on the other one. But imposter syndrome is when you feel like you're not qualified, but you actually are. I'm not qualified to instruct anybody on, say, how to extinguish a house fire, because I don't know how. I'm not qualified to tell people how to extinguish a wildland fire because I don't know how. Never done it. Besides, I expect I would have to have at least 10 years of experience before I could get knowledgeable on that subject. I just tell you how to survive. I am qualified to tell you how to do that. How to defend your home, how to look for shelters in place. I get out maps where people die. I go there and I look for safe shelters. I find them and I teach the lesson. I think if the dead could look down on us, maybe they would be approving of that so that their death doesn't go entirely in vain. How people made it and how people did it is extremely valuable info, and that's one of the hardest things that I do, but I'm determined to do it. You're just not going to find much of that in journalism or the media. Every once in a while you do, but I'm sorry, we're on our own until the day comes where governments do what I do, which is 24/7 coverage during crisis. One-stop shopping for all the information. That nobody needs me. They could just get all their information from one spot till that day comes. Here I am. But I can't do this alone. We're the team. I wanted to make it Captain's World of Wildfire Tracking Team, but I ran out of words. I literally cannot do this alone. So it's you guys. I have you to thank. So JCat says a tornado starts in the cloud and with wind shear and updraft will cause the spin. Some people, though, say a lot of what a tornado forming does comes from the heat off the ground. I didn't quite understand that, but those are actual meteorologists who are the storm chasers. So whenever you see a hot, sunny day in the south, like before these big thunderstorms that roll by, they start going, "Oh God, oh God." And I thought, what's the matter? Isn't it great that there's no clouds in the sky? Nope. The ground getting hot is bad. It's going to be a bad tornado day. You don't want it. Man, the meteorologists, and sometimes they come in here and give advice in the chat. That is a seriously complicated field to study. There's a lot that goes into that, and it's totally fascinating. I don't like this, guys. I keep playing it. But look how it's trying to form that pyrocumulus. That is like a big, doesn't that remind you of a train? The way it's kind of rotating around. We might get one formed today. It's trying. Yeah, C-Probe? Yeah, I do. Okay. Be right back, friends. Time for a little break. Now, let me put on something to watch. In fact, I'll just let this time lapse itself. It should update every 30 seconds to 1 minute. Be right back, friends. Okay, friends. Refreshment. Let's see. Should I get a new drink? I think so. Now, what we're seeing on the camera here is the lookout fire, and it's still looking pretty goddamn bad. Most ironic of names, I'm pretty sure Lookout Mountain is because there must have been a fire lookout there. But I do appreciate the pats on the head and the support, but don't worry, I am not hurt by anybody who makes a comment like that. It's par for the course. It just comes with the territory. I used to be a lot more fragile in my youth, where I interpreted something like that as an actual attack on me. I don't anymore. I mean, sure, in a literal sense, that's what it is. But they're not actually mad at me. Like, if you read between the lines, the person is mad at what he thinks my motivation is. So he's imagining my motivation. It's a very bad thing to do. Most philosophers and Buddhist monks and wise people in general will say, don't do that. It's part of endless conflict, misunderstanding somebody else because you imagine their motivation. Instead, just ask them what their damn motivation is. When you assume what's in somebody else's head, you're almost never going to be right. Now, if you really want to hate somebody, you will imagine a nefarious, evil motivation. And there's all kinds of psychological things going on there. Like, for example, if you represent something. So if somebody, say, hates, I don't know, pick something. Cattle ranchers or something like that. I don't know. In general, like the idea. And so somebody comes up and says, I worked on a ranch once, like pounce on them. Oh my God, you kept cows in slavery and you're a cruel individual and you whatever. Kind of arguments. They have no idea who that person is, but they're already assigning motivation, assigning whether or not that person's a good or bad person, whether or not they're cruel or not. Very little information. They just hate. They just make that person represent something, and they represent something they hate. And when people know barely anything about you, and yet there's like this big outpouring of emotions and hate, there's just something wrong with them. They're going through something. They are not processing something. They have pent up emotions, and the moment that somebody shows up who can't sock them in the mouth for their insolence or their aggression, like actually fight back, that's the kind of person they'll unleash it on. So when you understand the thinking errors, the logical errors, the emotional things, the trauma that people can experience and just not process it very well, can come out in outbursts, and you just represent whatever that person is opposing, right? Then why take that personally, right? So don't worry. I'm not actually feeling any kind of discomfort except the mild, oh great, sort of thing. The more you learn about, I don't want to say psychology, like I'm more of a Jungian than a Freudian, that's for damn sure. But the way people work, as a director, you have to know these things. The less it bothers you just to know how screwed up others are. Now, what would hurt me is like a lifelong friend or something who actually knows me attacking me. Betrayal. Oh, that's a stab. But like strangers? This is the internet. Just statistically, there's going to be a percentage of people who are completely crazy in your audience in a good way for you, like, which is kind of bad, like if they obsess over you. And crazy who obsess over you in a bad way. A certain percentage are completely bat beep crazy. A certain percentage are, just check all the dots. The larger your audience is, and the more people you reach, the more complicated it gets. But the nice thing about it is, well, at least you're reaching a lot of people. So don't worry, I'm not crushed or anything. Now, getting back to the task at hand here, I'm so still worried about this. Dusty Smokes, what is your opinion on it? I'd like to know. Yeah, Big Dog says there's 12 mountains in Oregon called Lookout Mountain. But you know what? We could solve this mystery really quick, and we could see if Lookout Fire and Lookout Mountain once had a lookout on it. Usually you just flip into the Caltopo's historical maps, and you just click on over to... I mean, sometimes, well, the Forest Service has it. Lookout Mountain. Aha. You see that little triangle? Is that the geodetic survey marker triangle? They usually have those in buildings. There are these little spots where surveyors go. And so it looks like a round circle, and you can collect these. Like, I sometimes go to historical sites. Some of them get lost to time, but they may be in a rock. Sometimes they're in a stump. They look like a round, palm-sized thing, and it'll have some marks on it, and that's where they're supposed to put their surveyor tripod thing or whatever on top of it, right? So it's the same spot each time when they do a survey. So some of these are extremely old, and they could date to the 1800s, especially back east or whenever they started these. And they look like a round thing, but they're a spike deep into... They can be embedded in concrete, embedded in the foundations of a building, embedded in a street. Sometimes at the base of a fire lookout. So I wonder if we did click on history. Well, we still got the big triangle with the dot. So there's a way to look up the survey markers, and it will give you a description of what it's in. It'll say tree stump. It'll say rock, I collected the one at Bagby Hot Springs. You just find out where they are on these maps, like Bagby Hot Springs. This Garden Ranger Station up there. And so I can't remember what, I can't like direct you right now to the website, but I found out the location of the marker and found it. And oftentimes it's that triangle thing with the dot. It just means there isn't. Sometimes scan topo might have it. Okay. Now we could probably go to that website and cheat like a little blog, a Weebly blog about it. But that makes me think that there may have been a building there. So, whoops, where do we go back? Let's go back to Belknap Springs. Belknap Springs is what it's called. It is a hot spring. Okay, and there's a communication facility. Looks, yeah, see, it's got another one of those triangles with a dot. It's got to be radio tower. But sometimes the key on the map can change, and it can mean something else. Survey topo map. Survey marker. Yeah. How can I find survey benchmark triangulation station stuff? Yeah. So there's a hobby going out and collecting these, it's kind of like a game. So if you find them out in the wild, especially like Bagby Hot Springs was next to the hot water. Hot water was flowing over it, which is pretty cool. I was like, Mom, I found the marker. And she's like, that's it? That's it? Yeah, topo maps originally published as paper documents between 1884 and 2006 have been scanned and published in the U.S. Geological Survey Historic Topographic Map Collection. Blah, blah, blah. Get a geotiff, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. And no, they're not copyrighted. No work of the United States government is copyrighted. Okay. Death Ball Mountain is still smoked in. This is looking nasty. I really don't think we're going to see aircraft when we check. Well, air attack is circling it. They're looking at it. Somewhat low altitude too, and in that smoke, that's a bit dangerous. He must be, yeah, he's on the northeast flank, which should be the area that doesn't have the smoke. Here's another craft going around the bedrock. Low altitude too for that terrain. It's frightening. All right, looking back at the chat. Somebody says people that put out the markers use the S and GS uniform service, but not an armed force like the U.S. Public Health. Huh. Some of them are USGS. Oaks Fire. Brad P says Highway 20 near Double Eagle Ranch. Is that a new one? Please no. Please say no. Refresh. Oaks Fire. I don't know where Clear Lake Oaks is. This is Oregon. Or is it Washington? Because, see, why doesn't Watch Duty have search for fire? When I get a note on my phone, I click on the alert, but it just opens the app in general. It's like, which fire? But they're working on it all the time. I really can't complain. California, by Clear Lake, California. Oh God, this is an exceptionally awful place to have a fire. Oh, so it's holding at 15 acres. They have some of the worst things occur here. Yikes. Reported multiple starts along Highway 20. Please, somebody dragging a chain. Ugh. It's in the area of Double Eagle Ranch. Smoke showing on cams. All right, this one is Walker Ridge too. Let's go look at it. Okay. Okay, now it's time lapse it. Is 15 minutes. Man, I love the new website. Look, you can zoom while it's time lapsing. It's just amazing. 30 minutes. Look at all them vultures. I don't believe they're in red flag down there. Let's check though. Let's you know what? Let's pull up radar now because I totally forgot about it. Or my radar, excuse me. My radar. So there's something I have to do here. All right. There we go. The world's a mess. Oh my God, look at the lightning. I was gonna say it's like severe thunderstorm hell day. Ryan Hall, the channel, really cool channel name. He's a meteorologist. He makes bank, by the way. Doing for tornadoes what I do for fires, but in a pretty damn pro way. He's got a team of like people in the studio helping him out at his broadcasts, and he's in communication with the live storm chasers on the road. Like it's really awesome. I would love to do something like that, get that sophisticated. That would really give people the idea of what's going on. The journalists in the field, like the citizens journalists, are taking all kinds of risk and really helping people understand what's going on. But they can't do what I do from the field. They can't just have 70 tabs open on a cell phone. Like they're in harm's way. They're reporting live. It's a dream team kind of idea. He warned in a really quick video that this weekend is going to be a perfect storm. A jet stream doing blah 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 things that would cause crazy electrical wet storms and tornado-like stuff. Crazy thunderstorms in the Midwest and South. Crazy fire danger in the Pacific Northwest and Northwest California. Stand correct. Yeah, it's just an excessive heat watch. It's not a red flag by Clear Lake. However, I'm a little bit critical of the red flag system. Like John Bruno was saying, the retired fire chief from Shasta County, he said that there has to be certain numbers that are met, humidity in a certain number, percentage, and heat at a certain percentage, and wind speed at a certain number. And that's how they tell the public if it's red flag or not. So I hate that. We've seen some of the craziest behavior on like the Dixie Fire when it was not a red flag warning, when it was like 25, 35 mile an hour wind gusts, which are not that bad. That's not 60, you know, it's not 55, it's not 60. Yet we saw extreme fire behavior because they were like 1 or 2 percentage points of humidity off. And so they didn't issue red flag. And it's like, fire weather watch. Okay. Watch is might happen. Warning is happening now or about to happen. No bones about it. So it's either maybe or is. Maybe or is. I would hope for a middle ground, such as very likely. Maybe, very likely, and confirmed. But it's such an ambiguous wording right now, saying watch and warning. In fact, I was well into my adult years before I learned the difference between a watch and a warning. I thought tornado watch and warning were just two different maybes, with a warning being a stronger maybe than the other. I didn't realize a tornado warning is like they're forming and they're getting on the ground, getting to your shelter. Whoa. I should not have been an adult by the time I knew that clarification. But watch out and warning sound like two very similar things to me. I think the public needs crystal clarity. And if you click on the different pink areas, you'll get the different alerts for that area. So like over by the Bedrock Fire, we got red flag, we have excessive heat. To me, I think there should be like a color-coded warning system for fire danger. You know, kind of like the ready, set, go for evacuations. Where maybe, and then like orange flag, and then red flag. Like red flag is, oh God, maximum bad, right? But orange flag, consider something like orange flag, where a system is on the cusp of becoming red flag. The situation, excuse me. Okay, so we can, unlike planting the flag at Windy, we have to move the crosshair. Where did the crosshair go? Oh, that's right. You have to get the right layer. Right layer. There's the crosshair. You just move the crosshair in the center to where you want your forecast. This one's not perfect and Windy's not perfect, but cross-referencing them both is good. So at Lowell, Oregon, it's 98 degrees right now. That is so extreme for the mountains with lots of smoke. Air quality index is 80 and moderate. I'm just going to guess it's a lot worse than that, actually. speed, supposedly 3 miles an hour with wind gusts of 12. Winds from the west northwest. Really? So we have a different wind direction on the bedrock than we do for the lookout. The lookout's a hell of a lot more concerning. So for Lane County, over by the lookout, by McKenzie Highway, by Highway 126 there, by Belknap Springs, 5 mile an hour wind with wind gusts of 18-ish. Wind from the northeast, pushing the fire to the southwest with all the strength that it can muster. We just have to hope the lines hold. But that looks so bad. If they hold, then they did one hell of a job. It's just like Helm's Deep. The defenses have to hold. Scanned off. It feels like 84 degrees. The humidity is 17%. Visibility at 10 miles. Skies are clear. High temperatures of 87. Winds 12 miles an hour from the northeast. Upcoming. Skies clear. Low of 70. Winds 18 miles an hour from the east-northeast, changing to 12 miles an hour from the east. Hold on to your butts. Look at that weird swirl. You know, fire broadcast is a lot different than. Okay, we looked at Clear Lake. They're not technically in a red flag. And I'm hoping this will be okay. I don't see the trees shaking too bad. Ah, looks like home. Okay, so we've checked that one out. All right, watch duty. Thanks for letting me know about that one. California is, let's see, knock on wood, looking surprisingly peaceful for August. Remember the Augusts of hell that we endured the last several years? Knock on wood. Knock on wood. Okay. Let's see, do we have an update with Lookout? Just as showing significant increase, that's it. That's hoping somebody will give us a picture or something. Now let's look at a traffic cam to see if it's getting bad there. Then we'll try to look at Maui stuff, like I was explaining earlier. My voice is holding up. I have to continue to eat. I'm sorry. I feel like a pig doing this online. Yep, big dog. There's 2 rivers in Oregon called the John Day. One day I'm going to make a funny stream about that. Maybe I'll sell t-shirts that say, I was mugged, stripped naked, and left for dead by Indians. And all I got was a stupid t-shirt, 2 rivers, and a town named after me. Yeah. The Astoria Fur Company. Some of them went by boat all the way from New York City, all the way around South America. 2 years later, ended up in Astoria. And some of them went overland from New York to New Orleans, then up the Mississippi, and then they tried to follow Lewis and Clark's route, and that didn't go too well. Some of them got sick and tired and just about starved to death in the Blue Mountains here before they found the South Pass. So John Day stays behind with some of the sick guys, nursing his friend back to health or whatnot. And unfortunately, some white person killed an Indian for a minor infraction, stealing a silver cup. Even though the Indian gave it back, the guy was a dick and demanded an execution. I think from the Nez Perce. Everybody else said, dude, let it go. Dude. And the guy was convinced. And if he set the precedent where Indians could rob him, that others would try it. Because they were out there to make their fortune, you know, from the first. And so having super harsh penalties like death penalty was the only way that they could not be robbed, because the Indians followed them everywhere, watched them. And they didn't just carry around a gigantic wagon of everything they owned. They would bury in caches the trade goods, which they traded for the pelts. They weren't really the trappers, they were the traders. So, what are we doing again? Oh my god, it's really trying. I wish this camera zoomed out a little bit more. Really trying to make a pyrocumulus here on the lookout fire. So anyway, even though you should have let it go, the Indians said you get to decide his fate, and that was terrible. They thought that this would be a bonding moment, like a diplomacy moment where the two peoples would get closer. The guy would be able to show mercy, and that's what they expected. Instead, he's like, hang him up, string him up. And so they per se tribe, they could not believe it, but they had given their word that he could decide the fate of the guy who stole from him. All the other trappers and traders and white people were like, dude, don't do it. He did it. So John Day is completely unaware of this. He's hobbling alongside the Columbia River. All he knows is that they're going to make a town called Astoria, well, a fort at the mouth of the Columbia River. I mean, mind you, there's the Louisiana Purchase just happened. So there's no white settlements west of New Orleans, except California missions. So Oregon was settled before anything west of Mississippi was. Like, it was settled before like Wisconsin and stuff. Talking 1810 right now. So John Day has no idea that this has happened. I think it was his own company that did this. Different representatives, like the party that went by boat. So he's hobbling along, towing a nearly dead friend, just trying to walk along the banks of the Columbia and make it towards the mouth of the Columbia. And Indians catch him. Hey, white dude, what you doing there? How are you? Who you with? Hudson Bay? Northwest Company? American Fur Company? This Astoria Fur Company? Because you had to wear your gang colors back there. You had to wear colors to tell everybody who you were with. Indians had their own special costumes. So did the white guys. Just like going into certain neighborhoods today, you've got to flash who you're with, who you're affiliated with, or you're gonna get challenged and beat down. Bad things are gonna happen. So Hudson Bay had those peculiar blankets with those color stripes at the bottom, and they would make a tunic out of that, and so that was flashing the Hudson Bay colors. There were other blankets for the other ones, and blah blah blah. But anyway, you had to dress to declare who you were affiliated with, because all the Indians are fighting each other. It's like sort of gangland warrior type stuff. Kind of like the Scottish fight each other. So he had the wrong answer, and that was the Astoria Fur Company, and so they were like, oh. Oh, you're with them. So they talked amongst themselves, like, should we kill this one? Like straight up in front of him. Should we kill this one? They killed one of ours. Should we kill this one? Should we send a message? Is this going to start a war? He's like, oh my God. Oh my God. Fire lookouts. Let's see. There's a website. Where's the... Oh, is that blog about California's? I thought it was Oregon's. It's a Weebly website. Let's just see, of California, see if it is. Peak Bagger. Okay. Where's that cool website? It's like a homemade website, but I still loved it. Here's Weebly. Cool place you can build a website without any knowledge. Get started today. I'm not affiliated with them, but I should be. Forest Lookouts, California. Yeah, didn't they have an Oregon page? Oh, looks like it's just California. This is the bee's knees here. I guess it's not as easy to look this up as I thought. So we'll skip it for now. Now, if you want to know what the rest have happened to John Tay, is he was terrified. I mean, rightfully so. Really, they were split. Some of the band wanted to just torture him to death right then and there. Send a message, stake out his body, leave it on the shore for the other guys to eventually find because they went up and down the Columbia, right? Some said, let's kill him and hide him, and we'll just pretend like we don't know where he is. I don't know. We haven't seen a white guy. Have you seen a white guy? Missing person. We should get our revenge in secret. And they're just talking about this right in front of him. And so he starts to kind of twitch. He'd already gone a little bit nuts with the hardship of the Blue Mountains. He was starving to death and a bunch of tragedy happened in there. Oregon Trail, kind of dysentery type of tragedy, you know. I don't think he was able to save some of his friends he nursed. I'm not sure. Forget now. Where's that video about, Maui? Yeah, one I had is not copyrighted. Where did I put it? It's gonna be my history. Let's see, what did I just watch? Yeah, this is not copyrighted. Anyway, the end of what happened to John Day is he had a psychotic break or whatever. He kind of lost touch with reality because he couldn't take it any longer. Like just nearly dying and basically doing the Oregon Trail, but in hard mode without the South Pass. Like the Oregon Trail, Lewis and Clark style, was bad. It followed the Snake River and it was bad. They struggled through the Blue Mountains without a guide and it was bad. It's like trying to cross the Alps without a guide. It's not a good idea. And so he just went nuts right then and there, starts hallucinating and ranting. And he was not putting on a show. He was straight up going nuts. Like, I'm going to die. I'm going to die. That kind of thing, right? And then he tunes. So, yeah, JCat says even with GPS and modern tools, surveys will still run a mile of string to get a position. Yeah. Yeah. Nick. Hey, Nick, how are you doing? So, anyway, the idea was they saw him kind of break down, like have a nervous breakdown, like right in front of him. And so one of the wise elders said, oh, you can't kill him now. And the youngsters were like, why not? Why not? And he goes, it's bad luck to kill somebody insane. And it turns out that's kind of like universal belief of humankind is you just don't kill the insane. They could be God touched. They could be nuts because God touched them. Like they're important to God, right? Like they're having visions and stuff because maybe God or a God is like, interested in this individual. So a lot of times, like in the Roman Empire, for example, that was hands off. Somebody God touched, somebody seeing the visions and stuff. Okay. But in general, it's just kind of like a humanity thing. Like you just feel sorry for the mentally ill. A lot of what they do is not their fault, so you just don't administer the same kind of justice. And so there's also, I'm sure, plenty of arguments to spare his life that, he's not the one who committed the crime, right? He's an employee, not a chief here. Pretty low on the totem pole, like he's a paddler, So they come to a compromise, the guys who are really wanting his head. So they said, okay, we're going to hunt him. And that's something that Indians did every once in a while, is they organized a most dangerous game human hunt. The most dangerous game. Get it? The most dangerous animal to hunt is a human because it could possibly kill you back. So they say, we're going to strip you naked and we're going to give you a running chance. So we're going to count to whatever. Run. So they tell him they're going to kill him. They're not, but they don't let him know that. And it's hot, it's like it's Eastern Oregon. It's a high desert. So they strip him naked and he just starts running for his life. I don't know if they pursued him very far. But eventually, the Astoria Company, which went back looking for him, and the stragglers come around on a canoe, and they gave him up. They gave up on him. Like the Indians that were friendly lost track of him, and left. They figured he was dead. But they go paddling around for a different reason, and one day they find a guy by the side of the river, cursing at himself, muttering to himself, and he's buck naked, and he's sunburned red as a lobster. John Day, is that you? He had been wandering around naked for like a week. So anyway, I should sell t-shirts. I was mugged, stripped naked, and left to dead by Indians. But all I got was 2 rivers in a town named after me and a stupid t-shirt. I think it would be catchy. I'm getting ready to print these right now. You guys want to pre-order? We have to have some humor in the midst of all this tragedy. Bugs, I've been. Okay, let's see. Let me fix my window over here. Make it so I can see the chat. It's open question answer time. We're gonna every so often now check on what the cams are doing and check on. We don't really have an eye on the bedrock. It's smoked out and whatnot. But we're gonna check on that. If you guys can update that a lot, please. And then we're gonna go back and look at the cams every couple of minutes so we can do our 15-minute time lapse and see what they're doing. Lookout fire bothers me. That's a lot of smoke. But we're going to go back to now what I promised in the beginning is look at some Maui stuff, and we can shoot down some myths about it, just the usual things that people say about a wildfire. And a lot of things are innocent questions. We shouldn't immediately write off anybody as a troll, hoaxer, idiot, or anything like that. And we also should remember that the ages of people really vary on the internet. Like you could be arguing with literally somebody who is 7. If they hear from a trusted adult that directed energy weapons are potentially causing wildfires, and they go somewhere and ask that question, you shouldn't be calling them an idiot. That's cruel. Curiosity, innocent curiosity, should never be punished. Especially not when pamphlets like this exist, like the Lockheed Martin pamphlet called Layered Laser Defense, LLD, Directed Energy Laser Weapon Systems. Like, this is the brochure if the Department of Defense wants to buy some. This is authentic. This is LockheedMartin.com. It's got enhanced capabilities, modular, scalable laser weapon system, LWS, ready for integration with custom platforms, ground, sea, or air, comprehensive weapon engagement and fire control, meaning kind of fire control, ready for integration with command and control networks for blah, 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 fast inshore attack craft, counter UAS or RAM, blah, 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 lots of fancy words, continuous firing capability using a Rolls-Royce Liberty Works power system to engage more types of targets with longer ranges than previous systems. Oh boy. Beam control systems assures performance against atmospheric challenges. It optimizes a laser beam's effectiveness and lethality. Now, what they're talking about lethality is mostly these are for shooting down incoming missiles. I wonder if Aegis missile cruisers have these. That's my favorite warship. Now, incoming rockets and missiles are extremely hard to defend against. In fact, once it was considered impossible. Israel did some Iron Dome stuff where they're trying to make like a virtual bubble around, say, Jerusalem, because there were so many rockets being fired from, say, Gaza Strip and whatnot. So even then, some slip in. So the thing about missiles and their payloads is that they've got a lot of fuel. And so the purpose of the laser is to heat up that fuel and make it explode itself. You know? So some of these are pretty dang terrifying in a way. But they're almost all defensive. And if you read the fine print, some of the Lockheed Martin brochures, this is authentic. I mean, this is actually probably a computer generated image of an actual prototype. That doesn't look particularly real. It looks too clean on the nose there. But it's ausairpower.net. This is an introduction to just military history stuff. This isn't like, oh, this is a conspiracy website. It's just giving some history, what these things look like. But hey, notice how massive the airplanes are? Like they have on board gigantic powerhouses for this stuff. Like, this is not small craft stuff. These are big. Like, if you know, oh, Mr. Bond, I expect you to die. That's the laser that was going to cut Mr. Bond in half, James Bond in half. The insane amount of power, like the whole system took up an entire room. So this takes up most of a 747 looking thing, right? It's not something a little insignificant small craft can do. The machinery here is gigantic, and there's not a whole lot of juice in it, if you know what I'm saying. Now, they can put them on big warships. These are the things that are vulnerable to missile attack, right? Big planes, warships. So, like I said, they're almost all defensive, and they're huge, and you can't really fail to notice them, right? They're kind of obviously there, but look how damn stationary they are. So this is a Katyusha artillery rocket engaged by the THEL system, whatever. So that's the rocket that just got blown up. Now, it's still pretty hit and miss. Sometimes the rockets and missiles are way too fast for the tracking, so that the holy grail of defense against missiles and rockets, which the Ukraine can really use right now, trust me, is tracking it in time to do something. And having enough juice to fire these frequently enough to actually defeat all the rockets, because it's not just going to be one coming in. It's the enemy will fire a bunch of this at one time. in order to try to defeat defenses like this. So this is still mostly science fiction in the fact that they're not proven enough to be all that useful. It's cutting edge technology. They're putting a lot of money into it, but then they have any company that does have to convince the Department of Defense that they should invest and that these will be somehow effective, right? Now, we would be able to laugh in North Korea's face if all this stuff worked. It's still hit and miss. It's infancy tech. It still requires gigantically huge mostly stationary stuff. And so you wouldn't really be able to hide that in landscape, and so they just fire the missiles somewhere they were absent, right? So a lot of this stuff remains prototypes. It's not all it's cracked up to be. It's, you know, they're still putting you know, effort into trying this, because these days missiles travel really dang fast. They can go supersonic, so your fighter jets can't scramble and take them down. There's a lot of missile technology outran missile defense technology. It's way ahead of it. But if you notice, a lot of this stuff is drawings, really old photos of prototypes. That's a real photo. So this I've seen a lot, floating around with the hashtag Maui on it. So, but can you notice how big this is? Do you think anybody would have failed to notice this gigantic airplane? Like, here's the other thing that they don't tell you, that conspiracy guys won't tell you, is they've got all kinds of scary images. That's a different one I was going to debunk. That's later. That's different. Sorry, I have too many tabs. Where's my other brochure? Sorry, guys. Also, don't try what he's doing. A jogger tried to break the flames with his feet. He tried to put out this fire with his feet. Unadvised. Okay, unadvisable. Don't do that. What did he take? Seriously, like, don't do that. Don't know what I don't know what to say about that, honestly. Oh yeah. There's images like this. But here's the problem. And they'll get labeled Maui, even though that's from a meme about Command and Conquer the video game. I think it's a screen grab from Command and Conquer the video game. Either that or it's a time lapse of a missile launch, actually. Like, I mean, rocket launch, excuse me, like a space shuttle, or like one of those, whatever ones that SpaceX is doing. If you time lapse or do a long exposure photograph, you see the flames are where the rocket was launched, you know, like the boosters, you know, and then you see the trail going up in the sky where the rocket went up. But if you lapse the camera long enough, if the shutter's open long enough, the actual craft itself isn't in the frame because the shutter was open so long that and it moved too fast, right? So the blur of it makes it indistinct. So a lot of these that look like it's an energy weapon from space hitting the ground, it's actually a rocket going up from the ground. And that's just the way it can look. In this case, it says ion cannon ready. And the funny thing about some of the stuff hitting Twitter. Whoops. Wrong one, sorry. Oh, shoot. I'm sorry, I have a million tabs open. I kind of got these ready, and then the computer restarted. Oh my god. Did Deathball zoom out or something? Or is this yesterday? Okay, Death Ball zoomed out. Whoa. Oh dear. Stop the presses. Oh my god. Ah, yeah. Definitely it's trying to make its pyrocumulus there. By the way, all mushroom clouds, whenever there's a tremendous amount of heat that hits the sky, remember, just like a rocket when it first launches, it has the most power when it's close to the ground. That's when it's begun. It loses power, it loses energy as it's going. Just like you throw a baseball and it's got a lot of power right, say somebody walked in front of your super baseball pitch. Now, if you hit them at point blank, like 2 feet away, boom, you crack their skull, right? But if the baseball went the furthest you can throw and then hit the back of somebody's head, it might just bounce off in a really long distance, right? And be like, ow. So all the energy loss as it goes towards the sky, it will start slowing down and flatten out. So that's why you have the mushroom effect. It's when any massive amount of heat is going up into the sky. So that's why volcanoes, wildfires, nukes, they all do that. And some TNT, massive megaton type explosions. Now, what I wanted to say about the direct energy laser thing, like this is a meme. People have been renaming these Maui, but this is from how long ago? God, it's a real old one, several years old. I mean, Ion Cannon Ready. The Ion Cannon is the Command and Conquer video game favorite weapon that everybody has. It's a space laser thing. So that's a video game meme right there. Now, what I wanted to show you is the Lockheed brochure and the fine print behind it. I hope I didn't close it on accident. I don't think it was this site. Sorry, friends. Weird job. Close that. Yeah, man, I definitely should have grouped these. Where'd it go? Not that. That. Not that. 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 Where'd it go? Seriously. Now, anyway, if you look at one of the brochures, it clearly states that here's our funny looking pictures that prove that our test worked, because they're pitching this to the Department of Defense, senators, whatever. That's random news. Let's see, that should come. That to me next weekend. Thanks. I had it right here. I must have misclicked. Anyway, very clearly though, it states that you cannot see it with the naked eye. Maybe it was there. If you ever look on a movie set or something and you could see lasers like moving around on the screen, they put smoke in the dark room in order for you to see lasers. But like if you've ever seen a sniper and then there's just a dot on somebody's chest, you can't see the laser sight all the way like a beam from the sniper because you can only see the dot, right? If you want to see the entire laser throughout the movie scene, they have to put smoke into it. So the thing about all these, any kind of image that shows a beam, you can know that it's fake immediately because you can't see these with the naked eye. You can know it's a screen grab from a video game. Was it? Or it's not this particular brochure. Oh yeah. Here, I think it's here. So maybe it's the word C or C. Oh yeah, here it is. Here it is. I had it open. Some may expect to see a sci-fi beam emanate from the LLD, the Layered Laser Defense System, but the high-energy laser is actually invisible to the naked eye. The laser is outside the frequency that your eye can see, and you have to view it in a different waveband. And unlike Star Wars, the LLD's beam doesn't blow things up on contact. It's more akin to precisely focusing a giant blowtorch on a distant moving object. So, once again, this is LockheedMartin.com. This is their test plane rocket thingy. So, here is their YouTube. White Sands 2022, whatever, I haven't played this. Blah, 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 blah. And they go into like special vision mode so you can kind of see what's happening. So the thing moves around and tracks it, blah, blah, blah. Now, space would be an incredibly difficult place to put such a weapon. It would have to go over such a distance. It would have to get power from somewhere. So they did calculations like solar sails right now. Even if you took solar power from the sun and put a sail out, it would be so huge it would darken much of the world. Like they can't make enough solar power to power these things. Like they use an enormous amount of power, even for like brief little things. So the whole like, you know, see to even show it works, they have to go into special thermal mode. We just saw it, but we didn't see it. You see what I'm saying? You just see the heat. Special vision mode. This is supposed to be a success. Test target drone negated. Okay. It didn't even blow up. I'm a little bit disappointed in that. The idea of something, especially from high altitude with a wide beam and like constantly eliminating a target on Earth, isn't possible. It's sci-fi stuff. Now, Nazis actually tried to design one, which is funny. They got some goofy stuff that they try to come up with. I mean, we did too. We had some really goofy stuff for the war. That when analyzed by scientists, I mean, you could basically win prizes and money during World War II, even no matter what side you were on, if you came up with a good idea and pitched it enough to somebody, they would kind of reward you. And so, like Hedy Lamarr, the actress, came up with she looked at a player piano one day and realized that they could make, she could make a guidance system for torpedoes that couldn't be jammed, a radio guidance system, because the radio frequency would hop just like the cutouts in the player piano reel, the paper reel. And so if you randomized the frequency hop each time, just like a player piano, like cut random holes, spool it on a disc, that concept, then nobody could jam it. So that really, I don't know if it really helped the war effort or if it helped after it, Korea or something, I don't know, but like she was a genius. Things like that worked, but other ideas were ridiculous. So you can't see any of this with the naked eye. And if I've got an open mind, right? While somebody else came up with another thing on Twitter, and it said wildfires as a weapon of war. Japan did try to start up in wildfires in the Pacific Northwest with the balloon bombs. They tried to make new Tillamook burns. They saw how devastating that was to Oregon in 1933, took note, decided they could tie up a lot of America's resources by fighting a mega fire. And besides, we needed wood for the war effort, right? So, yeah, here's even a propaganda poster. Our carelessness is their secret weapon. And they actually did have secret weapons. They had balloon bombs, incendiary bombs on weather balloons, basically, that drifted over to United States, and they sometimes even went past Oregon to places like Wisconsin. Oh boy, the world of propaganda posters. Some of these are nuts. Anyway, the point is, no, like, sure, that can be a weapon of war, but look at where these laser weapons are supposed to have been used. Now, here's where I would ever become suspicious. Like, say it's a dead calm, and it's a very damp day, and a city gets erased, right? Dead calm winds, it's damp, it's like autumn in the Pacific Northwest, and a strategically valuable target gets hit. And well, we're at war with somebody, right? Technically, we're in a proxy war with Russia, but that would be really, really suspicious that there's some sort of a new wonder weapon at work, or something like that, right? But these are tourist towns, retirement communities like Paradise. Nothing at all like a target. Like Paradise was full of old people. It was mostly old people who died. They just couldn't afford to live in Chico. So they went up on the Badlands in the danger zone. Jesus, look how bad that looks. So this is, oh God, okay. Is it over the ridge? Now here we've had confirmed lightning strikes in Cascades, and then the Bedrock Fire started in a campground. Now here's the thing. The reason I don't think any of these weapons are used, even if I had a totally open mind about it, is because all wars are fought with money. There's a budget. All economies, all countries are running on money. So when these fires are taking lives and erasing towns and erasing forests, why would you use $1 billion weapon when a $5 road flare is going to have the same effect? It's during high winds, red flag days, and not particularly strategically valuable towns. And the thing is that you look at Plymouth National Forest, some of the places that have burned, they don't even salvage log. They just leave the trees to rot, and they've kind of banned logging on a lot of national forest land. So it doesn't have an economic value to ruin like, say, forests did in World War II. In World War II, you could still log pretty much anything you wanted to. So ruining the timber harvest had a value, right? It was worth at least sending up some hot air balloons with a couple incendiaries attached, right? Or even a couple thousand. But I've yet to see where any of these fires have done anything that would benefit any enemy of ours in really any way. Now, you can't target everything in a war. You have a budget, you have limited resources, you go for what matters in the war. You go for the strategic targets. Look at that. Look at the poofiness on the top. Look. Oh, sorry, I didn't complete the time lapse. It's going to be a 1 hour here. Watch the white puffs come up over the top of the mushroom cloud. That's the pyrocumulus really trying to start. It's breathing. It's taking breaths. And those are shoots. Those are just major. I don't even know how you would describe it. It's like a swelling up. And when you see those puffs going, yeah, we really may get one here. It is now the peak of the heat. It's 98 degrees in Portland. At least it's the peak. It should start cooling off from this moment forward. That's the only thing good to say about this. Is that Mount Hood in the background? I think it is, way in the distance. But we're not going to get much relative humidity recovery. Do we have any new evacuations, whatever? Is this over the ridge? Let me look back at the chat. Hey, SP, how are you? Bugs Bunny says, my ex and I spent 9 days in Maui in 91. I realized I would never be able to live on an island. I had island fever after 5 days. Yeah. I have these romantic fantasies. I would love to go to the middle of nowhere and build a cabin over time, like on YouTube, guys do that. I'd have this little hideaway, like built like a hobbit hole, and I'd have a hidden door. It looks like a log or something, and you lift it back, and there's that secret entrance into my dugout. I've got a little hidey hole, and then I realized after about 3 days I wouldn't have anything to do. I'd be out of touch with everybody, and there'd just be birds every day greeting me, and I'd maybe see some animals. And I'd then have to boil all my water. I wouldn't be able to take a bath. There's no running water. I'd start cutting my hands up and not have medical attention. Or, I'd wake up with ticks. I'd wake up with something on my face, turn on the lights, damn spider, except there is no light, so I'm like trying to start a fire or something to see. I'd hear scary things at night. I'd wake up, open the door, walk out, spider webs would be all in my face because they made things there. And I realized I hate bugs. I'd open up my food and the bugs are in it. I'd find mice had chewed up everything when I left. Termites were in there now. And I realized I hate nature. Get me out of here. Why did I romanticize this? This sucks. I want my computer. Oh boy. Look at all the dead trees on the landscape. Well, that's why we don't want a fire in this highway corridor with the McKenzie River. The holiday farm fire was 2020. It's had 3 years of drying out and brush growth at the base. I haven't driven that, so I don't know how much brush is at the base, but we do not want here. I think that's Mount Hood back there. All right, let's look and check. So, oh, and by the way, Command and Conquer, the video game. A lot of screen grabs from the video game are being used, like they're authentic photos. But it's called the Orbital Ion Cannon in the game. And a lot of people make fan art that's pretty photorealistic, but they're just fans of the game. Other games kind of copy Command and Conquer, but it's called the Ion Cannon. Fantasy weapon. I think there's some cutscenes that are somewhat photorealistic. I haven't played that in a long time. Futuristic war games I'm not into. I'm more like into the classical Age of Empires type stuff. If you just look up the Ion Cannon, there's so many memes about this. And so some of these you'll see in the Twitter about Maui, stuff like that. But if it doesn't look quite photorealistic, all I have to do is lower the resolution to 640 by something and it looks real enough, right? That's how people put taxidermy and cut it out, in Photoshop, and then paste taxidermy animals in the wilderness, but blow up their size and say there's a giant moose that's 3 stories tall in the woods. One of my friends forwarded that to me, and I said, yeah, that's some awesome Photoshop. And they go, it's real. I'm like, no, it's not real. Yeah, it is. It has a shadow and everything. And I'm like, yeah, I could draw that. And I said, but look, there's 3 different angles of this giant moose in the woods. Maybe I can even see that. Giant moose in the woods. And I said, well, if you haven't noticed, it's in the same walking position in all of its photos. Yeah, I think it's that one. But its legs are in the same position because it's taxidermy. Yeah, I can't find the exact sequence here. It's pretty low quality, like 640 by something. Definitely not 1080p. Now, most get huge, but that was an obvious fake. But it was astonishingly realistic taxidermy. I gotta give him that. Yeah, I think it was akin to that picture. Anyway, but Command and Conquer video game. The other thing is time. The other thing about the Maui hoax is this time lapse of rocket launches. Like I said, I should say, it's not really a time lapse. It's a long exposure. Excuse me. Long exposure rocket launch. See how they look like that? So that one looks like Cape Canaveral, really. This is a how-to photograph a long exposure of a rocket launch. So remember, the flames are at the bottom, the boosters, right? And then they'll go up in the sky. And if you just have your shutter open long enough, it's such a blur, you don't actually see the rocket anymore. And so if it's kind of a straight up and down kind of an image, people are more likely to believe that it's like something from space going down to the ground. All you gotta do is crop the image, tilt it a little bit. Then you don't see the arc. So here's one like that looks pretty straight, right? Liftoff for NASA Vortex X. So you can see though, if somebody's framing what you're going to see, somebody tells you this is what you're about to see, and then you see that, you might think, oh my God, right? But photography hoaxes are some of the oldest things around. What the heck is that? Oh yeah, like that one. Like say you cropped it up here where the arc is. Doesn't that look weapon-like, right? Looks so real because it is a real photo. Just depends on how you caption it. So I've seen this one, and they take the white snow and they turn it green and they call it Maui. That was an inventive one. That was a pretty inventive one, and it looked pretty dang real for the reasons I just explained. This one also has a beach, right? So I've seen this one cropped. This is a Falcon 9. But remember, there's a lot of hoaxers and chaos people who come out of the woodwork and they just get their rocks off by deceiving people and trying to get as many people as they can to believe something that's fake. They just think that's fun. You know, like most computer viruses don't do anything bad to computers. I found out the psychological profile of a computer virus programmer is somebody who's trying to see if they can impact the world, if they can influence or make a difference in a big way. Now, the ones that made the big viruses of the 90s, like the I Love You virus, and those that actually did harm, like erased people's stuff, that those people have a special kind of cruelty about their nature. And I found out the same psychological profile can be applied to somebody who starts a giant wildland fire. People who feel powerless but want to feel powerful, especially the angry at the world types. So that may be the motivation behind the alleged arsonist who went around during the Dixie Fire and tried to light fires behind the firefighters to trap them and potentially kill them. He may share, I mean, this is alleged, I don't know if there's a conviction or whatever. I didn't follow that trial. But he may share the same psychological profile as the arsonist who killed hundreds of people in South Korea by throwing gasoline all over a subway train. And some people were lucky enough to evacuate that train, but a new train came in, and the driver panicked and he locked the doors and cut the power to the train and ran away, and nobody could get out. So hundreds died, or nearly 100. I mean, a huge death toll. And so the the arsonist who started the fire, who was convicted of it but not guilty for reason of insanity or whatever, his motivation was he felt that he had been wronged during a surgery and that he was permanently disabled now because of a botched surgery. And he tried to get help from society and was ignored, and he became bitter. Nobody cares about me against society. He may have actually had some brain damage too. I'm not sure. But he wanted to commit suicide and take others with him, or at least harm society. So, sure enough, he harmed society. Shows up to a hospital with burns, and you gotta admire the restraint of the people who knew he started it, but yet treated him for his burns. It's one of the most messed up things I've ever heard of in my life. Atrocity, capital A. But that's why I never went into psychology. It was fascinating, but I can't handle it. I don't want to know too much about the dark side of people. So there's a lot of people though that, like the average virus programmer, they don't really want to do real harm to society, but they want to feel powerful. They want to know that they can influence the world. They want confirmation of that. Oftentimes this comes along with youth. Sometimes a preteen, like say age 12 to 15, depending on the culture and depending on somebody's maturity, when the prefrontal lobes of the brain haven't developed too much yet and people can't see very well the consequences of their actions. That's why a lot of teenagers are by nature impulsive. They get an idea and they get excited by it, like, oh, there's a cow over there and I just got a gun for Christmas. I wonder if my bullet would travel all the way across that ravine and hit that cow, and person fires at it, because they kind of know that it won't happen. And the adult witnesses that and says, what the hell did you just do? You don't do that. Even if you kind of know that that won't happen, you don't shoot at cows. Like, what the hell's wrong with you? Why did you do that? What if it worked? Did you think about that? You would have maimed an animal and for no bloody reason? Like, that's the sort of thing where youth they can't really explain. They're like, I didn't think about what it would do, would be their honest answer. But they're still driven at that age to feel excitement and to feel like they've been told their entire lives, obey, you have no power. And so part of acting out that way and just getting to weird mischief that seems inexplicable to an adult is that they had a thought about something that might be exciting, and so they just impulsively enacted that thought, especially if they didn't think real harm would occur. Now, the ones who do know that real harm is going to occur, they're a scary lot. But most computer virus programmers program a virus, and they're just tracking the virus to see how many computers they can affect. SP says, is this stream about wildfires today? I'm going to hope that wasn't rude. I'm explaining the psychological profile of arsonists. Did you not catch that part? People who have prefrontal lobe damage, especially the front, been hit in the front of the head, they can become like impulsive teenagers, and they can be prone to rages. They can become a lot like a psychopath too if it's bad enough. They lose the ability to emotionally regulate. So something that should just kind of be mad, they should kind of be mad at, can enrage them. And because they have lacked the impulse control, sometimes it's when you hear about arsons, like somebody has an argument with somebody inside of a bar, like a girl laughed at him and wouldn't go home with him at night. So he goes and gets a gas can, goes to the gas station, gets a gas can, throws it inside the bar and lights a match. Like, oftentimes these people have that kind of brain damage. SP says I wasn't being rude. Sorry if I sound like it. That's all right. All right. What I was just doing was if you didn't see that earlier, I was trying to debunk a lot of the images you're going to see about the Maui fires that are supposed to be space lasers, right? So I was explaining how a lot of images can look really real. Like if you cut the top off of this, right? It looks like a space laser or weapon from altitude, right? This is actually a missile launch. Like it went from the ground up, right? So it's a long exposure. So it's probably like a 1 minute, 2 minute long exposure. Maybe more. I don't know. Unless they explain, but this is a Falcon 9 launch, right? But a lot of these can look really real, especially if you cut the top of the photo off where there's the curve. So this one I specifically saw on Twitter where people said that this was Maui being attacked by a laser. They cut the top off, the curve, and then they painted the white green, and it looked like a tropical island, right? They look real because it's a real photo, but it's the wrong caption and it's been altered. So, red rum, Bug says. Yeah. So, JCat, sorry, I ignored chat for a bit. Bug says I saw a moose that big in real life before the internet happened in the early 80s. Where was that at? Polar Vortex says suggestions can affect individuals on a subconscious level, often without them fully being aware of it. Exactly. Now, the master propagandists don't outright lie. They suggest really discreetly and really demurely and just maybe it could be something like that, right? But it's called framing. Tell person first what they're gonna see, and because you've got that idea, you're more likely to leap to the conclusion that that is exactly what you're seeing. And sometimes it takes an incredible amount of restraint, especially if it's an emotional topic, to blink for a second and say, wait a minute, that could be something, that's gotta be something totally different than what I'm seeing. The more shocking or amazing it is, for example, or the more other people actually already believe it and are captioning the same thing, the more that you're likely to believe without question. So it's also part of yellow journalism where journalists know that they're lying to the public. They know the public is going to get the wrong impression, but just like clickbait, they need that headline. I'm extremely concerned about this. Do we have an update on the Lookout Fire? Okay, a couple seconds ago. Yes, we do. Breaking news. Level 2 B set evacuation zone has been added to the interactive county map. Level 1B ready evacuation zones have been added. Yeah, we kind of saw it coming. That didn't look good. Why is it not loading? They may be in the process of updating it as we speak. Let's reload. This is the Mackenzie River, Belknap Springs area, the Lookout Fire. I can't get this to load. They may be actually drawing it at this moment. We will send additional details when they are updated by Linn County Sheriff. All right, so I can just tell you right now, the two communities looking down the barrel of this gun are Rainbow and Mackenzie Bridge. Like I said, you know, we didn't want to see it come over the ridge. It just may have done that. This is a wind tunnel. This is a mountain pass. You've got all the dead trees standing in the landscape from the Holiday Farm fire. The worst case scenario would be the bedrock and this meat. I'm really hoping that does not happen. You would have to Lookout would have to cross to the southwest. The bedrock would have to push to the northeast. It tried several times, though. You can see where the bedrock where they made a straight line here trying to stop it. This probably matches a road. But you see how it tried to slip past them. They said it would be challenging. This is the way the wind was blowing it when it first came out. I'd imagine there's furious work here on these specific roads right here to try to make at least contingency lines if the bedrock tried to go northeast. We've got several fire and burn scars here, various ages. One from 2017. That's a long time for brush to be growing. There may be enough brush to get something going in the burn scar of the holiday farm. I'm not sure. Let me show you exactly what I'm talking about. See, TF Outdoors. Probably Forest Service is a base layer. Get a little bit of shade relief. The imagery can be down there. So, fire history. That's the gigantic holiday farm. Started over here. Winds of 2020's crazy, insane. Red Monday. One of the first videos on the stream. Could be the first, other than the Goofy Tram video. Labor Day weekend 2020, this, when we first started this, was really bad. So in the Cascades, the holiday farm here, Beachy Creek and the Riverside, pushed due west, being pushed by the hot, dry, deserty east winds. I always forget which this one is. The Archie Creek was down here. There's too many to count. There's those that surrounded Medford, etc. But we lost gigantic amounts of the forest. The east side of the Beachy Creek. This one's called the Lion's Head. This just gigantic thing is the Lion's Head. And just enormity, right? They grew together here. The Beachy Creek and Lion's Head merged. Like, that was an insane time. So we have currently, we had the Rainbow, Mackenzie Bridge. I think Rainbow escaped it. Maybe it was hit. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Rainbow was hit by the holiday farm fire. I thought they saved the structures. I can't. I'm not sure. It's not the world's largest communities here. God, I'm sorry if I said that Rainbow escaped it. But the Mackenzie Bridge area, lots of campgrounds and nice. There are some homes. Only driven this a couple of times. Lots and lots of campgrounds and cabins and stuff. And the historical Belknap Hot Springs Resort, which has a big outdoor swimming pool with hot water. It's freaking amazing. These dodged a bullet, just barely, of the 2020 firestorms. And so what we have right now, I was even talking about going there. And I get fire anxiety every time I say I like a place. That's when fire tries to take it. Because, oh boy, did I say I liked the Opal Creek Wilderness. Paradise in Greenville, you know. Yeah. Places like Seneca. Anyway, this gave me great concern when this started the other day. Because I was like, oh boy, everybody should go here because they need help recovering from the crazy, not only the COVID stuff, but the 2 years of wildfire devastation. And I had plans to go here really soon. Oh, hey Josh, sorry. Admins in Hawaii are probably very happy or going with space laser theories over tearing apart their response efforts. Yeah. Now, one of the ways, and I should show your video, but right now we got up elevated evacuations. I'm going to refresh. Oh, it loaded finally. It loaded. They must have been drawing the new evacuations. So we've got New level, breaking news hot off the press. New level 2, get ready, evacuations. For where? Mackenzie, right? The little town. I mean, Mackenzie Bridge. A lot of this is campgrounds and stuff. And for the most part, well, it looks like it's entirely on the north side of the river, but that's not a barrier. This is like a knee-deep river in a lot of places. This is like a fly fisherman's, a river runs through it, you know. Don't think that that's going to be a barrier. I'm kind of baffled that that's their border. Okay. Really, if you lived on the south side, you should be just as worried about this. It's just pumped out of pyrocumulus. It went nuclear. When I say it went nuclear, I've had a lot of people freak out and say, "What do you mean by that?" I mean, it made a freaking mushroom cloud. That means it's producing a tremendous amount of heat, which means it's burning a tremendous amount of fuel. It's exploding. Not a flippant use of the term. It's exploding. There's that bird again. Desiree says, but I can vouch for the side effects of how chaotic things can be when the fire came through that fast in Santa Rosa. I know, Desiree. I know, Desiree. The night that Santa Rosa burned was the night that, like PG&E burned it. They started 2 other fires called the Cascade of 2017. 2 other towns pretty much burned to the ground, Loma Rica and Bangor. And my family friend was in Loma Rica. So the smoke is going right towards this camera, the death ball, which means the smoke's drifting to the south, to the west, southwest, meaning it may be crossing that ridge. I don't know if the firefighters could even tell if it has or not. This is looking from the other direction. This is Smith Ridge Lane. Now I'm having flashbacks of the Beachy Creek. Live on my stream, I went, oh my God, 2020. My mother sent me a text. And she goes, should I be worried, was the text. And I'm like, Mom, I'm busy. I'm doing a thing where I'm actually on YouTube. I can't believe it. I'm actually on YouTube. She's like, doing what? And I'm like, telling people about wildfire evacuation and survival a little bit. And she goes, well, should I be worried? I just blinked, like, you're in Salem. Like, why would you be worried? She goes, this is outside. And I thought she took a picture at night. She goes, I took this picture at 4:30 in the afternoon, like 15 minutes ago. And I went, oh my God. This is what it looks like when day turns to night. You still got 2 hours to sunset. It should be really bright sunny right now. First, the sky gets that. It changes various colors. First, it's a greenish. You can kind of see a greenish tint right here. And that's not just a camera trick. These are aerosols being released by the fire, and so they change the sky's color. First, there's that weird greenish / yellowish tint to everything, like you're wearing those tinted sunglasses. And the smoke overhead condenses and gets to that darker gray, to a weird peachy, almost like a light rose color behind the gray. See, like that. And then you've got bright yellow behind it. These aerosols are the same things that make pretty sunsets. So they're beautiful, but deadly. And as it gets worse and worse, it's going to get darker and darker until the overhead clouds are black. That's when you know it's getting extremely bad. If black overhead cloud and smoke is coming towards you, you smell it, just start packing, just start going, just start calling your neighbors. Don't wait for anybody to tell you anything, especially if hot ash starts raining down. So I took off my headphones on the middle of the stream and said, guys, I've got to go evacuate my mom. And as I drove south, in fact, I can find that video if you want to watch it. Sky turned different colors. And I could see as I drove on I-5 South that different fires had different streaks of black in different colors. And Portland was pretty clear, except it had that weird greenish tint, slight. Then I drove further south and it was a yellow sky. Then we got orange. Then we got a really dark orange. Then there was red, blood red and black. And you know it's getting extremely bad at that point. Eventually, it'll be the dirtiest beer bottle brown and black. And you know it's gone to as worse, as bad as it possibly can be when it's just nighttime. It should be daytime. And that's terrible to breathe, by the way. Okay, looking back, and Big Al says that pyro cloud is at 18,000 feet now, and it's going up. Yep, it formed. We have it. It's gone nuclear. Josh says on a public list, 1281 are still missing on the 5K of the 5K on the list. From okay, I missed something in chat. Oh, in Maui. Okay, I must be talking about it. Big Al, what is? Can you link the site that tells you how tall clouds are again? I can't remember. I was going to go over the other myths of Maui, such as why are trees still standing? Trees that are alive have hundreds of gallons of water inside of them. It's like take a wet stick or a completely wet pencil or something and stick it in a coffee cup that's full of water and try to light it on fire. It's quite difficult. The bark of trees is meant to be fireproof. Now, palm trees are not trees, if you can believe that. They don't have a true bark, and by strict definition, a tree has bark. Don't ask me why, I don't make the rules. It's actually a member of the grass family, even though it's not a true grass. But isn't that weird? So they've got their own kind of, sort of wood. I'll tell you a secret about palm trees. They have spikes. Really? Like we're talking Iron Maiden, super metal, gothic spikes. Now, you may be surprised by that because almost every municipality in the world says if you grow a palm tree in your people, you have to cut spikes off. So people run around with chainsaws a couple times a year and they will cut spikes off. So it gives that weird diamond pattern. Oh my God, this is hell on earth, guys. I wonder if this just ran away from them. If their lines are holding, it's a miracle. I have a feeling they may not be. They were trying to prep for this for the last few days, but I think they need a lot more people, a lot more time. They need a lot more roads. This is with the dirty darkness. Remember, smoke is a product of incomplete combustion. That means when stuff is especially damp or say living, when living trees get hot enough to burn like this, because there's just an inferno around them of other things on fire, then they produce a really dark, dirty smoke because a lot of it's the moisture and sap boiling out of the trees, and it's not a clean burn. The drier a fuel is, the cleaner it burns, and the less you can see the smoke. So when you see the forest that's burning like it's plastic almost, some tremendous heat has allowed the living trees to start burning. The trunks are not going to burn. They're full of thousands of gallons of water, especially big mature trees like this in Willamette National Forest. They'll just be blackened sticks on the landscape. What's burning is the branches, the dead, standing dead trees, the snags, the logs on the ground, and like probably 6 feet deep of compacted pine needles and dead limbs, probably 75 plus years in some places of dead stuff that fell on the forest floor and hasn't completely rotted away, just built up as a big fuel. If you've ever been in the woods and you take your hands and you just grab a bunch of pine needles, you think, oh, I'll throw this on the fire, that'll get it going. Well, you throw it on the fire, then you realize a bunch of pine needles are still stuck on your hands. You realize you made the classic city slicker mistake. You touched pine needles with your hands. Or whatever's on the ground. Now you have sap all over you. And stuff is stuck to you, and the sap is never going to come off. You can soap and water all you want. That sap is never going to come off. It's sticky, but it's also extremely flammable. It's like crystallized kerosene. So every day a tree just kind of weeps sap all over the place, especially if it's fighting off insects. Sap is part of a tree's immune system. I gotta stop watching this. I get mesmerized by it. Let's see if they've made an announcement. See if the Bedrock has. Bedrock's evacuations are the same. Lookout. 18 minutes ago, yeah. So they said that Taylor Road and North Bank Road is now in B set. I'm just going to tell you right now, if you're anywhere near a flat fire, you should be set. Excuse me, lookout. Let's check the InstaWeb. Oh, they have a tendency to update like once a day and usually at night. Yeah, see, God, that's a lot of brush next to the mature trees. Too thick. It's a nightmare. At least with new technology like this feller buncher, this little grab hand is going to grab the trees where they need to make this fire break. There's basically a road. And a little blade is going to go beep, and it's going to cut the tree off from the base. And then it's going to tilt it sideways. And then it's kind of like rolling on a conveyor belt. Rollers are going to push the entire tree past them. And it's going to cut all of the limbs off. And you're just going to have a log and it's going to sit down. I know these over here still have their limbs on them. So maybe he's not got the apparatus that will rip the limbs off. But that's the way modern logging happens. This at least is way faster than bulldozer stuff. Infinitely times faster than getting out with a chainsaw and infinitely safer. So, but the point is, you can't decide that when a wildfire happens, that now's the time to make wildfire prep. Now's the time to build the roads. Nope, that takes a long time. You need to build them before the wildfire occurs. When the Huns are on the horizon, it's too late to build city walls. It takes too long. But oftentimes there's just no roads, and so it's like, oh, there's a fire, now we need to build them. This has to change, or we're not going to save our forests. When in this kind of dry climate, we don't have the luxury of time anymore. Not that we ever had much of that. This is a death ball camera. This is southwest of the fire. The smoke's drifting like basically directly to it, so we know where the wind's trying to push it up and over the ridge. And a community of Mackenzie Bridge. It's in pretty serious danger. They're putting level 2 on just the north side of the river. In fact, is that a county boundary? There may be an evacuation on the south side too, but it could be a different county and they could have a different map. I hate that. Oh my God, do I hate that? Okay, where are the county boundaries? Yeah. Lane County. Isn't it Linn County just to the south? Broadcastify is the quickest way, I swear to God, to find out where the counties are in Oregon. You to listen. It's got a neat little map. Marion, Linn, Lane County. Oh God, please tell me Lane County doesn't have its own stupid map. Lane. Okay, and Linn. This is Lane County. Still updating. Come on. Wait, which one's in the bottom one is Lane, right? Sorry, I'm sick, guys. The bottom one is Lane. Linn County's to the north. Okay, here's Lane counties. Okay. So Lane, okay. No, still, I don't get it. They're acting like, oh, also, this is outdated. Refresh. Come on, come on, come on, load. Come on, come on. And delay. I wonder how many people are trying to click this at once. Are we DDoSing the map? All right. Linn County will be back with us after their commercial break, I guess. All right. Okay. Is this... Okay, this is Lane. But that's the one that was working. Yeah, we already have Lane. Linn. Linn. Maybe if I just go to Salmon Fire website or Watch Duty. Well, Bedrock is Lane County. Searchable. It broke. We broke it. We broke the internet. My God. It's 96 degrees. It went down a degree, guys. Sorry, my half-eaten chicken sandwich is forgot about hard. Okay. Looking back at chat. Okay, guys. Remember, PGE is Portland General Electric. PG and E, the evil one, is Pacific Gas and Electric. You have to make the distinction in chat. Everybody in Oregon is going to be like, what? PGE did something bad? Yeah, thanks for being here, SP. Sorry, did you say bye? The government of Hawaii, Josh says, has authorized the National Guard and also the one to ask for help from the feds. That's why Katrina was such a failed response. Did he not, Josh? Did he not? SP says the reason there's barely any craters on Venus is partly because of geologic activity wipes them away, but also the atmosphere. Yeah, the atmosphere of Venus is 92 times thicker and more massive than Earth. That's pretty amazing. Oh, that's right. That was an app, Big Owl, not a PC thing. I wish it was on PC. I want to see how tall that cloud is. Bugs Bunny says I was just researching that Tonga thing. How did I miss that? Let me go back up. Yes, you brought what?
From the art Hawaii.
Okay.
Firefighter. He covered.
Okay. Can you say that into my microphone? Here, just put it on. Hey, you guys can't hear him talking to me, but he's just say this to chat. Yeah. Where'd you put it on your head?
All right, test 1, 2. Is there a sound level? Is this working? There it is. I posted, this is C-Probe. I posted a link earlier in the chat to a YouTube video. It's the ARF channel. The host of that channel is our firefighter. What is that? Aviation? No, airport, rescue, and firefighting. He's based out of Maui, and he had an update on that. He had an update on the private pilots, Cessna and Piper pilots, doing a disaster airlift response there, as Catherine talked about on previous live streams. And he's also asking for help for the firefighters who were burned out of their houses in that fire. So if you have a chance, after Catherine's done, of course, follow that link, watch his video, and help if you can. All right, thank you, and back over to our regular host.
You guys, I think he should have his own show. Wouldn't you like to learn aviation something with C-Probe? He's got such a nice, soothing voice. Okay, can you please relist that link? Because I lost it in the chat. I'm sure a lot of people did. Oh, Big Al, you're on it. You're awesome. Okay, you can get Radar Omega for PC, which has the same feature. It's $4.99 a month. Okay, we will get that. Let's devote some donation money to that. I think that's well worth it. Okay, did this finally load? Okay, we have a complication with the evacuations over by the area sandwiched in between the Bedrock and the Lookout Fire. And this is county line. So unfortunately, they don't have, in all situations, they don't have one county, even though it's right next to another, and evacuations may be split over a county line. Sometimes they're invisible because they'll have their own different maps. Here, it looks like Lane, at least, is showing Linn County too. Now, that's what I was digging around trying to figure out. Now, when the Tamarack fire hit in 2021, was one of the first ones we had. I remember telling people that such and such county, like Alameda County or whatever that was, on the border with Nevada, did not have an evacuation. Somebody walked in and said, yes, it is. I said, well, it should be. It seems like it's in the path of the fire, but maybe for some reason it's safe. And somebody goes, wake up. It's just two different counties, two different maps. So I had to have two tabs open and went, oh my God. I had like 6 tabs, 6 counties near the Tahoe area that intersected. It was just madness. But like 5 of them were independent of the others. So that's what I was just trying to verify is I don't think that the dang river is a barrier. I would definitely place myself at level 2 anywhere along the Mackenzie River. I don't care what side of it you're on. This is a very bad situation. It's got the potential for, I mean, look at this madness. You can look with your own eyes and always make a choice for yourself. If it looks bad, err on the side of caution for wildfires. This is not under control. This is the kind of thing where firefighters get away from the path of such a thing. Eventually, this pyrocumulus cloud will collapse, and that'll be like a tremendous rush of air flowing down, and flaming debris will go out in all 365 all directions. And that kind of thing I've never experienced. I've never seen video of it, but it could be deadly. I mean, it could just collapse trees on people. So a lot of times when meteorologists are doing what JB called spot, meaning on the spot, meaning up to date, hyperlocal forecast, these meteorologists say pyrocumulus cloud going to form or it's going to collapse. Take cover. Get out of its way. It formed. It's what, 18,000 feet tall now, according to one of the apps that Big Al's looking at. Probably 8 at least, because the elevation of the terrain is what I have numbers dyslexia, so let me make sure I'm not talking out of my beep here. The terrain alone is 3,500 feet, exactly where the Lookout Fire is burning. This is the same fire from 2 different directions. You can tell that it's a beast. You see something like that, even if somebody tells you it's fine, you should know it's not fine. So we've still got at least 3 hours of pretty bad heat before night begins to cool. So I'm with you. I'm not going anywhere. I don't care how bad my throat hurts. I'm not going anywhere. I wouldn't be in that area. I would be leaving. But that's me. I'm a person with special needs. When I can walk and stuff, pretty well. I can't run. Not for long, you know. Can't hike my way out of things. I can't swim across rivers. Maybe I could. I'm a pretty good swimmer, but you get the idea. Like if there was a big log in front of my car and I couldn't get past it, I don't have the strength to pick it up and lift it. You know what I'm saying? So I have a lot less. For anybody who's not a strapping man in their prime, anybody who is not, your window of opportunity to escape any situation closes sooner because of you're less strong, right? That's why it's women and children first. You got to get them fast out of a bad situation, because it usually takes man strength to provide assistance. So if I lived on a dead end road, a road on a hill, a road that's dirt, or if I was just in general and visual range of this right now, I'd think about leaving, especially if the smoke was coming my way. I'd be already doing it. I wouldn't have to turn on the radio. I'd be like, yep, I'm out. But I would have already been making these decisions days ago because I would know about the heat wave and the red flag. I would have packed everything days ago. But I would be like, yep, it's time. It's always the best decision to leave before you're told. It's the very best. If anything makes you uncomfortable, don't wait to be told. Trust your gut. Err on the side of caution. Understand your special vulnerabilities. Don't assume your car's going to start. Test it and make sure it does, and check your tire pressure. Check on your neighbors. Make sure they have a way out. Make sure they're aware of stuff. There's a lot of people who could be not aware this is happening. They may have shut up their windows because it's a hot day, so they have the windows shut. AC's going. It's really loud. They have the curtains drawn. Keep out the heat. Maybe they're watching Jeopardy. Don't assume people know. Get in touch with them. Let them know. This just got bad. What town would I be leaving right now? Anything in this Highway 20 corridor. Belknap, Hot Springs, Kenzie Bridge, and things to the west. Like immediate west. So let me just give you an example. This is a wind tunnel. The best case scenario is it did not cross the ridge. Maybe they did fire lines and maybe they're holding, but I don't know that. We can't see it. They may not even know. Medicine Veers is too late to get a good pinpoint, but you see how it was already on the ridge before? Some of this was their firing operations. They lit this on fire days ago to try to reduce fuels in preparation for the red flag weekend and the hot weekend, right? So the death ball camera is over here, the one where the smoke's flowing directly to it. Fire goes where the wind blows. So if that black toxic smoke stuff is coming your way, I would imagine that people in Mackenzie Bridge could be feeling ash raining down on them right now. So what your biggest concern here is I think they have a good chance of saving structures if it crosses this ridge. The smaller the town, the easier it is to save. Like I would hope if this mobile home park is active that they would be trying to protect them, right? Now, the bigger the wind gusts, the more likely fire hops from mountaintop to mountaintop, ridge to ridgetop. But it can also rain down, especially if you get your pyrocumulus cloud like this. You got top of the ridge, see standing dead trees on the top of the ridge, see the trifecta of long-range spotting is high winds and a pyrocumulus cloud just bursting all the flaming material up high into the sky, and it will fall out just like nuclear fallout, falls out downwind. So a hot ash is what I experienced from like 8 miles away from the Beachy Creek. It was still warm and hot, but it wasn't ember hot. It wasn't glowing. But I'd stick around in front of the Beachy Creek to wait for it to be glowing. I knew that the wind kept going that way, it would be pretty quickly to the point where stuff on fire would be dropping out of the sky. So like when I evacuated my mom near Salem, what saved her house and everybody else in Salem itself was the wind suddenly shifted and blew back the fire in itself towards the east. People don't realize what happened in Lahaina could have been Salem, Eugene, Staten, Milwaukee, Estacada. Every single one of these fires, Medford, got extremely close. We've watched on my stream. Excuse me, I'm eating. I have to because it's going to be a long night, maybe. Remember, Medford's down here. 2020, we saw it coming up. Excuse me, I'm on the wrong map. 2020, we saw the Alameda Drive fire being driven up from the south towards Medford. We watched live on the traffic cams. The I-5 traffic cams. It was spreading along I-5. They had to shut it down. Medford almost got completely, all of their avenues escaped, almost closed at once. There was this big fire over here at Obachon. To their northeast escape routes that almost took out this escape route, that escape route. What do they have left? South on I-5? No, you don't. We watched it destroy Talent and Phoenix on the traffic cams. 2 towns got erased. It almost took out Medford. Then they had only this western way out, which would be windy and stuff for a town the size of Medford. That's not good enough. That would have been just solid traffic jam. Where does this terminate? Over here by Grants Pass. However, there were smaller fires that blocked I-5 over here as well. So after a bit, this way from Jacksonville became the only escape route for the town. And I'm like, why didn't you push the button and evacuate the town? Why? Now don't you realize it's a death trap? They should have pushed that button and said, get out sooner. I didn't. They saved the town, but only because that's when Mother Nature pressed her own button, which was stop the high winds. Hey, Brokefish, how are you doing? We have a situation. Brokefish, he's a retired wildland firefighter. He knows what he's doing. We have a pyrocumulus. Did you find out about it just now? This is live. The lookout became a nuclear bomb cloud. Now remember, guys, it's going to lose steam in a couple of hours, but that doesn't mean that the fire intensity is going to be significantly less. When I mean lose steam, this cloud will collapse, and that may be enough. If it hasn't crossed the ridge, that may be enough to push it right over. It will be a nightmare if it's in. This is a wind tunnel. This is a mountain pass. And even though right now it's currently the east winds are blowing it to the west, that'll change. Maybe even starting tomorrow morning as the sun heats up. Remember, hot air rises, so hot air from the valley will go up. Higher elevation, like say from the Eugene area is up, and that is east. So unless there's a strong east wind preventing that, there will be a wind from the west, just as it's called the diurnal winds. So you may feel a little bit more secure right now, say at Belknap, which is east of this fire, but don't feel secure for long. I am very worried for Mackenzie Bridge and Belknap right now. we may see a level 3 soon. We can't tell exactly what's going on there. We should try to get we really need to try to get some radio on. Big Al says here's a free version of the map. It's not good as good. Oh yeah, let's look at it. But we just had the evacuations changed to level 2, but they're keeping it on the north side of the Mackenzie River. Like that's going to stop it. It's like knee deep in some places, especially in summer. I'll show you guys Google map pictures of that. So Brokefish says fire south of Port Orford has stopped forward spread. Your daughter sent pics. Awesome. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, and okay. I'm sorry. I did miss some chat. I was about to read the rest of it when C-Probe did his thing. Is there anything really important I missed? Yeah, thanks, Big Dog, for letting me know about the county. Josh, did the governor of Hawaii authorize help? You know what? The governor of California never asked for the Caldor federal help, so they didn't get any. Isn't that crazy? The people at the Caldor fire got shafted harder than I've ever seen. A lot of wildfire victims. I'm completely blown away. I just don't know why. So, what's not related? I'm just looking quickly. Yes, Desi, it looks like earlier in the stream, I just want to show Desi real quick, and then please, Big Al, tell me how to do this again. See how high clouds are. Just tell me what buttons to push. Desi, what Batman was saying earlier was, where did I put that? With the Maui Fire. Remember how live on the stream I was saying it's probably power lines? If I had $500,000, I'd go all in and say it's power lines. But I was looking live on the stream on Caltopo for any, what do you call that? Oh God, what are those things called? Oh man, I even have footage of one of those burning. Oh geez, okay. Substations. Substation. I tried to look for heat signatures over a substation, and it could have been that it had just drifted already, but it looks like the point of origin was a power substation right northeast of Lahaina. Where is that? I'm sorry, guys. I should do tab groups. I didn't. Paying the price. Click, 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 click. Whoa. Click, 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 click. I was going to debunk this one too. This is one of those fire cannons. See, there's a bunch of Twitter conspiracy stuff. This is somebody saying that a helicopter was lighting Canada's wildfires. No, this was a desperate attempt to fight them. It's lighting a backburn. I really like this when readers add context. This is a new thing on Twitter. I don't like Twitter, but broken clocks are right twice a day. People who actually know the real context of a video can say what it is. I think that's going to go fight BS. Remember how mild it was earlier today? That was earlier today. This is now Deathball Mountain. It's a different view. Okay, where is that before and after? See, tab groups made my life easier, but I didn't employ them this time. So when I go to save a bunch of tabs, tab group won't allow me to save. So I hate after every stream picking them apart again. Here, sorry. So Josh Batman sent me this and said, look for point of origin. And I was like, okay. All right, so you see the blackened path of destruction, and when it goes to the main downtown, where the probably hundreds of lives have been lost now. Follow it back. What's that? Power substation. Yep. Okay, one day I'll show you my power substation fire. Nothing quite burns like one of those. They're insane. But there's grass all around there. The really invasive grass that needs to be banned. Okay, let's look back at our cam. Remember, death ball is where the smoke is blowing. It's our 3-hour time lapse. So this would be where the fire's trying to go. Now we probably have to refresh by the minute the lookout fire to see if those evacuations change. I would just be leaving. I wouldn't feel comfortable with that looming over me. It's a pyrocumulus cloud on a ridgeline that they probably can't hold. If it crosses it. Remember how I tell people, what is the barrel of the gun? Like Greenville was looking down the barrel of the gun. Is when your town is at a lower elevation, the fire's above you in the drainage, and that drainage, okay, the creek or river, canyon, whatever it is, it's a wind tunnel. And the fire is above you, or doesn't even really have to be above you. Could be on the same level as you, like in the case of Banning and Palm Springs, right? You're in a wind tunnel if you're in a mountain pass, or if you have drainages right next to you. Those, they make wind go faster. It's just like sticking your finger in a garden hose. Wind funneled into these little canyons and drainages goes faster. So do you have any of those aimed at your town, especially from elevation? Your town's super vulnerable. What is Lahaina? It had a bunch of drainages at a mountaintop. And the wind coming from that direction, so thus the fire coming from that direction. So I would have I never really thought about Hawaii as being all that flammable because, well, I've never been there. Well, I only saw Jurassic Park and imagined it was always tropical, right? But Maui is, for example, has a very different kind of climate. It's like a desert at its sea level, and it's lush at its top. Otter says, do you have a link to that? That's really cool. Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's really sad, too. They had one for Paradise. I'm getting all these flashbacks. So here it is, Josh, the Batman. Okay, I need to do tiny URL. Excuse me. Tiny URL shortens these links. I'm the dang mod of my own stream. If I want to post a link longer than 200 characters, I should be able to, but I'm this is primitive. Here it is. There you go. There's the map thing. Hey, Captain Smith. We here in Florida are curious to know the origin of the Maui's town historical fires. So many lives lost, said perish for them and their families. Okay, if I had $500 million, I would also go all in and say it's power companies. That's what I said the night of. Here's the thing about hurricane force winds. Okay, there's a point where you light a match, right? The match is going. Now take a room fan and put the match in front of the room fan. It blows out. So when you have the higher wind gust fires, ironically, most open flame is blown out. Now, as long as your barbecue doesn't topple over, if it was going like if propane was on, the flame would be blown out. Very few things, very high winds can cause a fire because they all start small, right? They start small. One of the things that can cause it is the spill of, say, like a huge amount of petroleum fuel, right? Take your pick, crude oil, whatever. Now, if that spills, ignites, the wind may not be able to blow that out. If it's small, it would. So you can have, say, a bonfire and stuff, and coals in a bonfire, and that's not like restricted, right? And we need to go look at the Death Ball Mountain camera and keep an eye on this. 50-minute time lapse. Now, say there's like burning pieces of wood that even though the flames would be blown out by the high winds, right? Hurricane force winds, whatever they had. Now the wood is still glowing red. In fact, the more wind you put on it, it's glowing red, right? So you have the potential for high winds to blow the burning wood out of the bonfire area or the trash pile, whatever somebody was burning, right? And if it rolls against something that can ignite, that could get a fire going. But I don't know how many people go lighting fires right before a hurricane happens. You know, like it's possible, it's unlikely, but this is a smoking gun. Look at this. See, it's very difficult to see where topsoil is. It's kind of this red, like kind of lava. It's like pumice. It's kind of a red color. Lava's not always black, so it can be a multitude of colors. So it's hard to tell what is bedrock, what is dirt, what's hardened lava type bedrock. But I don't see anything that burned further to the east except way over here. Here's the problem with this. These are very different seasons. I don't know when the first green stuff was taken. It could be years old, right? Years old in spring. So these dark spots, they look like an old fire burn scar, right? It looks like this was dead wood ready to go. Now, could have started way over here. It's possible. Could have burned some grass over here. But now a substation fire is a whole new animal. It's super intense. It'd be extremely difficult to put out in high winds. Like these liquids in there that are burning are just incredible. It is like a big petroleum tanker fire, you know, like a big gas truck on fire. I thought I saw a plane crash once, but the smoke never stopped. Like usually there's a big fireball. I saw the fireball, and I see black smoke in the sky that's tremendously high. And as I'm driving towards it, thinking I'm responding to a plane crash, I noticed the smoke didn't stop. Like planes don't burn for that long. It kind of increased in its intensity. That's a tremendous constant fuel and whipped up by hurricane force winds. Of course, that's going to do some serious damage. So during the fire, I was looking mostly at Kula, trying to find if there were any substations with heat signature over them. But the way the GOES satellites are, it spread so fast that the heat, with winds that fierce, the heat could have gone up and the hot smoke, right, and been blown away from the point of origin. That's when you can get no heat detection where it actually started. The hot air got pushed by the wind, right? Yeah, if they did not de-energize, then they definitely had at least some fires. Guaranteed, no bones about it. Now, what happened? We were watching this live on a camera. So was that resort running on generators? I don't think so. We saw city lights. They did not de-energize the town we were looking at across the bay. So no, they didn't cut the power off, even though they were warned that there was high fire danger and risk. So there's already lawsuits being filed. Now, I think it's unlikely that regular, say, burning my trash in the backyard started this. The winds were too fierce. They would have blown out open flame. There's just a couple things. Just like with Paradise, the open flame would have been burned, just blown out. They were 75 plus mile-an-hour winds. Those are Diablo winds. Those are in gusts, so hurricane force winds that affect California. Now we're going to look at the other one. So we're looking at the same fire, and this is live 15 minutes time lapses of the very last 15 minutes. They can detect surges from their headquarters. They can know when they think power lines are down, but it's been going on now for far too long. Way too many years, like 2016, they were starting to know in California that power lines were starting hundreds of fires. These companies are aware. That's why they're getting sued. Now, with the Beachy Creek was two separate fires, at least two. One was started by presumed lightning in the foothills, and it was a complete different drainage north of where the towns that burned down. The towns of Mill City, Detroit Lake, and Gates, and Lyons, and all those were being burned down by live power lines going down, and then they were falling across the road as people fled. Everybody at Detroit Lake got trapped for a bit. The fire chief of Gates said a power line hit the fence around their big, like they had a gigantic fire station. It was 3 or 4 trucks, 3 or 4 truck garage. That's big for a small town. The headquarters of like all firefighting in the Cascade Mountain Range. So his headquarters, people began running to the fire station. He said this on the internet. I put it live on my stream. He said that the citizens, since all the phones didn't work, the phone lines are being thrown down by the wind, when all the poles are toppling everywhere. They ran and said, look, our homes are on fire because the power lines, these are old homes, they usually go to the roof, underneath the roof of the home, right? So mostly these lines were being yanked by the wind. They were being pulled out, and the live wires were arcing on people's roofs, lighting the roofs on fire, and the yards and all that, right? So these people were running to the fire station saying, save our homes. He's like, yes, let's go. So just as they were about to truck out of there, a power line at the fire station hit their chain link fence live. The chain link fence had vegetation growing through it. In fact, we might even be able to see that. It's a very good illustrated point here. Let's just go to Gates, Oregon. And what happens when a power line hits a metal fence? It's not a big town. Let's see, let's put on home imagery. Well, electrified the fence. Here it is. This was their giant firehouse. So the electric fence goes like so. I mean, not electric fence. It became electric fence. It was just a chain link fence, right? I think the power line was right about here. I tried to figure out where it was. Unfortunately, this is the aftermath photo, I think. I think they've rebuilt the powerhouse, the firehouse. I don't think it made it. So the power line, boom, hit the fence here. All the vegetation that was in the fence starts frying. It's being electrocuted. Like all of those trees and stuff start bursting into flame because they're being electrocuted. It takes a while for a living plant to be so hot while it's frying, you know, like it's in the electric chair. The heat from the electricity, though, will boil off the sap and just make it drier and drier and drier until it'll ignite. So what did they want to do? They wanted to put water on it. The igniting almost 360 degrees around them. All of the forest was on fire in a horseshoe. They needed to save their firehouse. Never mind the town. They have to save the firehouse. No, thank you. So they're like, oh God. And then I don't know if anybody reached for a hose. If I was a movie director, I'd have somebody reach for the hose, get ready to put water on it. No, don't do it. You know. And if I was a bad director like Michael Bay, I'd have them put the fire hose on and then boom, be blown back by a giant burst of electricity and get electrocuted. Because if you put water on an electrified fence or a power line, the energy will go up the hose. Water's going to conduct. It's got chlorine and stuff in it. So it'll electrocute the firefighters. I don't mean shock. Like in foreign countries, electrocute means shock, and it's like the same thing. Electrocute means electro-execution, like you die. So they couldn't put water on it, and they abandoned their own firehouse and left their own personal belongings to burn and just told the townspeople, let's get the hell out of here. And then all over the town, the power lines went down. This is the highway. They went boom, 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 boom. This is not my words. This is the fire chief's words. They're fleeing west because the fire was chasing them from the east, but the fire was ahead of them as they encountered it. Because boom, 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 boom in the high winds, the power lines are going down in the path of their escape. And this is part of why it was such a deadly fire. This is the Beachy Creek. I covered this live and couldn't believe what I was hearing. Took my headset off and said, that's it. I'm going to go rescue my mom. She's in Salem. She's west of us. Getting the hell out of here. I'm getting her the hell out of here. That's a big ass Beachy Creek right there. So the thing about power lines is when they're live, there is a particular death road in Paradise. East side of town, north and south road. And a bunch of neighbors, when the fire came over the ridge to the east, got in a caravan sort of thing, and there's only one way out, north and south. So they had to go north to get to the east-west road, to flee west, right? And when they got to their intersection, live power lines went down and hit the roof of the car in front of them. Trapped the people inside. They had no way to live at that point. You may think, oh, I'm safe in the car because there's wheels, just tires. They're insulating me from the ground, blah, blah, blah. But if you try to jump out of your car or something, it's going to arc to you. Power lines are too powerful. You can't get out. So the rest of the cars were trapped behind. And now they didn't have a fast-moving vehicle to try to escape. They were forced to either be in their cars wondering what to do or get out of their cars and try to outrun a wildfire being propelled by 75-mile-an-hour wind gusts downwind of the fire, and you can't. So there's this line of skeletons. Somebody filmed it. They hid in a shelter, came out in the morning, and they filmed their dead neighbors' skeletons in the cars. Some of the cars still kind of on fire. And that's real footage. It's out there. So when I see these pictures of Lahaina and I see the death alleys of the cars, oftentimes everybody's going down the street. It's going to be live power lines that topple in the street in front of them and block them. And you have a death alley. Look at this. Okay, let's see if there's been any new evacuations. If there aren't any, I'm baffled. For the lookout. We're looking at the lookout. Let's see if we can get any radio. I tried before, but it's worth trying again. I don't think that we have any Linn County feed. No. It's kind of a dead zone for the ham radio. Linn County Sheriff Fire EMS. Lebanon, Sweet Home, and Harrisburg and Brownsville. It's in fact the places I'm talking about: Staten, Turner, Lyons, Sublimity, Almsville, Detroit, all affected by the Beachy Creek for the most part. Marion County is Salem stuff. There'd be more than 13 people listening to it. Because this isn't the Mackenzie River. Let me just press play.
4-6 responding with 4 at 1930.
I don't think we're going to hear anything of note, but I'm going to look back at chat. So I hope this answers your question. Town and racing fires are almost always caused by a corporation.
449 responding with 1 at 1930.
A vehicle fire, like I said, like a tanker truck could start. Something like what happened with Lahaina. I don't see any burned out tanker trucks in the path. What I get out of reading the satellite is I don't know if this was like grass on fire or if it was already harvested or whatever. Up in the hills. If it started up here, The embers could have just drifted in the wind and start lighting stuff on fire over here. But a grass fire does not explain the deadliness of what happened to Lahaina. The massive fuel source, the never-ending fuel source of a power substation fire, though. Now, what John Bruno was talking about, the retired fire chief of Shasta, he was talking about the car fire and others. The car fire was actually started by a vehicle. That's one of the town erasers that was truly just a complete freak accident. High winds near Shasta, car pulls over side of the road, and I don't know if the catalytic converter hit the grass or whatever, or if the car was on fire and that hit the grass, but then that spread with the north winds and Shasta and all that stuff going years ago. So, but almost all of the town erasing big fires that are enormous, that start with incredibly high winds, they're almost always power line fires. I think I labeled the substation fire, so I think I could quickly find it. You won't believe how nuts it is. Yeah, sugarcane is burned for harvest. Had they already done it? Josh says the hot shot. The hot shot wake up has to be one of the best videos taken near the start of the fire. Is it copyrighted? Yeah, I'm sure what fueled JCAT, the fire, once it was in the town. I mean, JB pointed out that it was an unsavable town, indefensible town. It's tiki style, flammable. You know, a lot of downtown was the actual 1800s buildings or turn of the century buildings without firewalls, without brick walls in between them, wood, stacked on wood with no place in between. No way to defend the rooftops. Because most. Now, this has nothing to do with our fire, guys. Let's listen for a second. But when the embers start going, most buildings are lit in their attics. Actually, it's not the main seat of the fire that goes to building to building to building. That's kind of a weird fantasy that people would imagine. We now know from tests and studies that in severe winds like that, like, for example, the Oakland firestorm, that was the most studied. That was fueled by invasive weeds called eucalyptus trees, gasoline trees. Their little leaves are like paper and impregnated with their sap. Their bark is like paper and sloughs off, and it just gets carried by the wind, and it's like carrying a little bit of, well, paper soaked in kerosene in the wind, right? So it was believed that gutters, like pine needles and leaves in the gutters, like the roof gutters, was the main reason a roof caught on fire, and that's bad, but it's not really it. Most structure fires are in a firestorm or any kind of situation in a town, and we're really in front of any wildfire. It's not the main fire hitting it that the building goes up. The embers are like snowflakes in a blizzard. They're just that thick. They're everywhere. There's millions of them. And if you do not have a fine mesh on the vents underneath the roof, then they get up into the roof. Just thousands, hundreds. Every wind gust is shoving hundreds of little bits of flaming embers up underneath the roof, and it's going into the attic. And the attic, everybody's attic gets hot. That's where heat rises. So that's the driest wood in a structure. That's the place that doesn't have sprinklers. You know, when you see a building lucky enough to have sprinklers, they're in the living spaces. They're not in the attic. That's pretty dang rare. And a lot of these structures have shared attic spaces where there's walls in between the buildings and the businesses, but once you got to the attic, you could walk the entire length of the street in the attic, so the fire races.
446 on scene and units check for an open mic, please.
Yeah, I'm going to turn this off. This is not our fire. It was worth a shot. But I'm sure there would be hundreds of people listening to this by now if we could hear anything about the lookout fire.
449 stays to end of DeSantis Lane, 1936.
Okay, shut up. Okay, I turned it off. So, like in the Oakland firestorm, there was a new building on fire every 38 seconds. There's no way the fire crews could keep up with that. So, when you have anomalies like a building that was left completely unattended and some of the neighboring structures burned down, oftentimes the difference between the buildings that burned down and the one that stayed up was somebody chose a finer mesh and for their soffit vents, and they didn't allow birds to violate it and build nests up there. Bird nest is a perfect little tinder box. What is going to happen when the embers hit a bird nest? You're toast. It may be neat to have birds nesting in your attic or whatever. Relocate them. Like, okay, guys, speak of the devil, JB, John Bruno, the retired fire captain, is ready to talk to us from Shasta. I was thinking of texting him. He's like, "What's this?" I said, "Do you see I'm streaming?" He goes, "No, what's this?" So whenever somebody has an incoming call, it mutes me, but I keep it on so I can tell what's happening. So yeah, Big Dog is explaining the car fire good. A guy who was towing an RV trailer that had a flat tire in the back. Dang, yeah, it can be hard to stop. Yeah. So, oh, Jay Cat says I worked in Hawaii for 5 months updating a radio system. Yeah. So when I just hit John Bruno, retired fire. Hey, Bugs, by the way, retired fire captain from Shasta County. So he wants to be live on stream. In the past, I would just pause the stream and talk to him for a bit and then relay what he said. But it's awesome that he's willing to just talk to us. Besides, my voice needs a rest. He's not happy with the it's 8% humidity right now in Shasta. Yikes. It's about 18-ish or something, and what we're looking at, we have a pyrocumulus situation on a Death Ball mountain cam. I'm going to use the bathroom, then we're going to have JB on. He'll be able to tell you all about Lahaina and with an expert's opinion. He was right. I was asking, am I right? And he's like, yeah. And he was even more right than I was while Lahaina was happening. My horrible question was, do you think that's a mass death, mass fatality event? He goes, yeah. I didn't want to hear that, but I kind of knew. All right, be right back, friends. Okay, I'm refreshed. I don't know if my air conditioning is still functioning. First I need some Tylenol. I'm glad I cleared my schedule for the day. Not that I have a life. But guys, I was gonna go to Belknap Hot Springs. Oh my god, I should learn my lesson and just not let the devil know that I like places. In fact, I should just get some decoys. Like, what do we not care if we lose, like, to a fire? Maybe I should just say I like that place. You know, like a horrible new construction that looks like Darth Vader architecture, but nobody's moved in yet. Oh my god, this looks like Helena. I don't see red flames over the ridge, but as night falls, we might. Okay, friends, I'm gonna look at chat real quick, then I'm gonna call JB back. I'm gonna put him on the speakerphone. Let's see here. How did I do this last time? I just sort of held the phone up to the microphone. Death ball. Just can't get over this. Death ball mountain cam. This is a 1-hour time lapse in the opposite direction. Yeah. All right. Do we have any new evacs on this? Sometimes things look worse than they are, but I'm not guessing it's one of those times. Now, would I be leaving this vicinity? Yeah. Now, doesn't mean I wouldn't come back the next day if things look better. I mean, tomorrow's a red flag day. I wouldn't come back the next day. I'd hang out at the beach or something. But I would not feel a bit silly for having left the vicinity and come back later, especially if I took somebody vulnerable with me. Just I don't know about you. I don't want to sit on my porch and look at that. I mean, how can you relax? You can relax though if you've done everything you can do, and that's all you can do, and so you left. And since it's completely out of your hands, you can tell yourself, brain, relax at the beach. We're not even going to look at it. Oh God, you're talking about food. Okay, so Josh, the wind was really whipping in that clip. Yeah, I don't know that I can show a lot of those clips. Bug says I lived in East Bay at the time of the Oakland Hills fire. Dear God, so you saw that. Yeah. Now, Josh, if anything is copyright free, just let me know. I do respect the hot shot wake up thing. I've almost seen virtually none of their content though. I just know they're good. I see some of their written articles. So yeah, I think the banyan tree might be alive, guys. It possibly is. There's a lot of trees that look completely dead during Paradise, and 2 years later they sprouted. The more mature the tree is, the more fireproof. So it just don't say yay like in a month when it is determined to be alive. It could die in just the next couple months. It's hurt. It's like a life support critical condition, but it might live. Okay, let's call John Bruno. He'll tell us what's what. See first if we have any evacuations now that have changed. There's been an expansion, at least here. Updated 15 minutes ago. There's a level 2B set evacuation notice for the Mona Campground, Lookout Campground, the H.J. Andrews Experimental Forest Headquarters. Wonder where that is. In addition to the previously notified Taylor and North Bank Road, so they're widening the level 2. Let's refresh our maps. Lane County seems to be the one with the info here. It straddles Linn and Lane County, so Oh god, I hit the refresh button and killed it. Here it is. It's coming back. There it is. Okay, I just thought of a nasty word, like a new bad word to invent. Instead of trifecta, when you're screwed, it's the tribepta. The Willamette National Forest is just so screwed right now. The only good thing is the salmon might be in mop up, I hope. They're saying up here by Sweet Home, this guy is doing well. Man, this is an adult stream. I can have fun with this. Ha ha ha. See Probes chuckling. I almost said that out loud. My subconscious wants to be heard. It's an exhibitionist. My subconscious is Salvador Dali. You have no idea the amount of restraint it takes, the amount of energy it takes to keep it in check every day. Okay, here we go. He's wonderful. We're so lucky to have him here. Straight from the horse's mouth, retired fire chief of Shasta County. I learned from the best friends. Josh, no, just because something's published on news outlets doesn't mean the news outlet didn't pay for it. It's still somebody's copyright. Like,
you reached the cell phone of John Bruno. Sorry, I couldn't get your call.
all right, I'm sure he'll be. Oh, you're gonna want to mute me.
I got you now.
You're gonna want to mute my channel.
I'm muting it.
Okay.
Okay, sir. So, are we on the air?
You are live. We are glad to have you. I was just introducing you. So,
Okay, I am not a retired fire chief. I was a captain with CAL FIRE.
Oh, captain, I'm sorry.
But I did work as a fire chief. You're absolutely correct. After I retired, I was an interim chief for a while in the local fire department.
I'm sorry.
In Shasta County. You're right. You're correct. But I was a ground pounder. I was on an engine company most of my career.
He's also humble, friend. Okay.
Well, I trampled around the state of California a few times.
Right. He was
What can I
there.
help you with?
He was there with Paradise and stuff. We got some background chirping noises. Any way that could be toned down?
You got some background noise. Stand by here. I'm in my office and I have all kinds of radios on here.
Oh, we were talking about Baofangs earlier and how cool they are.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, what do you think of this? I'm going to do a time lapse. This is our 12-hour time lapse of the Death Ball Mountain cam. You can't make this up. This one is to the southwest. Okay, it's looking northeast of the Lookout Fire. Lookout is called
Yes.
Lookout
Does
Mountain.
anybody know what highway number that McKenzie Highway is? It's not Highway 22.
No,
Highway number.
127, I want to say. Let me look. I can't interrupt a time lapse.
Okay. As you know, this area is probably in what they call a severe drought area, according to the drought index.
Great.
It's in Central Oregon.
Well, it's the
So the fields
Cascades.
there
That's
are pretty
pretty
dry.
soggy compared to. I mean, it's still the Cascades, so we're in the central, like the peaks of it. So any kind of ocean-going storms are still going to wet it. It's just true Central Oregon is like Bend on the east side of the Cascades, and that's super dry. This is mostly dry.
I was looking at the drought index as of August 8th.
Okay.
And Central Oregon is either considered severe or moderate.
It's still considered western because
it's considered west. Let me pull it up here. Let me see. Oh, okay. You're a little bit to the west, right?
yeah, the Cascade squeezes all the moisture out of all the Pacific storms, leaving the eastern Oregon
Yeah,
thirsty.
so it probably, depending on exactly where it's at, it could be either into severe or moderate.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, so what do you think? We basically are seeing evacuations that I think might be a little bit conservative. They changed in the afternoon a couple of times. We saw this go from not much of a factor, like a concern, to a pyrocumulus in a matter of hours, and they updated.
Yes.
Right now, you're seeing the green is level 1, 2 is get set, and it's a 3-step for Oregon. Nobody's at 3
Yes.
yet, but
Step 1 is be ready, and step 2 is what?
that's
Level
it.
2 is
That's it.
get set. Yeah. Okay. Well, if you read their forecast, if you look at the watch duty map, they've already got some fire way out in front of them to the west. So they're going to have an east wind blowing, I guess, coming up here in the next 24 hours, correct?
Right, it's coming out of northeast right now. It's
Okay, if you look at a map, if you look at a topog map, which is a topography map on watch duty, you can see a big canyon that runs east-west. So once fire gets in there with an east wind, you've got alignment, so that could travel very well because there's a lot of timber there, and the timber is not the wettest right now. It's actually a little bit dry, according to the drought index. So I see a town called Rainbow and a town called McKenzie Bridge Country, Foley Springs, Tecate Golf Club. So it's only a couple miles away from there, probably only 3 or 4 as a bird flies.
yeah.
And of course, nobody on this fire, if you look at the resources that they have on this fire, according to their, they don't have a whole lot of resources. They've got 3 fire engines, 7 crews, 3 bulldozers, a couple water tenders, a few, and 3 helicopters. And that was probably this morning. It may add to that, but if you look at the big picture, and folks can go type in National Situation Report, by the National Interagency Fire Center, you can see the big picture of fire on federal lands, and it's not good for the Great Basin and Rocky Mountain and Pacific Northwest. They're starting to draw down pretty good now.
Great. Meaning less staff on the fire. Like, people are like vacation time.
They're getting stretched pretty thin.
Yeah.
So any new fires that break, such as this, I imagine this thing started, your start date was August 5. So they've been on, I don't know what their actions were like on the first 2 hours of the fire, but, kind of a 10 commandment of firefighting is fast, aggressive initial attack.
Well, actually,
and they probably did the best they could with what they had, but they don't have much.
well, what actually happened that night was that we had rolling thunderstorms go from south to north because it's, lightning strike season. So they actually had dozens. I mean, I remember seeing lightning fires 64 on the map. So they whack-a-moled almost all of them, and this was one that got lodged in stubborn terrain.
It was probably low priority because of where it was located. But that also tells me is there's probably a lot of sleepers out there.
Really?
Sleepers are fires that are smoldering right now, but as the wind picks up and as the temperatures increase and the humidity drops, those sleepers will break out. So probably new fires are going to start potentially in the next several days.
Yeah, we had some pretty good wind today.
Which will increase the drawdown.
Great.
So drawdown is when a fire agency has a reduction in resources, which reduces their ability for fast initial attack, more efficiency, so they become more inefficient because they don't have enough resources. Because every one of these incidents are ordering resources. They're ordering engines, crews, dozers, helicopters, air tankers, and support personnel. And the agency itself, U.S. Forest Service or Bureau of Land Management, National Park Service, Oregon Department of Forestry, they only have limited resources, especially when they're already drawn down. So the way I compare it is if you turn all the faucets on in your house and then you want to try to take a shower and all the outside faucets are on full bore, you're not going to get much water pressure. Well, you're not going to get many resources sent to your incident. Now, normally in the fire business, there'll be a kind of a multi-agency coordination system where they all come together in a war room and say, okay, out of all the fires, let's prioritize fire number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 based on values at risk, structures, timber, things like that.
Right.
And normally it's communities and structures are the highest priority, life and property. So.
Right. So what I was thinking is, I'm not sure why level 3 isn't already ordered for McKenzie Bridge. I think that was.
Well, that's because the law enforcement representative, or in our organization here, we have actually an evacuation branch director that works with operations, the operations section chief, who tactically fights the fire.
Okay.
And he works for the they works for the incident commander. They sit in a planning meeting every day, and in a federal case, probably twice a day, because they have 12-hour operational periods, and decide, okay, we need to increase our evac or upgrade it based on potential fire behavior, based on the weather, based on the fuels, based on the terrain. So hopefully they have a good fire behavior analyst working with them and meteorologist, and they can determine what this thing's going to do in the next 12 or 24 hours. And if I were people, I would have my bags packed. I would have my vehicle packed, ready to go.
Well, they put level 2 just a few hours ago, and level 1 was earlier this morning. Like level 1, I think, was at noon.
Right.
So
this is a good east wind on it, and it moves down there toward that little town of Rainbow, which is down on the McKenzie Highway. It could get quite exciting. I'm sure there's a lot of rural residential roads out on there, like Mill Creek Road. And there's a lot of fed land there, so there's no infrastructure there, but there is along that McKenzie Highway corridor.
Yeah, check out what poor little Rainbow went through before. Holiday Farm. I thought it dodged a bullet of the Holiday Farm, which is one of the 2020 crazy fires that roared out of the mountains and went west. I don't think they made it, actually, and I probably misspoke. It's like the Holiday Farm. Wait, I'm in the right spot.
Right.
Yeah, it was right
there's
there.
Another fire to the southwest. I forget the name of it.
Rainbow. The Bedrock. Bedrock is...
The Bedrock. Yeah, so I'm sure the air quality isn't real good in that country right now.
The Bedrock was reaching it for it in a different direction, and they've desperately tried to keep the Bedrock from going upslope and up into that same wind tunnel, which is this highway.
Yeah. So wildfire can be like cancer. If you get the cancer at stage 1, you're highly probable you're going to recover and have a good probability of recovery. But if the fire is at stage 4, that means it's so big already, and it's already taken off and doing its thing, and it's much more difficult to control. As you know, go ahead and look at the flat fire burning in southwest Oregon. What are we on, week 4, I think? Yeah. Yeah.
At least.
And so, the feds do a lot of firing, and I'm sure they can justify it, but, I don't know. I just think that, aggressive initial attack is normally the most efficient way to stop these fires, because if you don't, then you're encumbering the taxpayers' dollars. You're creating all kinds of smoke and heartache for people who have to evacuate. Tourism industry goes in the toilet. So really is a problem.
Now here's the thing. I don't know if you're seeing the map right now, but I was trying to emphasize with shaded relief that the fires on this ridge, they have to hold this main road up here. I think they're trying desperately, or tried to prep that as best they could. If we see it on the cams crest the ridge, I don't think that, I don't know, I have not read about any structure protection at Rainbow. Here's McKenzie Bridge, which has more structures. It's just looking down the barrel of the gun. Look at those slopes aimed at it. It can just rain down from an extreme elevation above.
Well, especially if the wind is more of a northeast wind.
It is.
So there are red flags calling for east winds. So, but sometimes in timber like this, it's very dry. You won't get any good humidity recovery at night. So things can get, like, as you know, from Dixie and other fires, Caldor, Carr, they all burned as well at night as they did during the day. Yeah,
we're going to have up to 40% at night, but probably below. And right now it's around 18%. Now, that is the community right there. I know there's a 20-second feed delay, but you see this stuff where my cursor is. The smoke is going directly over McKenzie Bridge right now. And if the fire crests that ridge, it's going to rain and burst down. So it is being pushed out of the northeast right now to the southwest, because this camera was smoked out most of the day.
Yeah, so folks need to be prepared. That would be my word of advice.
Yeah.
You need to be prepared.
Well, if they're going to pull a level 3, they should do it before people go to bed. It's now 8 o'clock.
Hey, speaking of notifications, I've been working with several of my colleagues that are retired,
Yeah.
and we're very strong supporters as a group of us retired in the LRAD system. We believe it's the best overall way to notify people. And someone will say, well, you know, they use that for protesters and things like that, but it's an amplified speaker system, but it can specifically give you directions. But yeah, I guess personally, I talked to several people when I was serving as a chaplain on that campfire, and talked to little old ladies that were laying in bed that didn't know anything was happening till they saw the glow out of their window. So, because you can't rely on someone having the cell phone on, sleeping through it. But, you know, just like you put in street lights in a community, you could put these sirens and notifications. And they had that actually in Lahaina, but I'll bet you the infrastructure where it was hardwired, it wasn't underground wiring. So, of course, the fire burned all the wiring and shorted the system out.
Yeah.
I talked to a lot of the victims of Lahaina, and I've been there several times.
Just now?
No, I've been there in the past, visiting. It's kind of in a tourist trap.
I mean, talking to the
Hawaii,
victims.
Maui. No, I was just listening to the victims online.
Oh, okay.
A lot of them will all say, hey, we didn't get notified. Nobody notified us. We just saw and reacted from what we saw. Same thing on camp and same thing. You know, notification is a big thing. And in the state of California is way behind the power curve on proper notification. You know, everybody's kind of doing their own thing with cell phones, or you can get a little receiver and keep it with you, but you got to have it on and with you. You know, it's got to be something a little bit. You know, during the war in Europe, my mother grew up in Europe. The way they notified them that they were going to be bombed by the Allies was through a siren system, and they had it on every street corner, and they had bunkers on every street corner, and that's how civilians kept from getting killed by the bombing. Well, how do you keep people from not knowing when there's a vegetation fire that's approaching their house at a rapid rate of speed? And you say, well, it's going to cost a little bit. Well, maybe we got to take some of that millions of dollars that Newsom's putting toward all this, you know, brush clearing, which is not the most efficient thing to do. I mean, it's nice to have, but, you know, and put a good alert system in. So, you know, I kind of disagree with people who say it wouldn't work. I think it'll work.
Of course it would. I mean, you look at success stories like Dunsmuir. I remember I was eating at that diner on I-5 making my way towards Oregon, and I almost peed my pants. I was in my car with a loud tune going, and all of a sudden air raid sirens like it's World War II or like a nuclear bomb's about to be dropped, and it echoed through the mountains, and I was like, what the hell? Are the Japanese attacking? And they're like, oh, that's the fire department communicating with itself. There's no way people were not aware unless you were deaf. So, I mean, it does work, and you just got to copy what works places. So.
Yeah, well, people are getting it mixed up, I think, with how law enforcement uses it. But the same kind of technology can be used to notify people, alert them, notify them, and give them a directive. Now, if you have your phone on or TV on or your radio on and you're not sleeping, how are you going to be notified? Santa Rosa is a classic example. People in the campfire in Paradise on November 8th of 2018, they did not have any indication that there was anything going on until they physically saw flames coming toward their homes.
Same thing with the Cascade.
You know.
Well, the same night Santa Rosa burned down, my friend died in Bangor and Loma Rica, two different PG&E fires. And the people were woken up by little gravel rocks of their driveway being tossed against their windows in the red glow. I want to show you something. So I agree with you. Like, just like we said, while this was burning down, while Maui was burning, when communications go down, that's when people die. That's the number one priority is communications.
And let me share something with you about Lahaina, and it hasn't been properly told yet by the investigators. I'm not so sure that the Lahaina fire was started by a vegetation fire. I think it was started by some type of electrical power line that went down that ignited something. Now, it might have ignited grass. They have a lot of 1-hour fuels in that island, lots of grass, okay? Then the grass ignited a structure, and then when the structure started burning, because you have 60-mile-an-hour winds with gusts of 80 or 90, it became very well involved, and it moved from building to building and from block to block, which is known as a conflagration. And if you look at Lahaina, see how linear it is. It burned from south to north. It had kind of a south-west wind on it, but it had a continual fuel bed of nothing but old buildings, very close spaced, with no fire department or limited fire department response in the initial hour or the initial half hour of the fire. And by the time the fire department got there, all they did was physical rescues, I'm sure, because they could not stop the fire. They're not going to stop that fire. Nobody's going to stop that fire, humanly speaking. All you can do is get people out and save lives. And that's what happened in Paradise. You talk to the firefighters that were all the heroic guys and gals that were up there fighting fire. The first hour or two, they didn't fight any fire. They couldn't. They had to save people's lives. They were basically mobile taxis in the fire zone, grabbing people and putting them in their fire apparatus and taking them to a refuge area.
Yeah. They have mobile tsunami warning sirens and stuff, but just like JB said, I wanted to tell my chat, when fires chew through those wires, they don't work. I want to draw attention to your screen if you're looking at my feed, JB. Josh was apparently watching or listening to a Hot Shot Wake Up podcast. I'm not sure if you know about them. They seem very knowledgeable and very good. I'm not subscribed. But he said that if you look at the before and the after slider, and I don't know when these images were made. I mean, it could be a different year, like a spring, but he said if you look to the east of Lahaina, where some of the winds are coming from off the mountain, he says you could trace the fire's path, the one that tore up to downtown. You could trace it up where it gets narrower and narrower and narrower, and then boom, that is a electrical substation.
Yeah. So I don't know. There's not enough, we're not going to know for a couple of weeks, but what I'm saying is once it gets established, and it can be this way, it can be in Orange County, California. It could be in Medford, Oregon, like it was on the Almeida fire. Once fire gets established in a development, where you have an I zone, where you have back-to-back structures, the structures themselves become the fuel, and the winds will push them from one structure to the next, to the next, to the next. And if it's a very strong phone wind, like on the camp, where all the structures were upslope from where the fire came from, then it spreads those flying brands and starts hundreds of spot fires. If you have a receptive fuel bed, probably what happened behind it is it's spotted from one building to the next.
Yeah, I was telling the story, and I've got, I just found it. I thought a plane crash happened west of Portland once. So my friend at the time came over, and we jumped in our cars and said, I think that's a plane crash. Holy crap. So we went towards it. I'm trying to get the most compelling part on stream here. I have to set this up to look at a different window real quick. Let's see. What's this? Scene. Add a scene. Add a source, actually. Excuse me. And a window.
Yeah, they have tsunami sirens there. I've seen the tsunami sirens, but I don't know if the infrastructure, the hard wiring was damaged by the fire, and so they were out of service. I don't know if what happened there. They're doing an investigation on that. So
yeah, definitely. So let me make a VLC media player scene, and I'll show you on screen. I hope if it behaves. Put it to this. I thought it was a plane crash. And, oh, come on. Capture method. Okay, let me change capture method. There we go. Now we got it visible. So this is, you're going to have a 20-second delay and see this after everybody else. Let me resize this as well. Nope, wrong thing. One sec. I hope I'm not taking up your time. We're really happy. And if anybody has a question for you, please put that in the chat, guys. He's happy to help us understand. He's wonderful. Okay, so this is what I thought was a plane
Aircraft
crash.
Fire.
Yeah.
Yes.
Power substation fire. Just had endless fuel like this. The crazy amount of oils or whatever's in there burning was insane. Like what you were saying, the flame length was taller than those trees. Way taller than
Yeah,
that.
because it's jet fuel.
Is it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So can you imagine if those hurricane force winds from Lahaina flattened that down on the ground, how it would just incinerate everything in its path and get those buildings going?
Yeah. If you look historically at large damaging fires, large destructive fires that burn hundreds and hundreds of buildings, there's one common denominator, and that is the wind.
Yeah.
You can have a 50-degree day. It can be cold. As long as you have clear sky. Look what happened in Colorado 3 or 4 years ago. It was right before Christmas, but all their fuels were dormant and dead from the summer and fall. They hadn't had a good rain yet, and they had a fire that took off in 1 hour fuels, which is grass, or fuels 1/4 of an inch or smaller in diameter. And it was a grass fire that moved from neighborhood to neighborhood, burned fences, burned homes with a rapid wind event on it. It bends the flames, it preheats, it spots. It fuels it like oxygen. Why did the blacksmith in the days of old use a bellows to get his fire hot? Because oxygen increases your flame, your burning capability. If a guy wants to cut some steel, he'll take an oxyacetylene torch and press the lever and add oxygen. So natural air has 21% oxygen. So when you add that at 60 miles an hour to a fire, with light flashy fuels into an old wood frame parched siding neighborhood of homes and commercial buildings like Lahaina. Lahaina basically was a motherlode town. We call them motherlode towns in California. The old western towns like Mariposa, Auburn, you have a lot of the old mining towns like Weaverville, California. Yeah. You get fire established on a 60-mile-an-hour wind, you're not stopping it. I don't care what time of year it is. You're not getting in front of it. Yeah. It's horrendous,
Yeah.
So, you can't.
It's like the old saloon door swinging kind of ghost town. Not many of those survived because they mostly burned down in history.
Right.
And then you get the secondary rebuild of the town that still stands when they did it in brick. But look at the flame height. This is a dead calm kind of a day in a pretty moist.
Yeah,
I think
not
this
much
is not.
wind on this. It's all that jet fuel. It's all the jet fuel burning, and I don't know how much it had on it, but that's why air rescue firefighting, crash fire rescue firefighting, has to be something that's very quick, and the way their apparatus is designed, it's designed so it can go off road, and it has turrets that can engage right away to foot a path of escape out for people coming out of their slides. If you look at some of the YouTube clips of air crash incidents, but anyway, so wind is the culprit, and let me tell you right now, in California,
this is a power substation.
Right now, we're cooking. It's 111 here today in Redding.
Oh, I thought you said there was jet fuel at a power substation. This is a power substation on fire.
Well, there's some type of fuel. You can tell because of black smoke. Anytime you have black smoke, it's hydrocarbon. So there's some kind of fuel burning there. I don't know if it happens to be near a power station or if that was a fuel cell for something there, generators or what. I have no idea.
Yeah, and now I'm very curious if somebody's got to know what it's. There's these oils that transformer oil type stuff, and the fire crews were keeping everybody back because the fallout was extremely toxic.
Yeah, I'm sure.
So I remember there was a 5-alarm fire in Portland called the Taylor Electric Fire, which is a fire, which is an electric warehouse for things like transformers. And boy, when it went, it looked like a planet had impacted Portland. It was insane. So I can only imagine.
A lot of transformers have large volumes of oil.
Yeah.
And they had PCBs, polychlorobiphenols, which were very carcinogenic, and now at least in this state, they've changed a lot of those out, but they used oil for transforming to run their power through. But anyway, getting back to your fire over in Oregon, that could be quite interesting, especially in the next 24 hours.
I'm very worried. we're watching it now. I'm going to go back and do a new time lapse. This is, if the smoke is coming towards this camera, this death ball camera, then it means it's out of the northeast and blowing to the southwest, aiming at Rainbow and Mackenzie Bridge. So I'm worried that they're going to pull the evacuation trigger at like midnight or something. It's a pretty small town area, but
Well, I would say that if people live in that community, they would be married to their televisions or portable radios if their power goes out. Don't depend on cell phones, because cell phones, case in point, Santa Rosa fires, all the towers were gone. The command team couldn't even talk to one another. And when people use technology every day now and they get used to it, and when it's out, they're lost, you know?
mm-hmm. So this is the kind of night where you sleep with the TV on, and hopefully that. Well, I wouldn't go to sleep with this.
Power, you better have a battery-operated radio.
Yeah.
And I would, just use common sense and go out and look, see what the fire's doing, depending on where you're at. I would have your bags packed. I would be ready to go.
I don't know that I would sleep in front of this thing or downwind of it in any kind of vicinity of it. I don't think I possibly could. But what I'm waiting for is the cameras to trip into infrared. We have sunset here, 3 minutes? Technically, it's, 10 minutes from now.
But you got to remember with this camera system that it looks always a lot hairier than it really is because of infrared sensitivity.
Right.
So, that's what that is.
I'm just thinking that if it crosses the ridge, it's bad. So I'm just trying to figure out if it's...
Yeah, because another thing, you can look at the resources assigned and divide it by 2. If there's 10 fire engines, they're not all 10 on the fire because they work, well, maybe 75% of them are during the day, but it depends on how these Fed teams work it. Lots of times they don't like people out there at night, so they don't go heavy at night because they believe it's too dangerous. So, but that's the best time to fight fire at night. When the humidity's low, the winds die down, hopefully. But in this case, I don't know if the winds are going to die down, and I doubt if they're going to get a whole lot of recovery. I mean, if humidity's at 40% throughout the night, that'll still burn good with heavy, dry timber.
Yeah. At some point, the columns got to collapse. I don't know if it did already. There's some people monitoring that. I haven't gotten the hang of that app. But we had a true pyrocumulus show up today, which surprised me.
Well, they normally collapse, and when that collapses, then the outflow winds take it and everything. So, according to the National Weather Service,
okay,
and that's who I take my info from because it's probably the most accurate. They've issued a red flag warning.
We're in red flag
for that area until 8 o'clock tomorrow night with east winds 5 to 15, gusts 10 to 20 on the upper slopes at night into the early morning, and gusts up to 30 for exposed ridges. And that ridge you showed me is probably what you consider exposed. And then the RH is going to be as low as 15% in the afternoon with poor humidity recoveries at night. And not good. Doesn't look good. So keep an eye on things.
Yeah.
Plus the heat advisory's out too. So it makes it difficult for the firefighters to do their job.
Right.
All right. Anything else?
Okay, let's look at chat and see if anybody has some questions for you. I'm trying to pull up, the current wind and stuff. This is, I think, grayscale is the easiest way to look at it. But topo gives you a good idea. It's just hard to see wind, but you can see how Rainbow and Mackenzie Bridge just right under this. We've got, these are the old Modus and Veers dots. I know it's a 20-second delay, but we've already got GOES satellite on this ridge, and I think I may have seen something down here. So what we're not seeing is roads to access this. This is like sheer cliff face stuff. So it may be.
Somebody said here, would you be interested in talking with the communications company out here to try to get them integrated in California? What is that? What integrated?
Oh, let's look. Yeah, Big Al. So I haven't checked my email yet, but he was saying that there's a communications company that wants to help the very situation we were talking about. So
what does he mean by a communications company?
Yeah, that would.
Radio station?
Yeah, Big Al, maybe you can explain or give us a link real quick. I should have checked my email and known about this, but okay, there it is. Everywherecomms.com. So let's pull this up. Connect and protect your organization's most valuable assets, your people. Request a demo. Stories. What is it? Our platform, the Everywhere mobile app and the InReach by Garmin and the Everywhere hub combine to deliver a global incident command system, location monitoring, and secure messaging. Is this satellite then? 24/7, our platform allows users to activate an SOS, knowing they can communicate with remote teams, dispatchers, and rescuers. Yeah, that's kind of like spot locator.
Yeah.
But then there's secure messaging.
Yeah, but people have to have technology. They have to have an iPhone, and people who live in rural areas oftentimes aren't upper middle class Americans. Some of them live off the land, and so you got to have a way that you can notify them.
Mm-hmm. Well,
and that's why I think that LRAD system overall is probably my best option, I think, out there. And I've seen a lot of things happen out there.
Absolutely.
I think it would be a great addition because people can't and don't always have technology. You don't have power. I mean, someone says, well, why don't they drop flyers from an airplane? Well, that's probably because they burn up by the time they hit the ground. Anyway.
Well, yeah, the cool thing.
So.
Sorry?
Somebody said something. They have a very responsive Tualatin Valley. Yes, Tualatin Valley Fire Department is an excellent fire department.
Yeah, TVRF.
I remember taking a workshop with the chief many years ago that they had there. They were very progressive. But they're a local urban community fire department. We're talking about, the U.S. Forest Service is under the Department of Agriculture, and fire and aviation is only a part of what the Forest Service does. They're land managers. Mm-hmm. And my personal opinion is that the Forest Service has some really, really bad policies on fire attack. And because they're not aggressive. They just are not real aggressive. Their infrastructure is weak. They staff their fire stations in California at least from 9:30 in the morning till 6 at night. They have them sparsely out there on the forest. They don't have a real fast, aggressive initial attack.
Okay. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? I'm sorry. I'm hearing you, and I preached to that as well. Like the Tamarack, they just let it burn, and that was a bad plan. In early 2021, we're seeing the fire at Crest of the Ridge.
Yep.
Okay.
Is that being sped up? I think that's time elapse, right?
Just 15 minutes.
Yeah.
So this is a current one.
Well, if you watch the NWS report, they're telling you that it's going to be poor humidity recovery. Now, most of all of us have camped in our lives with our families and children, and at night it gets cool and the humidity goes up. So when they forecast it not to be good, they're telling you that the burning conditions, like Dixie and Caldor and several of those, are very good at night. That's where the fire travels and makes haste. And there's no control lines out there. We know it's all open line right now. And There's a lot of timber up there. There's a lot of fuel. And I got a feeling that this is probably either in that very moderate drought or severe drought designated areas that the drought monitor shows. If you look at the drought monitor to see where this fire is, it puts it right in that spot. So, plus the drawdown factor, that's another factor. The agencies are drawn down over the northwest part of the country. So, hey, listen, I got to run, but if you got any more questions, I can answer them before I go.
Okay, yeah. The interesting thing is right now PIO officers are at 3 different places at 8:30, which is 1 minute away, to answer public questions. And the fact that the fire just peaked over.
That's great.
I hope they're on the radio just telling people to go.
Well, they're going to tell people what the incident commander has. The incident commander, the buck stops with him, and that's him or her. And they make the call through, based on fire behavior, based on fuels, based on topography, based on weather, and based on what they anticipated to happen. The fire behavior analyst will advise his incident commander what they anticipate the fire behavior to be in the next 12, 24, 36, 48 hours. And that's when these evacuations are put in place. So hopefully they're on top of it, and I think they are.
I hope so, because we just saw it breach the wall, so to speak.
Yep. It's gonna burn.
I can only tell people I'd be the hell out of there already. it's time to go.
I would just be very ready to go. Be ready to go. But a lot of people won't go, and that's their choice as an American citizen. You can stay if you want, but it sure causes a lot of problems if that fire comes down through there. So you just want to be cautious and conscientious, but be ready. Be ready, I would say. Be prepared.
I think
Okay, I got to run.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you very much. You keep hanging in there. Get your rest. Take care.
Thank you so much, JB. You have a wonderful night, and thank you. Bye-bye. Okay, I was going to try to make him quote himself. Just like all of CAL FIRE and everybody else always says, man, we're so lucky to have him. Isn't he an angel, guys? Yeah, everybody's thank JB in the chat. There's a clapping hand emote, which I really love. And he's still kind of monitoring. It looks like he had probably incoming call. If you type in clap for the search emoji, this is pretty awesome. I want you guys to clap for my mods, who I should have been thanking all day. You guys are wonderful. All the people who came in here to help crowdsource this info, and especially JB. We're it's so wonderful to have him. I think this fire just got out of hand. I'm very glad the public information officer is meeting people in person now because, well, look at that. Once you look at that, this is when the car mechanic says, well, now there's your problem. Yeah, thanks, guys. Okay, drawdown is basically when you've got firefighting crews like ready to fight for a season, right? Thank you, guys. Hey, Jane, how are you doing? This is live, guys. This is not good. I was really hoping tonight we were not going to see what we're looking at. It crested the ridge, so now the fire is inside of a big wind tunnel, the big McKenzie River mountain pass here through the Cascades, high altitude. Aircraft can't hit that tonight. It's there's no more daylight. Yeah, thanks, Bugs. Yeah, and everybody thanking him throughout. Yep, he was kind of watching the chat, which is great. We did not want this to happen, so you don't want any community at the base of a cliff. You don't want a fire over the top of you ever, raining down on your town. The current wind direction might blow it straight to McKenzie Bridge and or Rainbow, and the wind direction of tomorrow can blow it back. Say it runs this ridge top right now to the west. This is steep enough. It doesn't look like that from this angle, but look at the map. This is steep enough for lots of rollout, just flaming debris from great heights rolling down to the bottom. And then the stuff at the bottom lights stuff on fire down there, and fire likes to climb and race back up. So, sorry, when I was talking about drawdown, it's about staffing. So just like any job, especially a job that's extremely taxing physically, you need a big chunk of rest. The firefighters in cities will have a couple of days shift and then a couple of days rest, especially if they were called to do something and suit up. And remember, this is extreme heat, extreme hours. You're just working with all available daylight. And then carrying extreme gear, like extreme weights on your back. It's just grueling. So after so many hours are put in by the staff, even the staff that's administrative, they get relieved. They get their, not just vacation time, it's R&R, rest and relaxation, because they're spent. So when you have a staffing shortage for something like a wildfire and you have a bunch happen at the same time, which is what happened last week with the big lightning strike for the thing that ran through here. They played whack-a-mole. They put out dozens and dozens of fires as soon as they could. Plus, we had the flat fire that was going and a couple of small other ones. So that means that these people can't work forever. It is time for them to take their break. That might be weeks. Like if you work 2 weeks on a wildfire, you might have 2 to 3 weeks off. So drawdown is, they'll ask people, hey, we still need people to work overtime. Anybody want to work overtime? Even if everybody raises their hands, their bodies are not the same shape as when they were fresh. You can't just spend them this way. You can't leave them totally exhausted. You gotta work them hard, let them rest hard. Work them hard, rest hard. So unfortunately, it's drawdown time. So if they want more personnel, this is so bad, guys. This is auto updating. This is live. We're looking from the southwest of the fire to the northeast. Now the wind has shifted to an almost straight east wind to west, blowing it towards the west. I imagine the fire will want to run that ridgeline due west, but it's steep terrain, so the flaming debris is going to be rolling down and causing fires to start at the base of the cliffs. So eyeballing this, like I'm not, it's probably exactly right here. It probably peaked over the ridge right here where it says elevation 4087 and this old fire camp burn scar thing. Like if that's still dead trees right there, they're probably what is on fire. Literally, honestly. When the GOES satellites spin back over this, I expect this next chunk to be lit, like detected. Yay. You know how much I hate being right. So yeah, the steep terrain. Look at the sheer cliff face stuff here. Very few roads. In fact, these may not really exist anymore. They may not be maintained. So it's the switchbacks at left, right, very slow. But you could sit right here. There's no way you can look up that and do anything. This is waterfall country right here. This is not creek. This is waterfall. Damn. Okay. So we watched the cams, and I bet the public information officers are meeting with people right now. I bet everybody's pointing up at Godzilla, at the meetings. I wish this was televised, so we could hear what they're saying. Ugh. Looking at wind stations and those kind of reports are not going to give us the info we need about what the winds are doing. These stations are scattered everywhere. Look at the smoke. That's all you need to know. Where's the smoke drifting? It's pretty much drifting due west. Look at the big poofs every time it finds a new big fuel source. We're not going to have enough dew or humidity tonight to stop this from burning pretty dang actively. They may be able to get ahead of this to the west and try to head it off at the pass, but the way it's on the steep terrain, there's something called fire spread due to rollout. And rolling down the hill, something on fire. The more steep, the more it rolls down and rolls out. And so, say a big log on fire rolls down the hill. Now it's at the base of the mountain. So the fire just jumped 3,000 feet straight down, maybe. Now it's at the base of the mountain. Lights everything on fire at the base. What does fire like to do? Run up slope. So it might run up the next mountain. Gets to the top, roll out on the other side. It's a roller coaster. It can get out of hand. Now the winds look calmer, but it still looks like hell, doesn't it? This is a far cry from what we saw earlier today. Yep, Bugs, you're right. Winds shift very frequently. And in the Cascades, they do. Right now, there's a sort of a wind event coming from northeastern Oregon, southeastern Washington. Okay, Broke. Let me look at it. Do you want to speak on the show, Broke? I can make that happen. Oh yeah, College of DuPage. We were looking at a couple of satellite images, including There is, including, oh geez, yeah, I forgot about this website. We were looking at 2020. Cogito was showing me this thing. So the bedrock is this down here. Up here is what used to be our smaller and less aggressive little brother, the Lookout Fire, but it's the one that took off today. But boy, that's frightening. Hold on to your butts. I'm approaching the 7th hour. Okay, we're past the 7th hour on stream. I'm with you. I'm with you guys. I'm just waiting for level 3 evacuations. Now look, my armchair assessment is not superior to the boots on the ground there who have been fighting this, who have the experience. In general. Now, I have been right when the officials have been wrong before, but that is in territory I knew and grew up in. But I'm just common sensing it right now. And I'm the kind of person who errs on the side of caution because I've seen too many now mass fatality events. I would be upgrading it to a level 3 for Kenzie Bridge, definitely a level 2 for Rainbow, and just out of an abundance of caution. For, like, tomorrow was a big red flag day too with high winds. The only reason that I would say that should not happen is if they got some sort of a super plan here that's in effect that's going to work. The problem is I don't know what the hell that might be. I can't think of anything that is going to stop that right there. It's already over the ridge. A little bit of a wind change. Because look, we don't know what the wind's going to do. We don't know the forecast. It already made a pyrocumulus today and kind of made its own updrafts. Even if that doesn't spread much, that we're seeing right now, I would still think there's still a huge potential danger. This is a big mountain pass wind tunnel. So I'm hoping before dark really settles in, before everybody takes their hearing aids out, goes to bed, I'm hoping they'll encourage people to go at these meetings, especially the vulnerable, and those who can sleep in shifts with their families and stuff. Those right next to the highway are the most secure. But those who are not right next to the highway are not very secure. Those people on the dead-end roads, you know, up the hills a little ways, next to the woods, those on roads that are not paved, people with poor cell phone service reception areas, etc. You know what I'm saying? I'd be saying, let's get a move on now. Look at that. You can see with your own eyes danger, so recognize it and do something about it. I'm not trying to say I'm smarter than anybody. I'm trying to say that leaving before officials tell you to is always your best option. They've got these concerns that I don't, such as how might evacuating people early make them want to come back sooner because people get irritated by being evacuated too long. They've got concerns like, what will this do to the local economy? Like, I'm sure there's people with hotel reservations at Belknap Springs, right? And that taints judgment sometimes. Sometimes it's the sheriff's office that calls these things. I mean, JB was discussing who calls evacuations on the federal land. That's not federal land down there below. Not much of it is. It's like straight up a town in this county. And I think, I don't quote me on this, but oftentimes it's the sheriff of the county. got that call. They're usually not the most fire educated person possible. This is why we had the disaster at Greenville, where I got a pit of my stomach bad feeling. I saw communities looking down the barrel of a gun. I saw a fire crest a ridge over a town, and just saw that was dang dangerous. But the sheriff of that town listened to all the experts, Cal Fire, Forest Service, and others who said, and the incident management team, and who said, our models say it'll be fine. We've been working really hard. We almost have complete line. It's gonna be fine. So they repopulated Greenville the same day it burned down. There's concerns about like, what will this do to the economy, blah, blah, blah. I don't have them. I just have straight up untainted eyeballs, right? I'm not looking through filters. I see danger. I get the hell away from danger, right? So I am telling you that leaving before you're told is your best option. Level 2 is not a joke. Level 2 usually means you're going to be asked to evacuate. It will go to level 3. Not always, but that's the way you should look at it. It's frequent. It's also called Death Ball Mountain, right? We've got 2 cameras, Dead Mountain Cam and Death Ball, just, in the area. Now let's look at the current one. Infrared will show us even more. Whoops, I had the page highlighted. How do I get that? Okay. This is looking from the northeast to the southwest. We have opposite directions on this camera. These cameras. Smith Ridge is no longer that important now that we see the open flames cresting the ridge. Now, I mean, just remember, I'm not a boots on the ground person. I'm just a common sense person analyzing it. Yes, there's danger because I can't predict the weather. If the weather holds, it may be a fine situation where it stays up there on the hills. What if the weather doesn't hold? I would protect the community by thinking about the worst case scenario, and step 1 of the worst case scenario just happened. Actually, that's step 2. Step 3 maybe. Okay, the steps here. Let me just lay it out. No pussyfooting around. Logically, what are the steps to the worst case scenario? A fire starts, right? Duh. Okay. In a El Nino environment where it's abnormally dry in the Pacific Northwest and abnormally hot. Yay, so we had ignition, lightning, great. Step 2, it gets bigger than they want it to be. Like, it got bigger. They put out the other lightning strike fires, but this one got bigger, unfortunately. Okay, the next step to the worst case scenario, which is losing the towns and everything, and having this go and roar down this mountain pass. Okay, that's what the worst case scenario is. The next step is they don't have enough people on it. That has occurred. The next step to the worst case scenario is it can still grow, right? Because A, they don't have enough people to really get ahead of this thing. B, they don't have good infrastructure. They don't have good roads. They're like making them in progress. And the terrain for much of this chunk here means they can't make a road. It's like I said, waterfalls. It's almost sheer vertical cliffs. David T says Death Ball Mountain. I think we got it there. Yeah. Okay, so let's. I want Catherine's take on it. I'm trying to get her attention. What? Look, this is important too. Okay, you'll call in Discord. Okay, just give me a sec. Remember, I've got to finish sentences and thoughts because I have ADD. All right, what's the next step on the way to the worst case scenario? They can't keep it behind the damn ridge. They can't keep it out of this wind tunnel, which is also known as a mountain pass drainage. Okay. So the next step to the worst case scenario is fires above vulnerable towns. Okay. Yeah. The next step to the worst case scenario is it continues actively burning all night. It doesn't go to sleep. It doesn't die down as much as we like. Will it do that just like JB the man said? Yeah, because the things to make it die down are not in place. The low temperatures are not in place. We're in a heat wave. High humidity is not in place. We've got the hot, dry desert winds and 18% humidity during the day, less than 40 at night. Not good. Humidity is incredibly important for keeping fire tamped down, right? Low humidity should alarm you in a forest with a fire in it, the way that if you're in, say, a structure that's on fire already, then you smell gas. That should alarm you a lot. That's how bad low humidity should freak you out. Less than 30% should freak you out big and proper. Good and proper here. Okay, so now what could save structures is a lot of structure prep work done already. I've read nothing about that down here. I don't think they've prepped anything or are prepared. Unless I'm totally wrong, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I didn't read anything about that. We could look at its InstaWeb. So the last thing that would need to fall into place to seriously endanger and threaten these towns would just be a change in the wind. It would increase, make the flames, fan them up, get them going, make it move rapidly. The fire moves into place above the towns, which is pretty much looming over right now, and the wind blows towards the towns, and then you get embers raining down on it. And fire rushing down the steep slopes because of rollout. Well, we got steep slopes. Look at it. Look at that. Sheer, almost vertical cliffs. You don't hike up that stuff. There's a reason none of these roads reach the top. They can't here. So if the wind keeps blowing to due west, now I can tell you something about experimental forests. They're experimental, meaning we're not going to touch them. We're going to leave them and see what nature does on her own if we don't do anything such as reduce fire load or anything. It's called the dumbass experiment, and sorry, we already know what happens when you leave nature alone. She implodes. The landscape of North America, humans have been here for more than 18,000 years and managing fire here for that just as long. Fire has always been a way of hunter-gatherers maintaining the herds in their landscape and maintaining grasslands to keep forests from encroaching on it. There's a reason why the Tualatin Plains exist, and that's the Tualatin Indians and their ancestors. Otherwise, the Tillamook Forest and the others would have encroached on them. They kept the land clear with fire. They hunted with fire. They kept this is their refrigerator. This is where the food's coming out of. They are going to maintain it. They have a vested interest in it, and there is evidence in the forms of, say, 3,000-plus-year-old trees growing in very interesting man-made patterns in sacred groves all over California and sometimes in Oregon that are not there by accident. We have their lore, their history. We should just believe them when they say that they've been doing this. So the reason the old growth forest existed was their tender care. So we know what happens when mankind shirks his duty, or our duty. We are supposed to be the caretakers of the land. We have a brain. We care about it. We can help it survive. We can groom it. So that's why I call this the dumbass experiment, and it's already been proven that you just get mega fires. Feel that fuel load get out of control, especially if you do the stupid thing, which is suppress fire for like 75 years, and then decide, oh, let's see what happens. Let's just stop. Let's just stop. Well, the next lightning storm that hits during high winds, you lose the forest. That's why it's the dumbass experiment. I don't know what they're trying to learn about this. Just study the Tillamook bird and everything else already. Anyway, that means that there's no infrastructure over here. There's a gigantic fuel load. That's not looking good here. So I'm betting these things are not really maintained. I'm furious that it's experimental forest at the Valley of the Giants. We'll just lose it one day. The fuel load is enormous already. And I'm just enraged every time I see that word now. However, this is what we got. Instead of complaining, let's work through. Let's make the best of it. So, like I was saying, there are so few steps now to the worst case scenario. The wind just needs to pick up and blow the correct direction. Is there aircraft right now that can help? Nope, it's nightfall. Is there a lot of extra people around right now to help us? Nope. There is no way that that's a backfire, because that would be ridiculously stupid to do that right now in the middle of the weekend with the heat wave. And oh my god, look at it. It's going down the slope. Look at it. You see that diamond pattern? The diamond pattern is right there. See this? It has spilled to right here. That's the way I'm reading the landscape. It could be here. You see this? It's kind of like a wedge. But I think this makes more sense as far as the camera is concerned. We could try to figure this out with the beam thing. And yeah. Okay, Brokefish, I'm sorry, I forgot you. Let's get your take. You're the wildland firefighter. I'm saying that I hope you guys already understand what I'm saying. Moose Knuckles says, take a look at the Andrews experimental forest webcams. They exist? All right, let's check. Oh my god. Thank you for that tip, Moose. You want to be a mod? I think you've earned the circle of trust. I'm going to be able to share links. Are you ready to help the public? Because I want you. You've been very super valuable and helpful. Just like, okay, the rest of you mods are not chopped liver. You guys are you're my right hands. You're my team. We always welcome new blood to the team. Let me go back to the chat. The lookup fire is still at level 2. That's incredibly. You do not have to wait to be told to leave. The best case scenario is you did it earlier. Do I think these 2 towns will be taken out? I really hope to God not. I think if it's an east wind right now, it'll run the ridge, and it'll be giving everybody a heart attack tonight in a big red line towards the west. All right, here you go. Here's your sword. Here we go. Use your powers for good. Now, it is mandatory to give me an email now, or I'll revoke the powers. So where I could get in touch with you in emergency. Here it is. I do not share this with anybody. I mean, except, the spam list that I put everybody on. And I sell it to China so that China can, keep track of your whereabouts. No, I'm not going to sell anything. You can just give me your, no, we appreciate it. Yikes, this is live? Like, andrewsforest.org and state.edu. I'm hoping I'm wrong about their experimental forest and it's not one of those hands-off deals, but I think it is. I'd like to be wrong. Do not. Why would you put an experiment, like a fire experiment, with a forest to see what it would do if it should ever reach there above a town? This is not right. I really hope the experiment is something other than fire, but that's the way it is on the Valley of the Giants, and I'm pissed. Okay, so give me your contact info, telephone, email, town you live in general, and that'll be it. When there's a super crisis, I may call in the cavalry. But it's especially if something weird goes, like we had a mod that was hacked once, and so randomly people got banned for no reason, including other mods. And so the way that I put an end to that was I called that mod and said, "Are you online right now banning people like for fun?" And she goes, "No, I'm on vacation." I went, "Oh crap. Is there somebody like a kid at your house at your computer?" Nope. Different angles. Like, is there a main website? Okay. Anyway, so that's all you got to do. Give me an email. And if you're not comfortable with the regular phone number, just make one with Google Voice. It's free and permanent. Okay. That one must be offline. That's like Oregon State University. All right. I have to figure out what is their research. What is their directive here? Before I trash it, let me make sure it is what I think it is. Support research, streams and water spread, foster strong collab amongst ecosystem science, education, natural resource management, and the humanities. That's a whole lot of saying nothing. There's 81 experimental forests for the United States Department of Agriculture. Okay, maybe I should hate the United States Department of Agriculture if they're in charge of Valley of the Giants. What are you doing here? Just explain. What's the point? Some of the trees grow as high as 250 feet. Many of them are 300, 500, a few are 700 years old. Well, kiss them goodbye. I hope some survive. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, that's interesting about history. What is the goal? Continued experimental sites and watersheds with a focus on questions about the climate and water. Okay, so what are you doing? Research highlights. Too often it's observe what happens. Yeah, the Holiday Farm fire. Okay, so it's a photography thing. Long-term, blah, blah. Are you managing it proper or not? Patterns of tree and forest mortality after. Okay. Channel source hypothesis. Okay, so scientists are poking around, but mineral stabilization. It's extremely exciting. Forest is a climate refuge for animals. Okay. If they don't burn down, they're a great refuge for animals. Okay, we need to look back at the cam. I know. I just taking the temperature of forest canopies. Okay, so they've got temperature sensors in it. Understanding cold air pooling. Okay. But are you allowing things like fire access roads? Well, they had a recent fire in 2020. Well, yeah, I mean the Holiday Farm, but attention now turns to assessing the damage from the fire and the fire suppression. Our facility headquarters was spared. Well, it's on evacuation now, notice. And stream gauging stations and 3 burned watersheds suffered minor or no damage. Blah, blah, blah. Fire lines were dug by hand and bulldozer. And in some places, fire lines impacted permanent vegetation plots that have been studied for 50 years. Well, it's not like the fire would have spared them. You got to break eggs for this omelet. And maybe you should put your vegetation plot you're studying where a fire line shouldn't have to be. If you made your fire lines first, then you could study the plots that are not on there. But in an emergency, that's what you got to do. That's why I think you should plan where fire lines should go. You should make them so that they protect the most vulnerable little areas. I found out something in the Caldor fire that sometimes the oldest things in the forest were these tiny shrubs that I would have never guessed were old. They were tiny. All right, let's go back to cameras. I'm done. I'll try to figure this out on my own. It's a very simple question. Like, do you allow common sense? Yeah, okay, yeah. In fact, I was going to try to finish that sentence. I'm not. Do you allow common sense? That'll be my question. Now, it always looks like it explodes when it flips to infrared. That's just because heat becomes visible to the camera, not just flames. Heat is invisible to naked eye. Infrared can see it. It's just like snakes see a glowing red mouse, right? You don't see it, but they have pits in their face. Pit vipers do. They interface with their eyes, basically like a, what do you call those? Pilots have them, fighter pilots. Heads-up display. Oh boy. All right, so here we can see the terrain layout with this new and improved thing. And the moment that it flips into infrared, you get the big explosion-looking thing because the camera's sensor just got overwhelmed by a new light source. Well, quotation mark light source. So the camera sensor has to adjust back down. Now we can see this slope right here. We can see that. So I think I can now get an idea of where exactly that is, even if satellites won't. Maybe here. Is this going to refresh? Sorry, Brokefish, did you want to be on the show? Jim says, your guest was never given an opportunity to answer your caller's question. I hope he comes back again. I'm sorry, what question did he not answer? I can text him. And thanks for sending the email. It sounded like he had an incoming call. You know, he's probably not in bed yet. Okay, Brad P says new metaphors, new stories, new ways of talking and thinking about the environment could make a marked difference in conservation efforts. Good. Okay, yeah, because the old ways suck. Things have to change. Okay. Now, what's sad is some of the little plants in the Caldor fire, you know, in El Dorado National Forest, on if you're driving on the way to Tahoe, you see it. I mean, from California's Valley to Tahoe, either which highway you take, it's that giant forest in between them. There are some ranger stations, and so BC Probe, John Stoker, and Sarah Luna and some others got out of the car, and they had these cute little informational things. I had no idea that some of the plants that you see just kind of clinging to rocks, you know, that look like baby manzanitas, but they're not. Little itty bitty flowers are like 170 years old. So it's saying, please don't tread on these unless you have to. You know, like be gentle. And I was like, oh, wow. So that's my case for making fire lines before you need them is identify the most vulnerable of the plants, and your fire line is like the city walls to protect something. You wall the valued asset, and oftentimes that is a very rare plant or a very rare species or Indian petroglyphs or what historical thing, whatever. So there's a big ridge here, a little bit of a thing there. I could be right here in this corner. As the next satellite comes around, we'll know if it's spread to right here because it's possible that the fire's here. The way it looked like a wedge. All right, let's look back at that cam. Okay. Yeah, we got that right in the way there. That. Orienting myself. Moose Knuckles, what do you think? Got that. Yeah, it's probably here. It doesn't make a whole lot of difference. If the fire thing's on fire, debris roll down, ends up in virtually the same spot. Except if it's over here, right at the base is the mobile home park. Okay, Bug says Oregon Governor Tina declared emergency conflagration act for the Lookout Fire burning in Cascade. Good. Was that just now? The move allows Oregon State Fire Marshal to mobilize firefighters and equipment. Good. Pat her on the head. Pat her on the head. Okay. Yeah, the town of Starkey. I'm sorry, I missed some chat going up. Let's look at the ongoing current image. The sensor's having trouble adjusting. It's really not that bad looking. The sensor is off. The infrared has always been a lot more primitive in these cams. I mean, they're not really the best quality cams in the world. Let's just be real here. But there's so much heat there, it should be squeezing down the shutter, so to speak, so that we don't just see a solid mass of white. Imagine what cars driving by are seeing. Like, it's still that big red glow to them. All right, do we have any new evac info or something? Oops. Where's it? Sorry, I just meant to hit refresh. It's looking the same. Nothing new on Facebook. Here, let's look at Facebook. View more comments. All right, yeah, Chris. Hey, thanks, Chris, for asking this. Are you guys going to issue a level 3? I'm going to hit all comments. Thank you for your question. Not at this time. The Linn County Sheriff's Office is continuing to monitor it and work closely with fire personnel. There's only level 1 and 2s. Encourage you to sign up for lane alerts. Okay, well, that's great that they answered. Chris Luttrell says, you gotta bump this up to a mandatory. I just crossed the hillside 10 minutes ago. Yeah. In fact, I'm just gonna take a screenshot. I'm just gonna be the jerk. I'm not trying to be a jerk. I'm trying to be helpful. I'm gonna take a screenshot of this and say, this is nothing to worry about. Do you see what we're seeing? Folks have got to be concerned about this. Where is it with the bigger flame? A straight up yes, that's fine is not a good enough answer for me. Tell me how this is fine. Like what prevents the fire from getting down to the structures down there? What prevents it? If it's, oh, the wind is forecast to be in our favor, that's not good enough because that can change. Are there some fire lines we don't know about? Did they fire the hillside already? Did they do something? I don't know. All right, let's screenshot this, post it. Sorry, it's going to look weird as I size this. In fact, I'm just going to crop it to there. No, full size now. Okay. Save it to. I'm trying to not save things to desktop anymore. Fire Extreme 2023. Okay. Lookout fire. Oh wait, 13. I realized it's the 13th. Lucky day. Night Fire Ridge. All right. So stretch this back up. Come on. Okay, stop. Computer behave. Oh yeah, I can drag and drop. Forgot that's nice. Okay, let's drag and drop it into place. That, not like that. Stupid. What do I have to press? The image button? Comment with a sticker. Attach a photo or video? All right then. Guess you can't drag and drop. That would be too easy. I wanted to be replying to Linn County. What stops the fire from going down to the towns? Are we just hoping the weather and wind direction holds? I'd like there to be I'm hoping there's some lines on the slope. Can you tell us why this will be okay? And help us understand the pretty scary images live on the camera right now. Thanks. Telling us why it's okay will be more soothing than it's okay. Okay, I hope they don't think I'm a jerk. Really, I'm not trying to be a jerk. This is the sort of thing why if we don't get a straight answer, the public doesn't trust. You see stuff like this, please tell us why this is okay. I would love to know about extra precautions and things they did. Okay, hopefully we'll get a reply, although it's 9 o'clock at night. Hopefully the information officers here don't just go to bed. There. All right. Hopefully we'll just get a nice reply. Trying to figure out if I wanted eyeballs on this myself, how long would it take me to drive there? 3 hours, I think. I'll look up that stupid forest thing later. Sorry, friends. Let me look back at chat. Everything I just did kind of blocked it. Yeah, Brokefish, do you want to talk? Why am I back on that stupid? Okay. Let's look live at the frightening images. Is it stuck? Yeah, okay. So here's the thing. It's really not this bad. The camera sensor did not adjust. We just need better cameras. Look how grainy it is, even though it's pretty bright. This tells us nothing. This is just so... It's blown out. It's washed out. We need to see the contours. I bet a hotel room at Belknap Springs is pretty cheap right now. Okay, looking back at chat. Big Al says, I'm considering creating experimental forests to study the purification of bear urine. Well, you know what, Big Al, were you here for the night that I told the story of the Rajneesh took over a ghost town in Oregon that was for sale, like the lunatic cult? Thank you, Big Al. Let me look at that. Okay, so it's just as good as the bear urine. It was priceless. I didn't know the ins and outs of it. There's no date on this. Like, what time did this happen? Because it says follow Lookout Fire Facebook page for updates, but this wasn't on it. See why I have to have a million tabs open? See why I have to have a million tabs open? Yeah, there's a Wiley, but where is it? Oregon Office State Fire Marshal. Okay. Call you? Okay, 1 second. I'm going to use the bathroom first. I will. You don't think you've heard that story? Yeah. Operation D for diarrhea. Every bit as good. The Lookout Fire was started by lightning, and I can see where conspiracy theorists and stuff get alarmed because it looks like it's alone right now on watch duty, like it's just some new thing, right? But if you looked at watch duty and if they had like what other maps had, if stale fires from a week ago or smaller ones were still on the map, you would have seen. I saw they just numbered the lightning strike fires from the storms that ran through here around August 3rd, 4th, and 5th. There's a lot of lightning strikes in the Cascades. They ran up towards Spokane. And so there was like lightning fire 32, 23, 24, 18, 19, 4, 6, dotting the landscape. And what JB says is there could be sleepers. Right on the landscape right now, the lightning could have hit some vegetation that was soggy, or maybe it had trouble catching because maybe it was like in a hollow of a tree that it didn't have much airflow, and so it smoldered like a cigarette invisibly. And if these winds pick up, then that could fan them into a real fire. So you may just see them spontaneously pop up. This is where conspiracy theorists think, oh God, lasers are zapping from space. They're just literally. And I'm not saying, I am not making this up. I went to that other streamer's channel, the one who shan't be named, because they just shan't be named, okay? I would never want to drive traffic to that place. Now I understand why people are coming in my channel insisting that lava, space lasers and stuff are in the government, and mole people are attacking us because that's what this person says, stuff like that. Anyway, he looks at the satellite at Canada's wildfires, and then a whole bunch, like 24 or 20, about 18, 19 maybe. All of a sudden, the smoke plumes showed up at once in Canada, just like we're looking at these. Oops, not being. Just like we were looking at the satellite pictures, right? So he's freaking out. I calmly make a reply. That's the only one I'm ever going to do because, yeah, what a mess. that comment section was, is all I gotta say. Where's our satellite pictures we're looking at? I have a million tabs. I've gone into tab overload. And we don't need that one anymore. How many flat fire Facebooks do I have open? Linn County Sheriff. It's about the Wiley, so we don't need that open. Okay. I'm so happy that they made such good progress on the Wiley. That was a tough one. Just oh, that's Hawaii. Okay. I think that's not relevant anymore. Okay, I lost it. Are these real time? Okay, we have to refresh. Okay. Wait, where's my Zoom Earth thing and what we were looking at? Okay, that's the Hawaii relief thing and the whales thing. Those are lasers. Talking about lasers, there's goodbye, Lahaina. Wish I knew you. That's kind of historic count. I would have filmed for a documentary and said, I'm so glad it's still standing. Lookout fire operational briefing for today. Well, sure. Yeah. Sorry, it sure changed, didn't it? I have to use the bathroom, broken fish, and then I'll call you. See the steepness of this terrain. Guys, I lost a satellite picture. Can you I'm sure it's already open, but can you link it again? Wonder if we used Google Maps, like Street View, and see. I hit it. Okay, look. Okay, just putting it out there. If you have an irritating airplane or helicopter droning sound, cut the audio from your video. Nobody wants to hear that. Especially not when it comes on full volume. I lost the satellite. Is this it? Is this a map? That's a map. Cheat grass, fire promoting weed. I'm incompetent here with the tabs. I'm just gonna give up. Oh yeah, Department of the Interior. Teaming up to take on threat of invasive plants and wildfires. You can't say you're protecting the environment if you allow invasive species to come in, that's for damn sure. That's my screenshot from earlier. Please tell us how this is okay. Oh, they're InstaWeb. Is it refreshed? Okay, thanks, Moose. I'll just current Oregon wildfire response summary. That's not my satellite picture. I feel cheated. MacTan says sure does look like a lot of headlights leaving the area on infrared. Well, it's actually a very busy highway that connects eastern Oregon with the west, but it's possible that people are leaving, but there's not that many people in the area. I mean, there could be campers and stuff, but what I'm talking about is human habitations. I see that's possibly just a lot of normal traffic for the most part. Besides, this is taking a picture once every, what, minute? Or 30 seconds? So there's an illusion here that there's more cars than there actually is. If it was just a moving picture, you would see that that's maybe 3 cars going by in 1 minute. But since it's the slower the cars are driving, the more it looks like cars are on the landscape. See now it's paused. You got a headlight 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 maybe. As soon as you press play, that's the nature of, it's like stop motion, right? That's not live. So the amount of, it's capturing the same cars maybe 6 or 7 times as they go across the landscape. It's an illusion. Just pause it to find out how many real vehicles there are. This is the main mountain pass, I would say. It's nice and open and clear, unlike some of the hellish ones. The one by Oak Ridge is pretty good, but it goes to the southeast. This is the one that's straight east and west, and it goes to Eugene, the biggest population center, and connects the biggest population center in Central Oregon, which is Bend, right? So you've got people who commute to Eugene from Bend. It's just cheaper to live there. Plus, it's Sunday. A lot of people are leaving their Eastern Oregon vacation, going back to where they live in the valley. But you're right. I mean, that's a good thing to point out. Yeah, don't worry. I'm here to try to guide people. I've got some photography experience. Well, more book learning about photography than I have experience, but you know what I'm saying. The fire's not that big. This is not calibrated right. It's blown out. There's like the heat. Not only do we have heat, but light is also white. So this weird disc thing at the top here, that's the reflection of the fire's light that's down below, up on the clouds above. The true heat is traveling with the smoke to the west. The true heat is like the hot smoke is not only going up, but mostly going over here to the west side. I'm going to use the bathroom, and we'll call Broke Vision, because he knows a hell of a lot more than me. He's an ex-firefighter. Be right back. Okay, friends, I am refreshed. My voice is taking a little bit of a hit. So, Broken Fish, I hope you can do some talking. You about to take off? Okay, C-Pro's about to take off. You got a big day tomorrow or something? He'll be back tomorrow. Probably. What do you mean probably? I need somebody to cook and clean. Jeez. Am I supposed to do that myself? God, I'm too important. Okay. How the heck are those people supposed to sleep with that bright light overhead? I like your humor, Big Dog. Don't step in the grease, says David. No way. That's a conspiracy sarcasm. Bend is actually more expensive than Eugene and Medford. No way, Bugs. Okay. Trip check. Okay, sorry. What did I miss? Am I supposed to look at something? Yeah, thank you, Moose, for being here. Current evacuations, right? Thank you. You're very knowledgeable, and we're quite happy to have you here, Moose, on the team. God, camera, please. Maybe this is as low as it goes. I would think you could squeeze the aperture a little bit tighter to a pin prick, you know. They need some like flippable filters, like some neutral density filters or something. Like sunglasses, like flip them down. The light's overwhelming the sensor, so we have. Okay, we have the alternatives. Now let me give a call. Are you ready, Broken? Oh, you called me. I'm sorry. I had it on streamer mode. I didn't hear. Somebody else tried to call me at 6. Are you taking a break from the fire? I'm like, it's a red flag weekend. What do you think? No. All right, right click call. Sorry, that's loud. I guess you're not ready? Okay, you are. Hello? Okay. Wait a sec. Let me make sure that people can hear you. I don't think they can. Hang on. I'm Dandy. How are you? Output device. Okay. You can still hear me, right?
Yeah, I can still hear you. A little bit of delay on the feed, but I'm used to that.
I would mute the feed.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
Maladiets.
I just dropped the trip check link because I was checking Oregon's web cam system. There is a lot of tourists heading back towards the 5. It looks like, yeah.
Okay.
At Mackenzie, I dropped it because they have the cams there. It's wall-to-wall traffic with trailers and stuff.
Great.
Looking, what is this one? It says it's looking.
I stand corrected.
East. Okay. Yeah, there is a lot of tourists heading back out, you know. They got the 2 cams there if you use trip check and go in Mackenzie. I was looking, you know, same time you were. I'm looking at I wish that camera hadn't blown out right before it blew out. She had burned over the ridge. It was backing down the ridge, and then it got really, really big, and you could see the really big, good flames links. I'm pretty sure that camera's looking across Mackenzie. That's Mackenzie River Bridge we're looking at, and the lights of houses down there. This thing's gonna burn down that canyon tonight. She's already in that little canyon where it looks like the blowout's at. You're looking at the same thing as me. I can see you are. It's in that canyon. It's going to burn that canyon out. When I use my Discord, I go over to my Discord and I hit the weather bot. It is literally, I just pulled it up a little bit ago. Where is it? Weather. Oh, my brother posted something else. Let me get back to it.
Is
It
it
literally says, the temperatures are fair in Mackenzie River. It's 82 degrees Fahrenheit. The wind is blowing from the east-northeast at 5. That's probably going to pick up as the temperature drops and we get the down canyon winds. It's going to, you know about those, the up canyon, down canyon winds as the temperatures change. And the humidity it's saying is 34% at wherever Nightbot gets its weather from at McKenzie Bridge. You know, it's probably from the government site there or off the ODOT weather, because ODOT has a weather station there. It says I see one, but I didn't pull it up. Actually, I think it has the temperature on the cams here. Elevation 12. Wind is out of the east at 2 miles per hour. Yeah, out of the east at 2 miles per hour. So the down canyon winds are already starting. It's going to suck that fire down. Fire burns downhill slower, but once it gets any part of that to the bottom, it can nuke that whole canyon out. You know that. You've seen it as much as I have.
I just don't want to hear it, but you're right.
Yeah, I know, but
Mhm.
truth hurts sometimes. It's going to suck. I'm not sure exactly which canyon that is on the map. I'm pretty sure it's that one that you go the other way away from the lake. I mean, for where they're saying the only thing canyon I can see that matches, you know, you look at the
This,
weather watch duty of where they're saying it's at. It's before the highway turns, and I try to match the canyons up on the topo. It's gonna burn that canyon out. It's already over it. It went over it before the camera blew out. I wish their
okay.
camera hadn't blew out.
I
It'd give
think
me
it.
a better idea of what's going
So
on.
you think it's going to go down Mill Creek and hit the golf course?
I think it's going to burn down that canyon. It might not do it totally tonight, but when the down canyon winds hit, it's going to carry that fire down those canyons. If I lived in that town, I'd be in my vehicle, and just because I have a kid, I'd be leaving. If I didn't have the kid, I'd be like, okay, bring it on, sprinkler on the roof. If I'm on a well, I'd have my generator ready, sprinkler on the roof. I'd make sure everything was away from my house. I'd do what you preach, what Ron preaches, what I preach, make sure my gutters are clean, and my house would be raining right now. Have a
Staple it up.
giant wet spot. I'd have a giant wet spot around my property right now. And it
Okay.
doesn't matter how far away it is, but I really think it's gonna. You see that? You got the nighttime. You got just before it blew out. It gets really bright there, and you can see where it's over the ridge, and it burns halfway down. It's burning back. It's backing down. It's backing down very fast for what it is, and
Yeah.
it's going to burn that canyon out tonight. You know, and the Government Confiscation Act gives them a little bit more power. You do understand how that works, right? Your
No.
viewers not. What the Government Confiscation Act does is it allows them to initiate the task force, which takes a piece of equipment with the operator with, you know, if it's like a tender when it's through a fire department, you're never alone, so they send out 2 personnel on a tender. If
Okay.
it's engine they send it out with crew. Most this isn't allowing them to pull from the state's fire departments personnel that are signed up to be sent out on the acts. You know, it's just pulling in extra equipment and some extra personnel. It doesn't pull in hand crews. It
What?
does give them some more rights to like, in the case the state fire marshal can come in and go, no, I think you need to bump up your evacuation notice. This is going to move tonight. It's our humidity, our temperature. It's going to move tonight. It's supposed to be 100. I'm on the Umpqua drainage coming out of the Cascades, you know, from Crater Lake down to Roseburg, Oregon. I live along that river, and supposed to be. It was 102 today here, and it's supposed to be. Last time I looked on the weather, I can pull it up real quick. Like it pops up quick for me. It's supposed. Oh, good, no lightning. Thank God. It's 91 right now.
Don't let the gods hear you.
Yeah, I know. It's 91 right now over here in the area I live in. And the
85 in
forecast
Portland.
is, and the forecast is calling for 106 tomorrow. They keep bouncing it between 105, 106, depending on who wrote the forecast.
Well,
But
have you seen on Windy here where we're going to have wind gusts at least 18
oh,
miles an hour through the entire night?
I seen that. It's going to be gusting out of the east, northeast. It's coming out of the easterly directions, most likely the northeast, which that canyon is basically on east northeast. It's going to it's going to funnel it down that canyon, and the predicted winds. I can see it on watch duty. They got a little good wind thing. They're coming out of the northeast. It's gonna funnel that wind down that canyon. Just from my experience as a squad boss, if I was playing weather watch, the fire watch guy for my hand crew, and any other people in the area where I can post up and see the fire, physically see the fire with my naked eyes, or have a set of binocs that I watch it with and take the weather and all that. Those guys that are overlook watching, they do more than just watch. They're taking spot weather. They're watching the thing. They're looking at, okay, what has changed here? They look at the clouds at night. It's a lot higher. They focus on just the weather. What's the temperature? What's the humidity? Is it coming up? We're not supposed to bring our humidity up tonight. It might drop. If it's going to be 105
Drop?
tomorrow, yeah, it might drop tonight instead of come up. The
What?
humidity might go into lower digits. It
What?
happens. Come on, think about it.
At
We're
night?
supposed to be 100. We're supposed to, it normally at night it either holds or comes up, but sometimes it lowers a little bit more. It's the winds are coming off. There's no place for it to grab moisture at. Where's it going to grab the moisture to bring the humidity up with an east wind? I mean, I'm looking. There's one little tiny lake way up over there. I don't even know the name of this lake.
I
What is
thought
it?
dew just magically appeared because fairies touch their wands to the vegetation.
Oh, no, 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 no. You have to have somewhere for it to grab the moisture, and in the summer we get less dew at night. I mean, the
Mm.
best time to get, like I was telling one of my viewers on my panel, we were watching a fire in California. I said, this is gonna burn like this most of the night, and I do such long streams that at 45 minutes, an hour before daylight came, the fire started laying down. And I told him, now you're going to see these crews starting to make a move. I see this fire laying down. They're like, no, it's still going. I go, well, from my perspective, I see it laying down, and you're going to see lights in the camera that we're watching start moving. Right on cue, here goes all the trucks racing towards the fire. It laid down. They got in on it, spread it. An hour before daylight is when it's the coldest, right up to daylight. There is that's
Okay,
the coldest part of the day, and that's when you get most of your dew and humidity. Let's hope that the R8 relative humidity goes up. I'm not counting on it. It
great.
hasn't gone up in my yard. I mean, I watered my yard today just to give me some humidity in my immediate area. But even I'm on WeatherBug, it's saying 105. My other one's saying 106. They're arguing about what it's exactly going to be tomorrow
Great.
for the high temp. It just drives you crazy. Uh, but it's in that canyon. I wish this camera wasn't so blowing out so we could actually see the flames, because we could see them before the camera switched into night mode, and now it's just the light of the fire is just blowing it out. But it did come over that ridge. It was burning down. It had some pretty good, the size of the flame we were seeing got a little bigger when it came. It came over the ridge, small, 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 and then right before the camera, right as the camera blew out, it was getting bigger. And
Yeah, this is my screenshot.
that's how.
That's when it. Yeah.
Yeah, and it was going pretty good. This thing's
Now
not gonna lay down for hours.
this thing
If
is
it
also.
does.
We just had it crest right here too, to the right. See how there's that like warm wall of things? I'm sorry, it's 20-second delay,
Yeah,
but it
yeah. See
crested me.
how it's right there, that picture. See how it's not a small. That's not like when it first burned over that ridge. That looks pretty. I'm looking for miles and miles away. but that looks pretty good size, and it's backing down that ridge, and it's gonna back down as a wall. If it gets wind with it, it backs down faster. Once it hits the bottom, it burns out the other side. It burns down the canyon with the wind. I mean, it's not looking good. If I was in Mackenzie Bridge because I have a teenage son, I'd be going for a drive to visit friends or do something not in that area.
I
If
would
I was
not
by
sleep.
my
Yep.
Oh, if you have a way to do it, I would have somebody awake while you're asleep just to keep an eye on the Facebook page,
Crap.
because they were only given information. I found it on the Facebook page. They were answering questions till 8:30, which you missed them barely. I wish
I
you.
missed him. Ah.
Well, probably maybe they checked their Facebook page. They do have two shifts, And your
Do
thing
they?
about talking.
They
Oh,
didn't during the
there
Dixie
was.
Fire.
Oh, really?
No.
Because I would always find them when I had to come back to camp or whatever at night. I would always find the officers wandering around until around midnight doing work for the next day,
Yeah, I want to
and
tell. I'm sorry.
they have to. They're gonna be, they'll get a couple hours, 2, 3, 4 hours of sleep, and then they got to be up before the morning briefing. The information officers usually at the morning briefing, so they have an understanding of what's going on too. But yeah, and on the shift thing, people don't understand it. You work 14 days,
Okay.
16 to 18 hours a day. Not all you're on the clock is on the line, but it's still tiring when you haven't gone to sleep. You got to eat, you got to shower. By the time it's said and done, out of that 18, now we're down to 20 hours just by eating. That takes an hour or so standing in line to get up there and eat.
Oh God.
Then you got to shower if you want to wash, at least rinse off that night. So you go over the shower. There's a line there at the
Oh
camp
God.
with the showers if they got them in. You get about 4 hours of sleep. Me as a squad boss, I got 4 hours of sleep because I got to get up, go to a meeting, and assign duties to my guys. Go get this stuff. We're gonna need it. It's replaceable, like flagging and ribbon and all that. And yeah, I do agree with you. I wish we had kept with what I can't remember which president it was, but he wanted fire lines through all of our
FDR,
forests.
and he
Yeah,
died in
FD.
office.
Yeah, when he was pushing he died. It stopped, and that was the stupidest. To me, that's the stupidest thing they ever did. I've been over here in this area fighting fire in my career. There's some steep ground where that's at. I can see it just looking on the watch duty without the topographical map. There's some steep ground there where they say this fire's burning.
Oh
And
yeah.
if it's burned over that ridge, it's on. It's just how long is it going to take it until it gets down to where there is a road to possibly stop it at the bottom of a ridge. There are some roads in the area. They don't go completely into it, but I'm not seeing many roads until you get down almost to the highway. And then
No.
there's a road before there looks like a power line break. This is going to be a fun one to watch, but it gets out on that flat land, they'll have a better chance. But down that canyon, they're not going to even try it in that canyon.
No. Death
It's not
trap.
worth it. We're not going to do another Storm King. It's not worth it.
Can you explain what that is to the audience? Also, what is backing versus rollout?
Backing is that's what we call it when the fire is slowly burning itself down the hill. It grabs a little more ground because fire burns uphill. It burns that out. It grabs a little more. It burns that out. Rolling out is when you have like logs or whatever, they're perpendicular to the slope where they can just roll, and the piece of vegetation or whatever that was holding them burns through, and then that log that's on fire, maybe not even fully on fire, just rolls down the slope.
Right.
They do things like they'll go in there if they were putting a line across that ridge below it, which they weren't. They would do what's called a cup trench so you can catch rolling debris, and they try to stay in your fire trail.
Cup
They
trench?
weren't putting Yeah, a cup trench. It's what you do when you're on a hillside, cutting across the hillside with your fire line.
Huh.
You make the fire line, but you take all the dirt that you get from one side of the fire line and put it and make a berm on the other side of the fire line, so you can try to catch stuff and keep it in your fire trail, your fire line.
Wow.
'Cause some of
So
the
you're netting
it's
flaming debris. That sounds like deadliest catch.
yeah, there's there's a lot of terms I use because I'm not used to trying to explain it to the average public, but it's real easy to understand. It's just like
Yeah.
going downhill. You just put something so when it hits your your area where you've dug out to mineral soil, you just throw all that dirt on the downhill side to create a berm, a ridge area on your
And net.
along the downhill side, and just like it not net it, grab it, it just rolls it back into your fire trail, and it tries to keep the smaller stuff from rolling past your fire trail.
Okay.
It works really good.
So it's like trapping the carp on the Mississippi. It's like we're gonna put this here net out here. We're gonna catch some carp, right?
Yeah, it's based one of the techniques, but I can guarantee you there was no fire line being put across that ridge. There
No.
and and with the Hawaii thing going on, which I just pray for the families.
God, yeah.
With the with I can't imagine it. I was on the structure department.
Yeah.
I've done many a jobs in the fire industry, wildland and structure side. I pray for those crews too because
Yeah.
they're going through life-changing experiences right
There
now.
was a nursing home, and I'm just gonna guess nobody made it out except the staff. I'm just gonna hazard a guess.
Well, I'm trying not to hazard though. The number is above 90 right now.
I
But
can't even.
And I did let my buddy, Emergency Management Associates, Ron Tyler, he's in my Discord, is EMA Ron.
Yeah.
I told him you were up doing this, covering this fire. I had called and let him know that
Thanks.
this one looks like it's going to go, and he's in the Discord. And
Okay.
I told him you probably won't care, but Catherine has very good information. I actually get some of my information from you at times.
Well, you gotta
Everybody's
pay
like,
me for that. It's not free. Come on now.
free. I shout out your channel all the time when a fire's going. I got you on my Facebook right now. I got
right.
your stream on my
Look.
Discord. I'm not showing it,
Look.
but
Oh,
I
we're
do
not.
have it.
Okay, now you really gotta pay. Look, it's the Beaver Mafia. They're breathing down my neck. I don't have a choice, neither do you. You just have to do what they say. Just trust us.
Oh, well, tell them I got a couple trees they can come eat.
Oh, dude, you know they started a fire in Corbett. Did you know that?
They did?
Yes.
Really?
There was a fire in what was it, 2021, or I think it was the end of 2021, towards the end of the season. And so there's a new fire in the Columbia River Gorge, and we went, what? Because it was kind of a bad day. It was like a red flag day or something, but it was evening. And beavers had toppled a tree on the power lines.
Okay, I can see that.
Somebody didn't pay for protection, you know?
Didn't pay the protection money. I can see
Nope.
that. Hey, you heard that they seen off the fire subject, but pretty cool. Columbia River, they had a Wolverine or a badger that's been seen up there
Oh.
over the winter.
Yeah, the Wolverine. It was a Wolverine, and it's
Yeah,
been
the
running around
Wolverine.
Portland.
Yeah.
It went to Malala.
He urbanized it. He urbanized it.
Dang.
That's why they can't find him in the woods. He's hiding along one of the creeks in town.
Wow. I could tell you how to
Well-
find him. You get Wolverine lure, like they make that stuff for trappers and stuff in Alaska. It's the scent glands, and so you just spray that over, put the camera trap up, and you got some Pulitzer stuff right there, baby.
Oh yeah. I thought it was cool. He's been seen where? All right. He urbanized. That's why they can't find him out in the woods. And where there's one means there's more. So it was all a good sign for most of us.
I know. He's a traveler.
Yeah. God, I wish their camera wasn't so blown out by the light of the fire.
I know. I'm
Okay.
ready to riot. I have an impulse to get in my car and go look at these things sometimes. I'm thinking, what would
Yeah,
it?
you don't want to go up there. It's gonna burn down that one canyon though, and the
Yeah,
game, game, as we used to say, game's on. I would be sitting there sometimes at night, just sitting, waiting to see if we do get the point. Well, there's no roads. I ain't
mm,
gonna walk in at night. If for night shift, we'd be in place before dark, and what we
yeah,
needed to do. There's no roads close to this, so. Okay, guys, glad your experiment of planting way too many trees into an area that didn't need it and seeing what happens. Yep, it looks like it really
yeah,
bit itself in the butt. Because if this was
yeah,
truly a forest that was left alone like they used to be, an old growth forest doesn't have a lot of underbrush.
yeah.
It was designed to take fire and make it keep it small
By
and
the
not these
Indians.
fires we have now. Oh,
Yeah.
and the native and yeah, our native families used to burn out areas and
Hmm.
at times of the year to keep the brush down for hunting purposes. And
And fertilizing the nature. Yeah.
yeah, but this they probably went in there at one point and overplanted it like they have a tendency to do in some
You mean
areas.
they would
And
plant
then
when it's already fine? What the
for
hell's
every
wrong with them?
tree for every tree you take, you have to put 10 back. The
What?
idea was you would go in and thin it,
What?
but they stopped the thinning projects.
Oh, for God's sake.
If you really look into it, there was a rule, it's probably not a
Oh,
law, but
God.
for every tree you cut, you have to plant a certain many number of seedlings.
And you know what they
And that's
did?
and that's because you're going to have die off, or you
Sure.
plan to have it thinned after 7 to 10 years. When the trees are a certain size, you come in and thin them. And then I was part of that project where
Oh, God.
you come in at the around the same time and you take all the branches off right to the trunk except for the top fourth. You remove ground
Huh.
fuel, plus it grows number one grade A board.
Well, that's good. But you know what they did is the problem is not only is it monoculture with, the fastest growing, best wood producers like your damn Douglas fir, the weed tree, but since they're coming from the same nurseries, they're almost clones of each other. That's why there's so many bug attack things going on, and this fungus is ripping through
Yeah,
it.
and they closed a bunch of nurseries. People don't realize it, but we had nurseries that were on the south coast of Oregon,
Really?
south abandoned, that they ended up closing because they weren't making enough money, and
Oh,
now it's a
God.
giant cranberry bog. You couldn't even put the nursery back
Right.
if you want it. He makes too much money off of cranberries. I know the guy personally, but
Oh,
it's
I
like
know.
the
I've
fire
been over there. That's by the little town of. That's by
abandoned.
Agnes. Yeah.
No, no,
No.
no. Bandon
Oh,
is just
okay.
first town south of Coos Bay,
I
north of
made
Port Orford and Langlois.
I made coffee friends. Okay, let's look at this puppy real quick. Now, if anybody has just come in, sorry, I was away from the keyboard. Hey, Lane, how are you? Lane there. What, the government leave well enough alone, right? Right. No, I mean, we just need
Of
to
course not.
resurrect Teddy Roosevelt. Um, so EA says, what fire is the Anderson camera pointing out in Southeast Washington on alert? Let's check it out. Sorry, keep talking.
Uh, what? Hang on a sec. There's a bat. Watch your language. I'm on a panel, please. There's a bat. Okay. That's what. You don't have to run from the bat, bro. He's just looking for bugs. I got a bat in my house.
Sounds like a personal problem. Watch. Okay, what were
I
we
don't.
doing?
Oh, it's not a bat. It's a bird.
In the house at night.
Yeah. It's. Oh nope. It might be a bat.
I'm pretty sure it's gonna be a bat.
It just fucking run itself into a wall.
Hey,
He's
no
already ran
cursing.
himself into the wall.
This is a family-friendly
I'm
stream.
on a live. Please watch your mouth. All right. I do have a bat. Come back over here. I'm just gonna put something over you and then take you out.
Grab a hat.
Oh.
I'm not amused by the situation. I'm just this tired.
Me either. I'm not amused at where'd it go?
God damn, what is this fire? Good
Let me
question. What the
finish
hell
this,
is
I'll
this?
get it out.
Okay, just keep that microphone open. I'm amused. Tell
I'm
us how.
sorry. It's flying around my son's room. I don't know where it went to though. It's calmed down. I'll have to let it start flying again.
That is not on watch duty yet. Is that a new fire? Let's time lapse that. Good catch. What the hell is this? It's
that
hey,
one on the south coast. What's this? Is that another one?
Jesus, south of Yakima. Hey, are you still with us? You can join Discord. Unofficial. What the hell is this? I'm not sure how zoomed in this is. If we do a 1 hour time lapse and it's not there yet, then it's a new fire. All right, it is a new fire. It seems to have appeared an hour ago.
5 hours ago is what I see.
Wait, 5?
Fort and Heron fire.
What?
Fort and Hera fire. I see a report on it 5 hours ago, and that's in Washington, just south of Yakima.
Oh, that. Okay.
They don't even have an acres list. It's on somebody. Zoom in.
That's not it.
Okay.
Because that's on flatland.
That's the only one.
I don't think we're looking at flatland.
The only one I see. Yeah, that's the one.
Okay, then
just seen.
a 6 hour time lapse should have it then.
And if you look, that's on the edge of somebody's ranch. Who knows? Somebody probably drove by and his field caught on fire.
I don't know, explosive cow farts. I don't know.
They have so many excuses for fires. Biggest thing I used to see that started fires along highway is that people don't check their safety chains and get them up off the ground. Use a zip tie or just spin the chains. God, they were so bad about that. I've been on like 4 fires at the end of my career that we were always, the only thing we could come up with is somebody was dragging the chains.
Yeah. Or it's that hot catalytic converter thing and some motorcycle thing. Looks like it's not on alert wildfires until 2140 is when the camera catches it and pivots. So what, 22 is 10 o'clock. So what is that, 9:40? Right?
Yeah. Why would they have
looks new.
Could have a new one. I wonder if my brother's posted anything because he's up in Washington. He's just as paranoid as us right now.
It's on a hill with a road behind it, in front of it. Yeah, EA says. All right, let's look for a satellite signature. Then we may have something new. We'll come back to this this terrifying situation in a minute. I'm sure it's not going anywhere. Well, I mean, it's going somewhere, but I think it's going hopefully somewhere slowly. God, okay, I can't. Is the bat situation under control?
Oh, he's flying again. He's trying to find the door. He's just on the wrong side of the house.
Maybe it's a blessing.
Calm down, buddy.
Smitty, what does a bat mean?
I don't know, but he's not doing anything but fluttering around the room.
Excuse me.
Please fucking.
Watch your mouth, please.
Yeah. Damn it. Watch your mouth.
Behind you.
Come here.
Wow.
Fuck, that guy's good at it. Oh, fuck! Right now! Fuck!
Where?
I don't know, but I'm leaving.
I almost got it. I knocked him down.
Can I pay you to film this? Where's Yakima? We even have a dog involved.
Yeah, my co-host, my chihuahua, was barking because my son's he's protective of my son. Come on.
Sick dog on him. All right, come on, load.
That bastard's gonna hit one of us in the face.
Oh, there he is.
Please release him unharmed. Bats are pretty cool, but
Oh, I love bats. They eat mosquitoes. I don't know how he ended up. I have the door open to drop the temperature.
okay.
Oh, fuck.
Just give him a
Watch
couple
your
of
mouth.
just kind of stroke him gently on the back of the neck. He'll like that. You'll win his trust.
Once he calms down.
Okay, that's not it.
That bastard is playing fucking chicken with you.
Dude, it's
Flying over.
okay. It's
flying
past 10
in
o'clock.
my
I'm going to
head.
declare. Okay, everybody fire away with the cursing. We might as well.
Watch your mouth. I'm on a live. Go watch the camera.
All right. I'm still struggling. It's not. We don't have his heat signature yet. It's over by Sunnyside. So it's not big yet, but thanks whoever caught that. This Anderson camera. Tahoe Prosperity Center. That's quite far away. I don't know. I would say it's beyond Sunnyside to the southwest of Sunnyside, Washington. We'll just keep an eye on that situation. Elephant Cam. Oh, yeah. Elephant Cam has it too, so we can cross triangulate.
Playing with you now.
Whoa.
Now you're gonna just fly over my head,
Yeah,
make it harder to catch you.
Everybody gangster until it touches you, and then you scream like a girl. Oh, it's in the hills. More west and south of Sunnyside then.
Okay, stay in that corner. Thank you. Oh.
All right.
Fuck.
Another in Oregon, the Lost Creek. Hey, Brad, stop saying stuff like that. Rattlesnake Bridge. All right, so let's do a slower time lapse. Oh God, it's been taken by the wind. No. You can see that. It's being taken by the wind. So let's look at south and the start blowing towards the west into the hills. Damn it. Right. What now?
I corral it into a corner. Now it decides it's going to just sit there and fly back and forth behind my head till I get down off of where I had it cornered. Come on, guy. Calm down.
What kind of bat is it?
Oh, he's about mid-size. It's just a little brown bat. He
So
doesn't know why he's in here either. Like, boy, that was a mistake. He's looking for a place to land right now.
Just do the garlic test. Get the clove of garlic near him and see if he turns
he's
back
not a vampire.
back into a human form. Okay, put a mirror up to him. You got to make sure. Okay, so what else is going on in Oregon? Is a new one in Oregon? Oh crap, Smitty says it's level 3. I knew it. I thought it would be level 3 at midnight, level 3 at 10. Stop the presses. Breaking news. Level 3 evacuation. Finally on the lookout fire. It means go now. Because obviously,
level 3. It's burning down that canyon.
Son of a.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. God, I hate being right. F my life. Okay, now we know what a bat in the house means. It means level 3.
Levels are changing.
Yeah, it's a warning from the great beyond. Thank you, Smitty, for being on top of that. It's wheat country. Yeah, they already lost. Klickitat County lost its almost entire wheat harvest or hay in the Newell fire.
Let him calm down, kid fishing, and I'll get him in a minute.
Lost Creek.
He's mad about me throwing the blanket at him.
Okay, okay. Once again, if you know anybody in the McKenzie River area, tell them right now. Give them a call. Get on the phone. Doesn't matter if you're waking them up. It's level 3 go time. This fire is going down the hill. They're looking down the barrel of the gun. It aimed, it cocked, it fired. They gotta go. Hopefully, if you get enough people out of the way, they'll just concentrate on stopping the fire. The golf course, they've got a good, perhaps defensible area. It's probably precautionary, but go so they can do their job. Don't worry about locking the doors. Leave the lights on. Put the Wi-Fi password for the firefighters on the fridge magnet. Look, law enforcement will keep your place from being messed up. It's not like locks keep bad people out. But if embers get into the roof eaves of your dwelling or buildings and they get up into your attic, the firefighters don't need to try to pick your lock. They need to get in there. So that's what Brokefish says, right?
They won't even try to pick your lock. You lock your door, they're going to go to the next place.
Yeah. I never knew that, but
take everything out of your windows. Do not have any curtains hanging in the windows, and pull everything back from the windows as best you can. Get it out of the way. There's this thing called, what is that? Convection, radiation. It will start curtains on fire from the outside. So it's best to just take your curtains down and pull nothing in the windows. That's the best thing to do.
well, I'm not sure if that's physically possible, but it can't hurt because if your carpet's on fire, it'll climb up to the ceiling via the curtains. It's not good. Most curtains are that polyester crap that's flammable. So, okay, guys, breaking news. We do have level 3 go now evacuations. It just came for, see, let's just name the towns. It's Mackenzie Bridge and Rainbow, right? I mean,
Taylor Road, level 3 go now, Taylor Road, North Bank Road, all areas north of Highway 126 between Blue River Reservoir Road and Drury Lane, Mona Campground, Lookout Campground, H.J. Andrews Experimental Forest Headquarters. Leave now.
Go. Get the keys, get in the car, check your neighbors. Remember, people in the car before things. If somebody needs a ride. Now, if you are not sure about a neighbor, if they're evacuated or not, if they left or not, call the sheriff's office. Say do a welfare check, give them their address, give them the phone number of that neighbor. And law enforcement will go check on them. Sometimes they're hard of hearing. They'll have hearing aids in. Sometimes they're totally unaware. There was a guy who lived in a secluded little cul-de-sac underneath the little copse of trees who was completely unaware that paradise burned around him just a couple of blocks away. When reporters came in, like 4 days later, they saw smoke coming from that little area, and they drove to investigate, thinking, oh, God, is there a little bit of the fire still going? It was from his stove. Remember, it was November. So this old-timer, living mostly without electricity and telephone and stuff, was just kind of doing business as usual and wondered why his neighbors left in a hurry. He slept through it.
Okay.
God damn it, I don't want to watch anything burn down tonight on a camera. I've done this too often.
Oh, I know you have. I don't want to watch. I'm watching the camera too. You calm down yet, kid?
What's the status of the bat?
He's in the room torturing the kids still. He's coming down. Yep, it's coming right down that canyon.
God damn it. So the answer to my trick question was it's not okay. I posted this picture on their Facebook and said, are you sure level 3 shouldn't happen? Because please tell me something stops it. Please explain. I'm not trying to be a jerk. Like, I really wanted them to have the nets in place or whatever that stuff is, or really good fire lines, or maybe that area had burned and there's like nothing in the canyon to burn. Maybe it had burned already.
It looked awful green.
No, of course not.
I'm sorry to burst your bubble, but it looked awful green before the thing went. But yeah, I get you, and it's in that canyon. It's nuking out the canyon. Level 3, there's still time, but level 3 is a good call. Should have level 3'd it earlier.
Yeah, before people went to bed.
Yeah, why do they always got to do it like 9, 10 o'clock at night? I mean, people are in bed now. Are they even going to answer the phone?
JB explained. See, he explained that there's a bureaucracy system, and Peter's got to call Paul, who has to confer with Mary, and Mary's got to call. He better call Saul. She better call Saul, right? You know, and then that guy has to confer with somebody else who has to confer with somebody else who has to wake somebody up who has to return their call, and it's hours later. I wonder who makes the call. This is not this is private land. These towns are private land. I wonder if it's the sheriff. Fire marshal should be the czar and should just always be in power in these situations. Somebody who's not a local, who doesn't have the Jaws effect. We can't close down this beach because of a shark. I mean, that was a freak attack, you know. We can't close down this beach. It's tied to tourist season. You know, you can't have those conflicts of interest weighing around the back of your mind. It clouds your judgment. I hate being right. God.
I do too. I knew it was coming. I wish they'd have just done it before daylight.
It's Count Chocula. Your bat's name is now Count Chocula.
Oh, finally. Oh, go back and sit. Found a place to grab onto. Grab the LED lights. You like that. Oh, 3 more laps.
Talked about 30 more laps.
Okay, guys, everybody vote on the bat's name. We have to inject humor into sad situations. I understand the dark humor of, like, first responders now. You have to do it or you go insane.
Oh. Why didn't you just...
Okay, if anybody's
Okay.
just tuned in, because we're going to have people just tuning in now. Oh my God, look at that. I wish I could time lapse this. It looks like a volcano. I'm screenshotting that. Damn. Doesn't that look volcanic? Mm. Goodbye, 700-year-old trees.
You know, some of them really, really old, big trees, fire's good for them.
This.
5 votes, huh, for Count Chocula.
All right. Wait a second. Dude, okay, we can't get quite that adult, Chris. Look, I'm not a guy. Toilet potty humor, I generally abstain from, you know, being female. But that's a pretty funny joke. Okay, good night, big dog. Smitty says they have not bumped up level 1s to 2 yet. What? Okay, I don't care if they haven't. I'm just going to tell people, like I said earlier, use your eyes to recognize danger. And no matter what anybody's telling you, go with your gut instinct. If this looks like a safe situation, by all means stay, but it's clearly not. It's fire, it's elevated, you're looking down the barrel of a gun.
That's with my rule. If you got a fire 10 miles upwind from you and it's blowing at you, leave. A fire will spot 10 miles and not even think about it.
Well, that's extreme winds, but yeah, 3 to 5 is reasonable. Now we're going to have 25-mile-an-hour wind gusts all night, so this is not going to improve tonight. It's not going to improve tomorrow. It's going to be a hellish landscape tomorrow of another.
And it's going to be really, really hot.
Yeah, welcome to hell. In the Cascades again. Welcome back, 2020. I do not understand the thought process of seeing this. Okay, maybe the same time we saw this, they said, oh crap, yeah, level 3. Maybe they were saying that in person, but they had to make their phone calls to get it official. Either way, what we're seeing is this is not the blame game. I'm not saying, oh, people are stupid here or whatever. I'm blaming the problem, which is the bureaucratic nightmare. The rules, the red tape, the outdated dinosaur system. It's called Byzantine. Okay, the Byzantine Empire was like a shining beacon of science in the Dark Ages, right? However, their bureaucracy was so messed up that even to this day, if you have a system that just doesn't work because there's too many bureaucrats, that's called Byzantine. It's outdated. You just got to wipe it clean, go lean green, and start over. Be agile. It's a new era. And we're not going to get by with the same old crap. There used to be a system like this. If A is on fire, then you evacuate B immediately and you put C on notice. Now, if B is on fire, you evacuate C immediately and put D on notice, right? These days, they're traveling too fast. Our forests are overloaded with a huge amount of stuff that should have been burning over the last century. Well, we suppressed everything, not knowing any better. Well, white man didn't know any better. Indians are going, oh my God, white guys. But you know what I'm saying? Western thought process. We got to learn. So we can't just reintroduce fire to the landscape. We're not going to be able to thin the forest in a day. It's not. We're probably not going to even get any kind of budget for what we got to do. So it's we can expect in these heat waves and climate situation we're in that these things are going to move faster than ever before. Well, in living memory, it actually moved at the speed of sound in the 20s and 30s, but not that many people remember that anymore. 20s and 30s had a miniature climate change event called the Dust Bowl. It did change all the weather patterns and all the wind. Things like the Tillamook burn really could have occurred because it pushed a lot of the wind from the Great Plains straight down the Columbia River Gorge and baked out with hot, dry winds the forest west of Portland for years. And then finally one day there was a spark. So, but that climate change event ended when people mended their ways. This one is not going to have a foreseeable short-term end. We just have to adapt. Not argue about how we got here. It's obvious. It's hotter, drier. We have situations. We cannot have the Byzantine system of the past. It's what you need to do is logical thinking. Just put everything, put all of your preconceived notions aside. Just go with logic. Fire continues to spread unless something stops it. It either runs up against terrain that's impassable, say an ocean, a giant lake. It runs up to a sheer cliff. It gets stuck in a quarry, right? Stone walls around it. It runs up to the edge of a sand dune like Sahara Desert. That would stop it, right? It runs up against terrain it can't pass. Fire has to move to live. It has to find new fuels. If it doesn't, it consumes all the fuels in its area and goes out. So a fire will move until something stops it. So unless it's terrain, it's going to be weather like snow, torrential downpour, right? Rain. Or it's going to be humans interfering. We're going to make fire lines do our thing. So when you look at the situation with logic like we did tonight, we understand what's going to happen. And you can just apply that to understand your own situation. Don't tune into me and let me tell you what to do. Don't wait to be told what to do. Just ask the question,
If you're asking yourself, go.
What's going to stop the fire? If the answer is there's nothing, then it will continue the way the wind is blowing or the way that it can spread like uphill. So don't delude yourself with I wish this isn't happening. Just go with, okay, that's what's going to happen. And don't count on luck. Oh, the wind says it'll only be to the west today and I'm to the east. Don't count on that. Right? I mean, people at Belknap Hot Springs may not be in immediate danger right now because the wind's pushing this to the west, right? It's coming out of the east. However, what if that changed for 3 hours? Or the rest of the night just changed, right? Don't count on luck. Just apply logical thinking and you'll know what to do in no time.
Okay, so boat ride?
Oh, just hold it up. Hold it up. It limits his area of flight. He's down into it, trying to hang out in a corner.
All right, I'm going to end the poll. Last chance to vote on Count Chocula. So far we have a pretty unanimous agreement here. No, it's okay to say laser beams. It's okay. If it's facetious, that's fine. I'll allow it. I'm the judge here. I'll allow it. Oh, God. What are we saying? So let me show you the map what I'm talking about. Now the communities, I think my thing stalled out when I tried to. Belknap is not under level 3. It's over here.
Where the fuck is it?
See,
No.
but it's under level 1. Like, be prepared. I don't know why that's level 1. I definitely have it at 2, but that's just me. They're still having the river as a dividing line. I do not think the fire would stop at the river or respect it. It's just not that big there. It's a fly fisherman's knee deep kind of a thing. It's not like the Columbia. So if the wind blew the fire straight across the river, I mean, there would be nothing.
It went out! Haha, it's not my problem anymore, Dad. Haha.
Mazel tov.
Ah. Told me as a threat, so it went.
Tell your son that he may now be known as the Bat Rancher.
Bat boy.
What was it? Bat Cowboy, actually. All right, he leveled up.
I
You have-
shut his room door. That's funny.
He defeated a level 1
literally
creature.
It was literally doing circles around my head and wouldn't let me catch it.
Bad Pieces, the government incident hasn't been updated for a while. It's terrible. InfoWeb is terrible for updates, and they don't even tell you what they updated. Good night,
They
Lane.
just haven't been given good updates lately either. And my thing with all these apps, watch duty's pretty good, but there's a lot of fires we've had that they list them as a half an acre, but they don't say if it's a containment on them.
Well, they just spread out of California. They got to recruit new people for the other states. We got to take that into account. But the thing is, why am I not allowed to update? I tried to update a fire I was listening to yesterday, and it wouldn't allow me to make a comment without a picture. I came up with hefty ideas for watch duty, for God's sake. Not like I was.
Have you thought about getting a hold of the administration? Aren't you one of the watchers?
No.
Well, you can apply to be one of the watchers, is what I hear.
Really?
They have a contact thing for them.
Okay.
Where was that? I found it. They have through their Facebook page is where I got a hold of them.
Oh, okay. I was looking in the app itself.
Yeah.
Hey, Rob, how are you doing? Yeah, Rob says now if A is on fire, you put A on notice, right? I'm going to conclude this poll. I'm pretty sure. Count Chocula.
It just went outside.
Who voted
sure
no?
Did my fun work.
We need to find who voted no. I want names. This isn't a democracy. That was a trick. Find him. There will be no dissension. Okay.
What's it saying? It's saying it's 194 minutes ago they updated again. 195 acres, of course, no containment.
And there will be only compliance. What the hell's going on in Washington? Okay, we've got responders here. It seems to not have moved away from its little square. The Elephant Cam by Yakima. How's this going?
Okay,
In the
Lane
hills?
County news page for the Lookout Fire, lanecounty.org. News, Lookout Fire.
It's about 8 tabs for this fire. I should have put them in my neat tab organization.
I don't feel so bad anymore then.
Yeah, Benja says it was I. Sorry, I love bats and I hate sugared cereal. All right. Well, you know what? You could be the ambassador to the bats. You've been promoted.
I actually used to make bat houses during the winter and sell them to my friends.
Cool.
They had plans for them.
Yeah, I bought one of those. I want my money back.
The bat book. The bat book.
I want my money back.
Why? Because you didn't get no bats?
Yeah. Where the hell are they?
Because you put it in the wrong place, maybe, or there wasn't enough bats in your area for them to two of them to find it.
You're supposed to provide me with the bats, obviously.
No, 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 just the house.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, I'm only seeing the one up by Yakima.
What am I supposed to do at a bat house but no bats?
Well, it's supposed to attract them. Some people say you're supposed to put bat guano there. You won't believe some of the things I've heard about bat houses. How come? Okay, all three of these cams in Washington are looking in the same direction right there at Yakima. They're not moving.
Okay.
Yep, all three of the cams I'm looking at over there on watch duty, they're all looking at the same fire.
Well, it's in a little square and it ain't moving, so I'm gonna call that one okay. This is not okay. Death Ball is not okay. I need to know. Okay, there's a book called Oregon Geographic Names, and I don't have it on the shelf right now. It's an awesome book. It's how it's first made in the 30s, and that's when old timers are still alive, pioneers and stuff, and they went around asking like, how did your town or this weird mountain get its name? Right? It's got the most amazing stuff. Like there used to be towns called Raw Dog and Yellow Dog. Bye, Sea Probe. Yeah.
Peak lookout. Okay.
I'm over caffeinated right now. I'm not just nervous. I'm over caffeinated.
I had a headache the other day, and this one's. It looks like I can't tell for sure, but it looks like there's in the peak lookout camera, you can see what looks like emergency vehicles coming up to the fire. When I played the 15-minute.
I'm sorry, what? I spaced out. I was reading chat. What?
In the peak lookout camera on Alert Wildfire.
Oregon?
For that one up by Yakima.
Oh, all right.
You can see where it looks like you play the 15-minute thing. You can see where it looks like emergency vehicles are responding up to the fire. That might not be. What is that that's burning?
And why is it in a square? Like
that looks like
it's a corral.
Yeah, it looks like a structure of some kind burned up.
I think it's a corral. Yeah, you see the chute for the cow right there, for loading the steers. I think that's what that is. Yeah, we could triangulate this, and perhaps
the camera's got it pretty good.
Well, if it has a heat signature, which I don't think it does, we could zoom in and see, like, with the global imagery.
Yeah, and the peak lookout one went back into regular mode instead of night mode.
Oh, wow. Okay, that's probably because it's so zoomed in. It's got so much light.
That's a corral or something. Yeah,
I
agree. That's a corral. That's why it's a square. Good
okay.
call.
All right, I'm on a roll. So the forest cams, the forest webcams. And by the way, guys, I just want to reemphasize the ridiculousness of using like a waist-high river, some sort of a barrier for your evacuation zones. Nothing is safer on the south side of this river. Don't think that that's a safety thing. It means that they can use the highway as a nice fire line, but if it's wind, it's just going to blow right over and then race up the hill because this is a steep canyon. So don't ask me why. Maybe they just want to stagger the evacuation. I don't know. Maybe they don't want everybody flooding the road at once. I don't know. But it's 10 o'clock at night. I don't think there's any kind of traffic jam risk.
It seems like they always move them up later at night, and I don't get it. Never have. Should have called that before night. So what's this other camera looking at it?
Okay, yeah. Once again, we're not blaming individuals or calling them stupid or anything. I think they knew immediately. I mean, probably earlier than we did, the danger of that situation, but the red tape bureaucracy nightmare has got them. So we need to analyze what goes wrong. Why are evacuations so late? Definitely, if you're on the cusp of like 6 p.m., this is when people are watching the news, they're settling down, they're back at home, they're turning it on, their workday's over for at least the mountain towns, usually between 6 and 8. If there's any question that the fire may move throughout the night, err on the side of caution and tell people before they freaking go to sleep. Because they've done this so many dang wrong times, like Tahoe and whatnot. You don't do this at 10 o'clock at night. People need daylight to load up their horses and stuff. Oh, thank you so much, Benja, for the kind donation.
Oh yeah, and horses take their harness off. Put your phone number on their hoofs with a Sharpie.
Well, that's if you have to
Let
leave them. Yeah. So Christopher the Trail, was that you, Christopher, who was saying, shouldn't it be level 3? If so, good. I applaud that. Why didn't I do it? Brad P says the sourdough fire in Washington was updated an hour ago with 5% containment. Okay. I'm hoping that's...
Oh, it's burned over the next ridge too.
Yeah. Okay, Chris, you're out of line. This is your first morning. All right. I know a lot of people get intoxicated this time of night. Thank you so much, Benja. I'm going to try to get, what was that app that we needed so we could see the height of pyrocumulus clouds. Big Al will walk me through that setting. We'll figure this out. This is the weirdest geological thing. Look at the swirly drainage around this mountain that makes a horseshoe. It's neat. I bet this is incredibly beautiful.
Well, you know, when you find some things like that, geologic things like that, sometimes that actually sort of looks volcanic.
Probably
If
is.
you think in that attitude, that round thing you were just showing right there, that sort of looks like volcanic.
It really does.
It most likely is. They found that there's that one young man who using Google Earth found a volcano that they hadn't identified as a volcano. God, who put that out that he found
Really?
it? Geology Hub or one of those was talking about it, and yeah, it was an extinct, not a current one, but an extinct past volcano, and he actually, through doing topographical, like you just looked at, he went to one of his professors and goes, look at this, and they actually were able to prove that he had found a past volcano, and everybody had looked right past it.
Mount Tabor in Portland is a giant
Oh yeah,
volcano. A bunch of them.
There's a couple more. There's a couple vents in the Portland metro area. What's the other one? God, it's on the list.
Mackenzie Valley Long-Term Recovery Group has a website. Somebody's asking, where are they going to put an evacuation shelter? That's a damn good question.
They have that information. Let me get off the horse fire.
Do they?
Or the fort fire. I thought they had information of where to go for that information in the county web page. That's where it should be.
Oh, it's just like alcohol recovery. I thought it was maybe the recovery from the fire. The holiday farm.
MainCountyNews.org. Well, I'll just pull it up.
Yeah, you got mod powers. You can put a link.
Portland. Why isn't it working? Why isn't Lane County's host is having an error right now on the website they gave in their information? Let's go check the other one.
Well, remember how it was slow loading for me? Spider Monkey beats. Exactly, Spider Monkey. I hate that. And we don't mention that person on my channel because that person has caused me so much.
There's some of those people that I've gone on their channel and asked them, why are you putting out untrue information?
Look,
Why?
I'm not calling that guy a liar or anything like that. He may have true concerns. I really don't know too much.
Oh, his
But,
concerns are true, but when you're giving misinformation, it's like, whoa, dude.
well, the problem,
But
the headache for this channel is that people come in here panicked and they're saying Mount Lassen and this stuff are, the lava is lighting up fires from underground. Well, here's the thing. We know exactly where lava is coming to the surface. It does a resonant harmonic tremor is what they call it on the, those things, the seismometer, what am I thinking right now? The word, the little graph and it's drawing the little up, down, seismometer, right? Isn't that what's called? See how tired I am? So whenever lava comes to the surface, nobody can hide that. Around the world, there's all these things that monitor that. So even when lava is just below the surface, you could practically walk on it after just a little bit of cooling. So lava doesn't start fires from below. There's no oxygen underground for things like that to take off. I mean, you could see pictures of people walking on it. The geologists getting their samples from Hawaii. I studied volcanology as a possible career choice in advanced classes. With just a little bit of hardening, you can walk on it. So if there's any soil between lava underground and like tree roots and stuff, it's not going to do anything to the trees. It doesn't cause fires. Okay, that's retarded. That guy needs to get his head examined. That's probably fake, actually. Yeah, this would be the Crafts. They both died, but they pioneered getting close. This person's crazy. That's fake. So if you look at Hawaii lava around trees in the Canary Islands, oftentimes trees can be wrapped around by lava and survive, and they really some of them are affected and some aren't. And it's crazy how nothing really ignites very quickly because
so
trees
Lane
are.
County, just so you know, lanecounty.org, their official web page is down because of traffic. I've tried 3
It's
times.
DDoSing. Okay, stop hitting the refresh button, everybody. Then, yeah. So I mean, there's buildings, for example, with lava wrapped around them and it's not exactly new growth. Like see how hard it is for lava to light these palm trees on fire. The moment that lava hits the surface, it's cooling extremely rapidly. So there's actually like a rock. It turns to rock on the outside, which protects the stuff it's touching in a really bizarre way. It just depends on how fast it's moving, which it's dacite, andesite, different consistencies. But it's actually remarkably difficult to ignite vegetation with most types of lava. Now, the extremely runny stuff that's just flowing a million miles down a hill, that is a different story because it's flowing so fast. That means that the hot stuff that's coming up behind it is keeping it hot. So if it's extremely sloped, some types of lava are runny and some of it is thick, viscous, and explosive, right? It's just not as a big deal as you would think. So first of all, you wouldn't be able to hide hiding lava coming to the surface is impossible. It would cause a lot of earthquakes. It splits the ground apart as it forms a new river, a vertical river called a dike up to the surface. So there's nothing to be concerned about there. That's easily defeatable. It's really no concern. And so I can explain this and show people walking on lava, but some people aren't convinced. Now, the only way that volcanoes typically start a forest fire is actually through lightning, if there's ash. Now, if there's enough ash, you're going to have a ton of lightning due to the static electricity in the in the air. So even pyrocumulus clouds, kind of like the one we saw today, can generate a huge amount of lightning if they get bad enough because there's so much like ash in the air. It's having the same effect. I asked Holt Hanley, because he's the meteorologist, not me. He asked his teacher and got back to me live on his stream that, yes, his teacher confirmed that wildfires big enough can spawn lightning and make the whole situation a whole lot worse. But there's been trees that completely survive being wrapped around by lava. A bunch of them in Grand Canary Islands were okay. So don't worry about it. At first, it would seem like it might be a big problem. It's not really. The other thing is things that are perfectly explainable, such as like when I was looking at one of his videos, he was looking at the satellite picture. What was like Earth, whatever. I'd lost the satellite pictures. It was really good that we had here. Like here, he was looking at the Canada, right? And as soon as it was like calm, right? And then all of a sudden, at 1 hour, boom, there were 20 different plumes across a huge amount of Canada, like a size of like 8 different states of the Union. Like Saskatchewan itself is just gigantic, right? And when the clock got to a certain hour, boom, 20 different plumes of really big wildfire smoke went by. So he was freaking out and going, "What is this? Is this lasers, weapons? There's nobody out here. How did these fires start? Why did they all start at the same time?" And I said, "Dude, they were already going." Just in the comments, trying to be reassuring. When like lightning rolls through an area, I'd say it just lights a tree on fire or a small area on fire. That's not enough smoke to be seen from space, so it's invisible to satellites. Then you get a windstorm that comes in, and boom, game changes. All of them.
And it can take up to 5 days for a lightning strike to show itself as a fire.
Even a month, even. It depends on the kind of sleeper fire. So it's just the fact that there were 20 existing fires in the entire area of Saskatchewan. That's actually very few. Even if it was people caused, that's actually remarkable that in the entire gigantic area of Saskatchewan that only 20 fires would get out of control that day. But it was an incredibly remote wilderness. So he gets very afraid of things that are normal. And I tried to explain, but what can you do? I'm open-minded. If I ever see anything weird, I promise you guys, I will say that's weird, can't be explained. But so far, after years of talking with people like Broken Fish, JB, and real firefighters, I've come to, most of my fear of it is gone because I know what to do. If you understand how it behaves, you can understand how to protect yourself. My fear is, people can believe whatever they like, but if you believe that there's like a weapon, there's no defense against a weapon like that. You're just going to be toast if it aims at you. But if it's a real fire, but you don't believe that, you may not take the steps to protect yourself. So he makes a lot of excitable, fearful content. I don't know if that's authentic or if it's for show. I don't know. But my channel is the exact opposite. I'm there to reassure and educate people on how to live through this event. Fear doesn't help a situation ever. So I kind of gave up. That's people can go ahead and watch that kind of content if that's what they want to see. But right now, my focus is try to save lives. My friend died in a fire. I hate that, and I don't want that to happen again.
I'm sorry for that too. I've lost friends in fires, but on the other end of it, doing their job.
I'm sorry, Broken.
Oh, it's okay. I've learned to deal with it. It's just something that happens, and you gotta deal with it and go. Yeah, I've tried. There, it's a bad gateway on their link for lanecounty.org, even if you just take away the lookout fire part, so the county webpage is down fully. Real
Okay.
good time for that to happen.
Yeah. So hopefully they'll just do their alternative here, which is social media and Facebook. You know, there's so much of the cool, interesting, and creative theories about the world around us right now and disasters. I'm not saying they shouldn't have channels exploring those things. I think though that when it comes to public safety, um, I respect what helps and what saves lives. You know, there's a different time for, say, after a disaster, speculate on what the hell happened, right? But during it, just be the calm in the storm and help people through it, and don't get anybody excited or panicked, especially with new things. People that came in the channel said, please don't even discuss this stuff much. I cannot handle the thought that the people who come in here and say, I'm being targeted by a weapon, like they're already traumatized. Can you imagine your family missing person, your pet is now a charcoal briquette somewhere in your house? You know, the losses and the horror that people are going through, we can't add to their stress. So I would love to be on other people's channels, explore interesting theories. I'm all about that, but not during the incident. So during the disaster, like we just lost more than 100 people, I'm sure, in Maui. It's not the time to stress anybody out. So what I talk about is, you know, trust me, I will say if there's anything weird going on, I'll let you know. And sometimes I do see weird stuff. The weirdest stuff I've ever seen is things that look like arson, stuff that you know, oftentimes was proven to be. But I'm extremely careful with the A word. We don't to keep things as calm as possible around here and rational. We can only post information we have confirmed, or say a very experienced firefighter or something can put in their speculation, and we have to make sure it's speculation. I always let people know such and such is my opinion, or this looks like this or that. But I want it to be the facts only resource because I don't see anybody else doing it. The reassuring, supportive community. And I want to teach people how to survive the stuff that's going on. So in general, we don't, it's also bad manners. I mean, not saying you're bad or anything. To mention those streamers, usually if somebody gets curious, you mention those streamers' name and I lose like 20% of the audience, usually in about 15 seconds. Some of them come back. Now, if somebody has good fire info, like it's Holt Hanley, if it's like Zieglander with the Lookout, if it's Daniel Kearns, if it's, you know, official stuff, I say go ahead and watch their stuff and come back and see us. But I do not want to funnel my audience to the channels that promote fear. Even if it's a well-intentioned, authentic fear, that's not my goal. It's contrary to my goal. So we mentioned what we can verify. We'll occasionally crack jokes and stuff, but the X-Files channels are out there, right? But I'm the only one doing what I'm doing. So I hope you don't.
There's a bunch of those panels out there that are fear mongering.
That's what sells, okay? And fear mongering is a different thing. Fear mongering is a nefarious, like, I want to manipulate people and sell, right? Fear, I guess is there a word what I'm talking about where it's just like panic inducing? Like panic spreads, right? Panic is contagious. I don't know if there's a word about that. Fear mongering is like when people are just lying. Like the guy I will never respect who said the Orville Dam was going to collapse in 2017 or 2016. Like, no, it was the spillway, lying beep of beep. So that's for clicks, and that's to, you know, fearful headlines get clicks, right? That's for likes, and that's for boosting your own channel and getting to that next tier and blah blah blah. I'll just say fear promoting.
That's a good way to say it.
Yeah, that's about as neutral as I can get. And I do not think that they should be like kicked off YouTube or anything like that. But it makes my job really hard when people are worked up into a fearful state, come here, and then they start shouting at the victims, saying, "Look out! There's a thing to fear. You know, there's a weapon. There's that airplane above you is a laser, and it's actually, yes, it's an airplane with a laser, but it's mapping the fire. It's not causing it." So I do not think it's ethically and morally right to do that to people who are victimized already. I have a higher standard. Anyway,
And if they're going to start a fire with a laser from a plane, you're never going to see the plane. He's going to be so high up, you'll never see him. What are they? The one that they see flying in a circle around the fire, he's doing infrared mapping, and he occasionally puts a same laser pointer we can use. He occasionally puts it on the ground to mark a spot for
yeah,
the infrared mapping system.
yeah,
But if it
it's
was something militaristic, you're never going to see that plane.
besides, the thing is that I would get suspicious of the involvement of, say, weapons. If the target was strategic, if it would accomplish the goal of some enemy of ours, right? That so far burning down tourist towns and retirement communities and hayfields and stuff is not accomplishing that. But what would be suspicious to me is when a fire shouldn't take off if it did. Like if it's wet and damp, like a damp autumn in the Pacific Northwest, if there's no wind, and yet a town got erased, like that would be extremely suspicious. But so far, I've never seen any of these town eraser fires happen. You know, why would you spend $1 billion and deploy that weapon system and all the risk? You know, if that thing crashes, you hand it over to the enemy and all your secret tech is lost, right? Why would you do that when a $5 road flare would have the same effect in a high wind situation? So I've just never personally noticed anything weird. I do look at weird photos, but I research and research until I find the explanation. So I hope that anybody who is on a mission to prove this stuff can find this valuable, because the only way you're going to prove something without having proof in your hands to the world is that you can rule out every rational reason for this to occur. So make that your goal. Know everything you can about fire, and then maybe you'll be the one who can prove it, because if there's no natural reason, it has to be an unnatural reason, right? So
Hey, well, at least we had a bat show up and provide some temporary humor in the middle of all this. Oh my God.
yeah, you should have filmed that. That would have been absolutely hilarious, man.
I
Okay,
probably should have.
you did. The ground right now? Okay, I don't have my email open. But yeah, don't. So this is the one that's not open, right? This doesn't open. This is the one that's timing out.
Yeah,
Okay.
the
All right.
lanecounty.org is the one that says it's a bad link.
Linn County,
Yeah.
Oregon.gov. Yeah. Okay. Oh, a miracle just happened.
Oh,
It's
is it
there.
actually opening it?
All right. Evacuation information. It looks like they still don't have a shelter. But if you're just turning in, we have a level 3 go now evacuation for the Mackenzie Bridge town and over by Rainbow. Right now, it's still currently level 1 get ready at Belknap Springs, but I would think that that should be at least level 2. Don't mind me. I'm only predicting what this thing does before the officials tell the people. Oh, that's okay, Spider Monkey. You're totally welcome. Yeah, you're totally welcome. I I'm curious, like other people. I'm way more open-minded than the average person. But I hope you find things useful here too. And Moose says the photo was taken in the last hour. The fire is less than a mile from the main road. All right. Okay. Let me look at that email. Let me look at that email, and let's look at our current. I'm sorry, I clicked on the wrong fire here. Let's go back to Death Ball Mountain. Can't make this up. Do a 1 hour time lapse. All right, the situation may be deteriorating faster than I had anticipated. All right, let's take a look at that. Let me off camera check my email. Today I got locked out of Facebook, or it'd have been on an hour sooner.
Got locked out of Facebook?
Yes, it thought that it was weird suspicious activity, and so I got freaked out for a bit. So I go through the steps to get back in, and it says, "Did you make this comment? This is what knocked you out." It was me asking the flat fire people to publish their maps that were behind their shoulder, the ones that were talking about the fire hazard of the day because humidity is bad or whatever. There's like a cute little chart. I thought, man, can you give that to the public? Like, that's great. And so Facebook thought that was ultra suspicious. Okay. All right.
That's funny. My brother, the gunny, got timed out for 30 days today.
Okay. Do you think it's a spot fire, Moose? Let me open this in a new tab. Can I share this photo, by the way? Can we do that? Where does it come from?
Oh, what's that? There's a big bright light down in the cam now.
Don't say that.
It's got to be them setting up like a highway spot or something. It almost looks like it could be a light tower because it's like, well, one way to find out. Go over in.
Let me share it in Discord. Do you have it in Discord, Broke? This is what
in Discord?
This is what Moose just shared with me via email. I'll show it to the public as soon as I get some authorization to do this. I'm sure this is okay. I want to make sure. Yeah, a friend said he evacuated safe. I'm glad. Okay. Yeah, I would think that's a spot fire. I'll show you guys the image now.
That could be. I see it, but that could also be them seeing the flames. You could see them for quite a ways at night, but that could be a spot fire.
Yeah, because it doesn't look like the moving wall of the fire, you know. I think it's like the embers are starting to rain down on the town or something like that happened. Either that or
that'd be in line with the winds.
Yeah. Being right. Thank you so much for sharing that, Moose. I thought you went to bed. All right, let us go back to the chat. By the way, it's open question and answer time. Major, hey, how are you? Facebook is called Face Bitch around here. It's after 11. I reserve the right to curse now. Yeah, you're a big fan of dark humor. I've become. Rob Langsdor says, when a volcano comes with a vent, does that make it a convent?
All right, I just got a message on their Facebook when I told them the web page is down. Where is the shelter at? They said, the person replied to me and said, I believe there is one shelter Red Cross set up at Lowell High School. Lowell High School.
Okay, you know what? That was for
a place to go.
That was for the Wiley, right?
I'm not sure which one it's for, but
Okay.
I asked it on the Lookout Fires page because they didn't list anywhere in their stuff of where the shelter's being set up at, but I didn't think of that.
Oh,
Red Cross.
I'm a dummy. They may have done that earlier when it was level 1. Or not. I remember something about that. 4 hours ago, it was level 2. No, they didn't. Okay. Could have been for the salmon. No. I think it was the Wiley. Let's just click on the Wiley because now it's going to drive me nuts. Where did I read that? Just when you Control F, Lowell. No, not the Wiley. Okay. I swear I read that somewhere. Guys, if you're just tuning in, we have level 3 go now. Evacuations on Mackenzie River, at Mackenzie Bridge, and Rainbow, basically. But if you're on the south side, too, please don't think that that's safe just because the south side of the river is. Let's refresh that. The south side of that river is not. It's not a barrier to stopping the fire. It's like knee deep. Let's see. That's. I was going to put the little gold man on the landscape and show people. Let's do it on Google Maps. Okay. Do it. So, let's see when was the last time the Google car drove through here. 2022. That's so weird. Looks like it was a wildfire day 2022 when the Google car went. Or it's a weird optical illusion, but that looks like smoke, doesn't it? Wow. So you can't see Jack from right here. Now I don't think you'll be able to see the river from Belknap Hot Springs. Yeah, I can. Okay. Just look, it's shallow as anything, guys. Like, it's a chest waiter. It's cross with your, with your pants hiked up, Especially this time of year. I don't think it's running high. Here's a different image of Mackenzie River. It just ain't thick. It's not thick. There's a trail? Yeah, see what I'm saying? That's not a barrier to fire, guys. It's, the wind will blow the embers right over. What's this? Nice old tree. This looks like a pleasant walking trail. And this is how I remember it. And the fact that there's the hot springs is just amazing. It's a swimming pool of hot springs on the outdoors. It's just a cool thing. One of those unique resorts. I'm glad it survived. Most of the hot springs type resorts and sanitariums didn't survive after World War II. So sorry, Broken. Were you going to say something?
No, I wasn't. I'm actually on the Cascade Red Cross seeing it, Facebook page, seeing if they're actually listing where this shelter's at.
Yeah, I think it is Lowell High School. It's the Bedrock. Like. Yeah, Smitty says it's for the Bedrock. That's a long drive, guys.
Yeah, okay, so.
You'd have to go to Eugene first.
Well, they're talking, it's down in Springfield or Eugene, somewhere down there. I can't get through to the Red Cross. I tried them on their phone. The information isn't on the county webpage, so.
Of course not. Well, great.
So I'm not sure where. Maybe one of the powers that be will see it and they will post that information into their Facebook page. I tried.
Okay, yeah, let's just wait around for the government to get around to it.
Yeah, that's why I called Red Cross myself, but they're not answering. It went to another number and then went to voicemail.
Okay, I'm now a meat popsicle. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break, turn off the AC, and I'll be back. Go ahead and entertain the people, okay, Broken? You have the stage.
Oh, I have the stage. Wait a minute. I wasn't ready for a show yet. No. I
Just
still got mine to do this morning.
just
Oh
take off your
gosh.
clothes like usual and go with the flow.
Yes, Smitty, I haven't seen the shelter listed either, and I looked through as much as I could. I actually did try to get a hold of the Red Cross at their contact information, and it went to voicemail. You figure somebody would be picking up with this emergency. I went on their webpage, it doesn't list it, so on the Facebook page, one of the people said, drive to Springfield. I don't know that it was said in alert. It wasn't said in any of the alerts on the page, so you know it should be better together than that. But let's see. They just posted a picture to the Facebook page. Nope, that's not talking about it. Okay, Oregon C has activated the Conflagration Act is Northwest Team 6, and the Oregon State Fire Marshal will be the unified command in the morning. Multiple agencies, emergency managers, and the Lane County Sheriff's Office are working through the night. It's situation is being reassessed right now. Thank you for your lookout fire. And is this one listed? No. I do not see anything listed at all. They are working on some old Forest Service roads to use as control lines south of the fire, but they don't say which old road. But it's also, they're using it to try to get crews closer. And the only other thing I've seen was the morning update, which is no longer the morning update. Okay, that's it on that. Let me see, talk to the chat. This is by Mackenzie River Bridge off of 126 between there and Belknap Springs, north of 126. It's closer to Mackenzie, the town of Mackenzie River Bridge than the other one, but they're all sort of close right there. That would be on the west side of the Cascades.
Okay, I'm refreshed. I'm back. Thank you so much for co-hosting here. I may give you a wage eventually, you know. Or
Oh, I don't need no wage. I earned all my. I do this because I can't get the fire bug out of my system. You
yeah,
understand that?
I do now
When you
somehow.
do it for as long as when you do it for as long as I did it for 20 years, you just can't quit. I can't do it anymore, but do the physical part of it anymore. But I can do what I can do and try to help with like people on your page or use my own Discord and page for fire information. And you know, I actually have a whole section of my Discord set up just for fire information like this.
Yeah, we are all grateful for your service and your guidance here. I am. You know, you're another one of those that took me under your wing, and I'm super, super grateful. Jake
Well,
Henry. Hey, Jake.
I
Hello.
I I was just glad you let me come in and actually sit here, sit in your chat at times and help.
Oh, dude,
You know,
no, the
I
honor
remember
is
what was
ours.
that? What was that last year where we had the person come back in and thank you for telling them to to go east instead of west? If they'd gone west, they probably they'd ran right into the fire because they had crossed the road. But they came back in the next day when I was here and thanked you profusely for telling them to go east. I can't remember. Was that last? That was last year. They all start to. It
I
all
th
blends together.
I would think that that's probably the Dixie. That's when the crazy bad information came down the pipe to evacuate Westwood. And technically, I think that's Lassen County, not Plumas County. So the fire was roaring in from the northwest, and it crossed the North Highway, and then came down, and the fire had already blocked the west way out. So there was only one way out of town, that was east. And the officials said on the radio and stuff that you should take the north way out and then take the long way to Susanville. I said, hell no. A whole bunch of fire crews fled from that area, nearly had their vehicles melted. So that was, I think, one of those main incidences. Said, hell no, you got to go east, and that's it.
Yeah.
Um, that was a beep show. That was
Yeah.
when the message to evacuate was running 1,000,000 miles an hour on the AM radio. It was going, there's a major error, and it was like, what the hell? So,
Yeah. It was crazy. It was
so
crazy.
we're watching a very bad situation, Jake, to catch you up on things. Maybe I should do like a 12-hour time lapse. This is the death ball cam 12-hour. Now, this is what it looked like when I arrived earlier today. I think I began streaming about 1:30, but I was watching around 12. I mean, I was locked out of Facebook and had technical issues. And so this didn't look great by the mid-afternoon, but the red flag picked up, the wind picked up, and they just are extremely challenged in this spot because it's wilderness, not many roads, extremely steep, rugged terrain, and it's looming over a bunch of towns that barely survived and dodged the bullet of the 2020 massive, Holiday Farm fire. You could see the Holiday Farm fire's burn scar right here. This is all dead trees. There's a mega
Oh,
fire.
that's the year that the Archie Creek fire burnt down the Rock Creek residencies on the Umpqua River.
Yeah, that was Red Monday and Red Week.
That
They
was
should.
not a good day.
No, I think you lost something then, didn't
Yeah,
you?
our family home on Rock Creek did not make it through the fire, and I literally thought that it was one of the places that we tons of defendable space, this, that. The brother-in-law was in charge of taking care of it after the mother-in-law passed, and we really don't know why it's no longer there. It's just no longer there. And it had huge defendable space. So,
It's got to be the embers up into the attic vents. It must have found a way through the screen.
yeah, or down under the house, or who knows. We don't really know.
Yeah.
They'll never know.
So
But that's
what?
okay.
Yeah, Lassen County, Plumas County. That's the Dixie Fire of 2021, the biggest wildfire California ever had, started by PG&E Power Company, of course. That was a 1,000,000-acre fire almost, spanned 5 different counties. So it started in Butte County, spread to Plumas County, crossed over to Lassen County, went over to Tehama County, and what's the other one I'm forgetting? Smitty.
God,
Okay, the other one I'm
it
forgetting.
it crossed so many areas. Those fires crossed so many areas that it'd be very easy to forget places. Didn't it burn
Yeah,
down that whole town? Didn't
Greenville.
they gave the you can come back order and then changed it right as people were getting back to get the heck out again?
Yeah,
And
Greenville. I
it
grew up.
should have never been. It should have never. It would. They gave the comeback order way too early.
It was ridiculously stupid. I was already talking about that earlier. It's kind of hard to talk about. Smitty lived there. A lot of people who our regulars now. I'm just hoping this doesn't become a Greenville scenario in front of our eyes. This fire is coming down the mountain, and so they just issued level 3 evacuation orders for Kenzie Bridge and the Rainbow area here. So this is part of the reason of what I do is the government can fail. They can either give the wrong information, keep it from the public, trying to keep people calm, or just like they had too much stock in computer modeling, and they had incident management teams on the Dixie Fire, which is, let me tell you, Butte County and Plymouth County, the Sierras in general, probably the worst place to fight a fire on Earth. Top 10 for sure. And they underestimated it. They treated it like Montana. They treated it like back east, right? And so when they just started getting a little bit of a handle on things, a second power line went down and started a second fire called the Fly Fire, which made them abandon their fire lines, or kind of, well, not abandon, but split their attention away from protecting Greenville, which was downwind of the fire every day. It was the up canyon winds going up there. So they had to try to protect Quincy and Taylorsville. And while they split their attention, Daniel Kearns, a local volunteer firefighter from Taylorsville, said on his Facebook page, the defenses are not good enough up there. It's a reservoir, Round Valley Reservoir is above Greenville, like it's just to the south of it, but above it in elevation, a couple thousand feet up. And so they had this drainage. In fact, I'll show you what went wrong. Now, I knew exactly what the fire could do because we'd seen it so many times. My friend died in the 2017 Cascade Fire. There's Greenville. Here's Lake Allenor. Paradise Fire. I mean, Paradise is right there. It's really not that far away. So down by Paradise, it started in the Feather River Canyon, someplace called Pulga. And it went through the wind tunnel up the very narrow, very tight, very deep cut Feather River Canyon. And it climbs hard up into the mountains here. So every day the winds were pushing up this main canyon. And if you see right here, it's like a fork. The wind would get funneled this way to the left, and some of it would follow the main highway here. And if you look at Greenville, there's this elevation. Here's Round Valley Reservoir. Here's a shade of relief, so you can see what I mean. That's the barrel of a gun. Fire's in an elevated place, and the wind can align, meaning go point the same direction, down drainage, downhill, out of town. This is how towns get erased. So the fire's up here, reaching Round Valley Reservoir. Daniel Kearns down here, native to Taylorsville, said that's not going to hold. I didn't know who he was yet, and I will always regret not just putting his video on stream. I wanted to make sure that he was a good, real source. Of course he was. I just didn't know yet. So he says that's not going to hold. They had evacuated Greenville for more than 3 to 5 days already. Now, here's the thing. Californians do not jump at the bit to go home. They want to make sure that it's safe first. So don't get that idea. It's not like movies and TV where you see people trying to get back on Mount St. Helens because they don't think it's going to blow. Like, Californians are beep scared of wildfire. But the sheriff's decision was to whether or not to allow people to go home. So even though the fire just kept getting closer and closer and closer to Greenville, and the situation wasn't improving, later when they apologized to the public, and I think it was a very good thing that they did. Mike Wink, who was the incident management team, he manned up, took responsibility, said, "I'm sorry, we relied too much on the models, the computer modeling." But the locals knew what it could do. They'd seen the Cascade Fire, seen the Bear Fire, seen Paradise Fire, and knew that.
Well, humidity has climbed at McKenzie River Bridge, thank God. It's 74 degrees.
Okay.
The wind is blowing from the east at 5 still, and the current humidity is 42 according to my bot, the weather bot.
Good. Hope that does something for us. Anyway, the end of the story is it didn't hold. Winds swept it down. I went to bed that night because I'd been awake for 2 days in a row on Firestream, biting my fingernails off. I saw a whole bunch of planes throw retardant here because we had a live moving picture from Dire Mountain Cam up here. It's a lookout tower up there. It was live moving infrared, and everything that's cool is black. And so you would see the black silhouette of an airplane dropping a big line of black mist, which was the retardant, right? I thought after about 17 applications of retardant that Greenville would be okay. I went to bed. I woke up and Greenville was gone.
Yeah.
97% destruction. The fire ran right past Greenville. The reason that they didn't defend the town is the sheriff said everybody come back the same day it burned down. People arrived in town. Elderly people were unpacking like they had gotten their stuff to safety. They were unpacking when all of a sudden there were shouts and run for your lives. And so the firefighters just rounded up people and evacuated them. They had dozens of missing people. Eventually, all were accounted for, and that's a damn miracle. But they left their fire apparatus, and so they were staging to protect the buildings, and the fire trucks melted in the street. So the fire then roared up Dire Mountain up here, crosses it. That's when we see 3,000-foot tall fire vortexes. That's when Westwood is in danger from the south. So I worry that Westwood would get it from this direction, but the fire actually did something incredible, and it wrapped around the entire lake from the west. A different day, it was driven along the shore of Lake Almanor here this way. It went right past Chester, and they valiantly saved it. But the wind didn't point at Chester; it would be gone. They took out a lot of buildings this way. It went around Chester and around the lake up here, came at the peninsula from the north and crossed this way, started marching to the east. So now Westwood is like sandwiched. So the day that the people were thanking me for telling them where to go, the fire crews fled up here. It was up in the north. It was crossing. Now, if you go to August 7th-ish, just type in August 7, 2021 into my video archive, like search my own channel. You'll see this all live where we were covering this, and you'll see the crazy fire just marching across the landscape, and it's crossed this. There's only 3 ways out of town, right? North, west, east. So it had already crossed here. So this was no way to go. So I tell you, you put on fire history. All that red is the Dixie Fire. This entire thing is the Dixie Fire right here. So you can see how it crossed. It was already here. We were already here. I said, guys, you go east. I don't know what the hell the government's saying. This is your only way out. And then finally, when the Dixie Fire started coming up here, cutting off this pass to Susanville, I said, don't. Stay where you are. Don't move now. Stay where you are at Westwood, because you've got a lake. You got some reservoirs. Don't die on the road. Shelter in place at this point on. And a lot of the journalists got stuck there. They started pulling out shake and bakes and practicing and got super hairy. But that was one of the finer moments that we were able to make a real life-saving difference. And they evacuated so late. For 6 solid hours, I was saying, get the hell out of Westwood. A lot of people just packed up and went early. And then by the time they saw the marching flames, like we're talking, Dire Mountain camera was rotating. So it was look to the north. And the flames were 300 feet tall, just consuming the forest. Each of the trees were around 75 feet tall, and the flame length was twice the tree height. It was just incredible. When we saw this fire roll over here by Moonlight Mountain, 3,500 foot tall. I have a bunch of screenshots of that. So the fire tornadoes or vortexes marched over Dire Mountain that entire night. We were mesmerized. I don't think the world had seen anything like it live on infrared TV. I don't think anybody's ever seen anything like the Dixie Fire, honestly. California.
So my daughter just texted me. I'm going to leave in a second. I had a question for you. Do you do the 11-hour, 55-minute restart and come back up so your video gets saved, or you just let it go down?
Yeah, I do the restart because we had incredible stuff happen. The first year I did this in 2022, and those videos are gone. Like lightning struck my building while I was live, and
Wow. All right,
twice.
so
Yeah,
you got about an hour and a half. I'll try to make it back in. I got to go talk to my daughter. She's
yeah.
never texted me this late, so I'm going to go ahead and jump off here and go talk to my daughter. Thank you for letting me up, Catherine. Goodbye, chat. I'll talk to you later.
We're honored
And
to have you, Broken.
yeah, hopefully I could help. I hate that I was sort of right that it's marching that way, but just years of experience, I knew what it was going to do. You knew too. You've been at this quite a while. So
Yeah.
thank
So,
you, and I will see you later. If not, I'll see you on my show at 2:50 in the morning.
oh, okay. Yeah, I hope I won't do like a 22-hour stream, but yeah, go ahead. Family first. We'll be here probably. Thank you so much for being with us.
Oh, she's probably trying to update me on the fire down by her. She was pretty excited yesterday. Within minutes of it starting, she was on the phone with Dad. So
There it is.
train that girl well. That's all I can say. All right, you have a nice evening, and I'm gonna go ahead and get off here.
Thanks, Broken. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank
Okay.
you, and I will talk to you again or see you in the chat. You have a nice morning, evening, morning, and I
I
will
hope
talk to you
so.
later.
I hope these towns are there in the morning, but we're going to look back at the lookout fire in a second. Thanks so much for being with us, Broken. Let me make sure I hang up with him there so he doesn't freak me out later. I almost peed all over my bathroom floor because I was on Discord with him still. And I go into the bathroom, assumed a position to take my seat upon the throne. And he goes, Catherine, there's level 3 evacuations. And I went, ah! And almost missed my aim. Why is this not loading? Come on, VPN. Okay, but this is looking to the north from Dire Mountain. You see the giant 200, 300 foot tall flames? But when they're moving in these pictures, it's pretty insane. So I'm just going to, this is my archive. We filmed, we've got almost every single day the Dixie Fire happened. I was pretty much at my post. And then when I slept, I ran my mods ran it 24/7. I can't do this without you guys. You guys are amazing. But this is how we kept the public informed. Almost all the videos go up to about 12 hours. There's Daniel Kearns doing one of his. He was a saint. Every morning he led people through the crisis, explaining, because he was talking to the actual firefighters there every day, relaying it to the public what they were doing. Yeah, here's an example of the infrared. It was live. It was a movie camera. It was not like these wildlife cams that were stop motion. So everything that's darker is cold. Everything that's brighter is either light or heat. It's just like the black and white infrared, but it's on a different color. So that's 4:12 p.m. So some of that is just the ashes of the forest floor. It takes a while for it to rotate around. I don't remember which night exactly it was that the flames marched over towards Westwood. Yeah, but you could see them. Like the fire was. That's the Dire Mountain cam doing its rotation. So another one to search for on the stream would be just search for fire tornado. Yeah, it's just insane. Here it is going over. Now, this is the same building. It had different cams. So the black and white cam versus the color. This was insane. Tahoe later got this for the Caldor fire. But it was unreal. And then, you see there's the people trying to protect the buildings. Now, if we had this on every camera out there, this is the way to track fires, friends. This is the way to get the information to the people. I would have people come in a chat saying, I don't think I should evacuate, because what the human eye would see is more like the stuff up there, the smoke. This is the exact same viewpoint, but with the color infrared, and you could see the threat. You could see, I would say, can you defend your house against this with a garden hose? And you would see the 300-foot tall flames, like the day they came for Greenville. And they went, I'm out. Thanks for convincing me. I didn't have to say anything. But the funny thing is how invisible wildfires are in the smoke. It's just like the whole rain-wrapped tornado concept. They're invisible until they're on you and it's too late. Don't assume you can see a wildfire. You usually can't. So I think Greenville burned down on the 7th or something, and maybe the 5th. But my archive has some messed up stuff. Somebody else put the timestamp on there. Yeah, for somebody who doesn't have 12 hours to kill, the fire tornadoes begin here. Like the vortex begins to spawn 3 hours and 30 minutes into it. Watch it rise. That's the inside of a pyrocumulus cloud. That's the fire being sucked up into that vortex. That's what we saw today. We didn't see it. We saw a pyrocumulus cloud form today. That's already 2,000 feet tall in the distance. And that's what's going on in the center. Now, it's a vortex because it doesn't move. So it's that big thing that's thousands of feet tall. That's just a vortex. It probably has winds that are greater than 75 miles an hour, which qualify it as a tornado, except it doesn't move. Tornadoes move. So we just, there are smaller fire tornadoes that march over Dire Mountain and form. They could just be vortexes, because I don't know if anybody ever did a verification of their wind speed, but you could just see it in just a matter of hours climbing up mountains. I wish to God we had that view right now. We would know exactly what's going on at Mackenzie River here. We have this primitive crap, though. This is the primitive infrared that just is not giving us the info we need. We don't have the clarity. This is all funding. We need to tell Congress to get this on the landscape. Like the Dixie Fire only had 2 sets of these cameras. They had to take one away to put it in Tahoe. We need these everywhere. We don't need time-lapse stuff. We need real time. We need movie stuff. Miss Smitty says I can't count the amount of night shifts. Yeah, Rob. Some of the footage was deleted because I slept for 17 hours at a time every once in a while because I'd be up for 3 days. That's when the body goes, okay, get down. And I have a weird ability to do that. I can be awake for 3 days if the emergency calls, but then I collapse completely. It's just the way it is. Somebody says, as if I recall, Greenville was gone the night of August 5th or 6th. Black Bear 71 says people need to put gas masks and a carbon monoxide filter in a travel bag for fire safety and goggles. Yes, for goggles. N95s are going to help you breathe and not suffer the devastating effects. The tiny particulates that you can't see are associated with dementia now with wildfire smoke, because it seems to cross the blood-brain barrier and deliver toxins directly to your brain. Who knows if they build up there or if they just do their damage passing through. So N95s are fine enough to, heck, even filter out viruses, which are just tiny. But they're going to help you breathe, just trust me. And when I was in front of the Beachy Creek fire trying to evacuate my mom and just getting super exhausted trying to lift simple suitcase, trunk full of pictures into the car. Every once in a while, the wind blew hot ash into my eyes. It was like sand. It's gritty. It hurts. I had to stop and, excuse me, I'm gonna get some. I had some water. I had to stop, and I just wished I had water to splash in my eyes. Everything I was trying to do, I was stopping and in tremendous pain. And you just don't want to stop. Like even swim goggles. I went and bought 99-cent swim goggles that were on sale at Walgreens, like summer clearance, like in the end of summer. Those are going to be great. Some N95 masks in there. And the thing is that hot ash raining on your head and going to the back of your neck, down your collar, that sucks. Firefighters often have like a little scarf protect their neck from stuff like that. So a knit wool cap, like even for winter, sounds like it would make you really hot, but it'll insulate you from heat as well. And wool doesn't want to burn. Wool is the way to go. Gloves. Welder's gloves would be awesome, actually. Wool blanket in the car. You can throw that over your shoulders and just march to your shelter in place option. If you have shelter in your car, like at a golf course or something, on a bridge, baseball diamond, big box store parking lot, wherever you're sheltering in place, that wool blanket can be amazing for a lot of things. Say a tumbleweed or something, or trash on fire rolls up against your car and it's going to light your tires on fire. Well, just wrap that wool blanket around your leg and go kick it. Or just beat that thing, just like a Little House on the Prairie style, you know. Get back in your car and read a book. I'm terrified of this, guys. I'm so frustrated we can't hear what's going on. I want to hear the fight. I want to hear what they're saying. It's so frustratingly vague and ominous. If the agencies want the public to cooperate, and there's a lot of public pushback, and it's not the public's fault. Stop blaming the audience. Okay, that's bad leadership. Blame your communication style to your audience and failure to understand your audience so that you can make headway here. It's a different world. It's the world of rumors traveling faster than the speed of light on things like Twitter, of fear spreading even faster than ever. So if you want public trust, show them exactly what's going on. Tell them exactly what could happen and exactly what they should do. Recommend it. And give them their options. When people feel like they have options and when they feel like they can assess the situation for themselves and see it, you'll get a lot more public trust back and cooperation. You can describe a scary scenario all you want, but you show somebody a 3,000-foot fire vortex, they'll drop that garden hose and go, right, okay, let's go. Yeah, Brad P., I'm too far away. I'm in Portland. Baofangs, the range of them, as far as I can tell, is visual. The firefighters are using their little radios. My wrist is slipping on my watch. My watch is slipping on my wrist. Jeez. They're pretty short range, actually. They're little walkie-talkie things. So you have to be within visual sight, and you have to have a super antenna. We are powerless we can't hear anything. We would have to be listening on Broadcastify to somebody with some ham radio experience and antenna would be paid by Broadcastify to constantly record whatever channels they're doing and upload it to the web. There are only 3 different channels for Lane County. None of them have anything to do with the towns this far east. and Marion County is too far away. Moose Knuckles says, "What's the Discord?" Oh yeah, Broken Fish probably does want as many people to join as possible. I didn't think about that. Uh, I don't want people to make friends with me on Discord. Really, I want to make a Wildfire Discord account. This one's my personal. I really want to keep my gaming buddies, family and friends separate from work sort of deal, so I don't accidentally. Like some days I'm going to show my Discord screen, and I don't want to violate my friends and family's privacy. But I think I can invite people to this Discord. I think it's too difficult in general for people to use, although it's perfect for what we want to do. I'm going to either set up a Microsoft Teams or a Slack or one of those. And so we're going to have this as soon as I'm done with my lawsuit and a couple of personal problems. I'm going to have an area where everybody can chat and share files with each other and have different permissions, and the mods will allow people to talk and chat, and you can even go and talk one-on-one, like me and Broken Fish were just talking. You can come and go out of the rooms, and the rooms will be named after the different fires. So if somebody just wants to know about, say, I'm going to make it up, the Ruby Fire, right? I'm just making this up. They would only be in that one, and they would be talking to other Ruby Fire people. It's what concerns them, and maybe they don't want to hear about anything else. And then the people who are there can put their photographs, instantaneous real-time communication with people affected in that space, and they can tune out the rest, right? This is an amazing resource, and Discord can do that. It's so damn hard to use that I've used it every day for about 7 years now, and I still don't know how to describe what button to press for anybody to do something. It's the world's worst interface I've ever seen. It's a very simple program made very complicated by hidden menus and buttons that don't look like buttons. And it doesn't obey what you want. Like if you say no notifications, you shouldn't hear beep from that channel, right? Well, you will. Not only do you have to turn off notifications, but you have to mute the channel. I still get notifications. I have to right-click each individual room inside of the channel and then, turn off notifications for those too. It just drives me insane. Like, on or off, shut the hell up. Like, I don't even know how, but I was not on a phone call with Broken Fish. I was trying to use the bathroom, and all of a sudden my cell phone goes mega loud. Catherine, there's level 3 evacuations. I wasn't on a phone call with him. It pulled me into a phone call, opened the app by itself. I didn't know I was on a phone call, and I almost dropped a bag of hammers in the toilet live on his server. I don't even know how. You know, like, if it doesn't obey me and I can't, how in the heck am I supposed to teach boomers how to do anything, right? Like, I tried to teach John Stoker and C-Probe how to use this in the last 3 years, and they still ask me, like, what does this button do, and how do I see what you're streaming? I say, I don't know, because it's different on iPhone, it's different on Windows, it's different on Android. It shouldn't be, but it is. I can't keep this all straight. And then they randomly patch it all the time and change it when it don't need to change. It's just, it sucks. Yeah, unfortunately, Brad P, they're not long range. Now, I bought my Baofeng, and I really thought that they were, that maybe they'd have a 5-mile radius. It's visual range. You're lucky to get 5 miles if you have a 6-foot long antenna. They make them like really long antennas. They're 20 feet long. You're supposed to throw over a tree branch when you climb to the top of a mountain. Those are hardcore. Unfortunately, yeah. Black Bear 71 says I do evacuations all over the place for different reasons, but I can't work out for a little while because of the trauma I just went through in Hawaii. I'm so sorry, Black Bear. You were in Maui? Or Kula? Yeah, I get fire blankets, yeah. I'm so sorry. We're all there for you. Now, a wool blanket is just good enough for a fire blanket. It doesn't want to burn. Just make sure it's 100% like a good army blanket. I keep one all the time, several actually in the car, just across the seats folded, and people sit on them, and they're always there. All right, let me, what was I doing? Discord. Okay. For those of you who do know how to use Discord, I'm going to try to share the server. I'm still struggling to find that setting right now off screen. Leave server, report a raid. I don't even know what that button does. Edit the server profile. I don't think he wants me doing that. Notification settings, show all channels, app directory, create an event. What the hell's an event? Server insights. I'm sure that's like analytics. Server settings. I'm sure he doesn't want me touching that. Invite people. Here we go. But this is send a server invite link to a friend. Well, I don't know if I'm supposed to put this on the internet. Crap. I need to get his permission. You'll just have to email me. Black Bear says, I have to go. Thanks for doing the video. Of course, we're all here for you. Just come say hi anytime, really. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I was hoping we never see another thing happen like Greenville and Paradise again, but it's inevitable unless there's a lot of change. So all we have to do is just keep pushing for it. We have to keep pushing for it. Communications, never lose them. Buried power lines. I mean, it's terrible in Hawaii. It's like solid basalt, lava rock. That's some of the hardest stuff on Earth. Maybe a different solution, like put power lines in big, kind of like oil pipelines, pipes. But I must question the intelligence, like the general intelligence, not like of people. I mean, as humanity, like why as humans do we decide that wind keeps knocking down our power lines? That's some 1800s technology, right? It's like telegraph poles in places like Florida, Hawaii, where there's hurricanes. So why do we keep putting back up? They're just going to get knocked down again. Come up with a different idea. If you can't bury the lines, that's not always feasible. Put them in a pipe, in a tube. Metal may not be the greatest idea, but terracotta, you know? Why do firefighters have to wait for somebody to turn the power off? If they sit there and watch structures burn, they cannot put water on a fire if there's a power line like dangling in front of a house or on the roof of a house. If it's live, they have to sit there and wait. They call power companies, power crews have to drive somewhere and put it out. Why isn't somebody able to push a button, like a fire crew able to get on an app, hit the button, and it goes directly to the power company headquarters, and they have the authority to override what's happening and power on that street shut off? We have the technology. We're just partying like it's 1899. We're seeing the consequences of it. Town erasers, billion-dollar, million-acre wildfires. Our failure to progress in technology has consequences. Good enough's not good enough. We have the most sophisticated communications technology that the world's ever seen, and yet we lose it in an instant because of wind? How dumb is that? We got all these satellites in space delivering direct TV. They're delivering, HBO wasn't interrupted during the entire event in Hawaii. Let's prioritize saving lives other than HBO. We can mandate all phones do what Apple just did and have the ability to go to satellite. We would never have missing people anymore in the wilderness, honestly. How much money and lives are we going to save with that? Priorities. We have the technology as priorities. Brad P says Oregon Department of Forestry scanner. Ah. Is it live for relevant fire here? Because it's terrifying to look at silently. We were looking at Hawaii silently. All right, let's play it. It's got 6 listeners. I doubt. I'm sure it would have at least 30 if something was going on. But thank you. We'll try it. It's playing right now, so we'll see. But it's like the Titanic. Takes some disasters before people think, well, maybe there should be enough lifeboats for everybody. It's actually a bad example, but you get the concept. Lifeboats actually don't help a situation much like that. Their only purpose is for transferring people to another ship that's basically arrived or to shore. They're not supposed to be something you can survive in at sea because they're not seaworthy. Titanic, it was an extremely weird freak accident where it happened on a calm night. If it had been rough seas at all or any kind of wind, everybody would have died. Lifeboats just tip over. In fact, mandating lifeboats immediately caused more deaths than anything than on the Titanic. Caused a bunch of boats to capsize from the extra top heavy weight. But so that's a terrible example, but you get what I'm saying. Double hulls on ships, putting the caps on the watertight bulkheads, that's a better example. Big Al says cell repeaters placed on cell towers that are connected via satellite and backed up with battery power would be the way to go. Put cell phone towers so tall that fire can't destroy them. Sometimes these fire cams are run over by the fires and they go dead. Sometimes they're high enough and they don't. And we see incredible camera burnover videos. So make them all that high? We should stop having car evacuation as the main thing. We should recognize that many communities just don't have the road infrastructure for this, for everybody to leave at once and just start making neighborhood shelters more like a tornado. You don't tell people a tornado is coming and get in your car. You say go to the shelter. They can be extremely cheap. They can just be a culvert, 6-foot tall culvert dug into a mountain 200 feet deep. That's it. Stick a door on it. Done. Hundreds of people go in there. Priorities. You have to mandate things like this. How long are we going to see everybody dead in trailer parks? Until trailer parks are mandated to have tornado shelters. It's a really easy, it's a very easy answer. But there's solutions. This is supposed to be positive. It's hard to be positive when we're watching mass death events continue to happen for stupid reasons, preventable reasons. However, we have to honor the dead by pushing for positive change. You have to analyze when we're wrong, push against it. Do not tolerate one more second any of this because it's optional. The fire's marching down, guys. It has, over the past 3 hours, come down the canyon. Now, I'm not sure where it's coming down. We're going to look at the satellite. I think it's either aiming for the trailer park or it's aiming for the golf course. I don't know the terrain well enough. Oh, Watchman, welcome. Earlier today, I went over the energy weapons. I already, I don't know what timestamp it is. I've closed most of the tabs. But I went over those and explained my take on it, how I do not believe they were involved. These are mostly defensive anti-missile apparatus. Now, for one thing, don't believe any of those pictures that look like a beam starting a fire, because even the Lockheed Martin brochure explains that you can't see them. So in order to do their demonstrations, they go into special vision camera modes. So where did I pick that up? A lot of people are trying to, they're being hoaxsters with this stuff and laughing at that people get fearful. So hoaxsters come out during every single kind of terrible event. They just, they laugh at us. So trust me, if I see anything really bizarre, such as a town going up in flames when it's wet out and damp and there's no wind, I will be the first person to say that's weird, looks like a weapon. We don't know what our enemies are coming up with. Japan tried its damnedest to light the landscape on fire throughout World War II with balloon bombs, incendiary bombs dropped from winter-style balloons. But right now, I do not see that have any military value. Paradise certainly was not a military target. I grew up there. I took writing lessons there. My brother was there. My brother was a missing person in Paradise. I visited it many times before the fire, many times after. Nothing laser-related happened there. But PG&E has an interest to plant the seeds of doubt in the community so that it's not blamed for what it did. They killed my friend in a wildfire, nearly killed my brother. The equipment that failed was 96 years old. And nobody had ever really inspected it, let alone replaced the parts that were out. And when Butte County did their investigation, they found that they did it to save money. If you just maintain like you should, power lines, it costs money. But it's a publicly traded company on the stock market, you know. They did the whole Ford thing, counted the beans, and figured that insurance would pay out victims anytime if they just let their lines fail. And that would be more cost effective, even though they acknowledge the chance of sometimes wildfire starting. They are like, oh, but most storms are wet with rain. BS, they're not. So while it may seem like some of these ideas come from people wanting to warn the public, a lot of them are planted by plants. They've got billions of dollars at stake to blame everything but themselves for the billions of dollars of damage to the economy that they do, to the country, to the millions of acres of habitat they destroyed, to the hundreds of lives that they've killed. They have a very, very long history of killing people and being comfortable with it and facing no consequence because they line the pockets of politicians. Look at the Aaron Brockovich movie. They sat there knowing that their chemicals were tainting the groundwater of Californians and giving entire families and communities rare cancer. They covered it up. So there are conspiracies. They're wide open. I've researched those and I've verified them. So has prosecuting attorneys.
Medic 1, Delta response for seizures at Buckley Detox, 605 West 4th Avenue, Costa Jefferson and Madison, page 310D David.
It's them. Corporations are starting a lot of these wildfires, but it's in their interest to blame anything else. Global warming, CO2, weapons, enemies, shadow governments, Russia, China, whatever. I went where everybody died in Paradise. I learned from that survival skills, and that's what I try to teach here. If you have questions about it at another time, I'm totally willing to go over it with you. Right now, we're having a scary situation. My findings, my photos. Yeah, I've looked at it. I'm open-minded. Like, I know there's new technology weapons out there, but I hate it when hoaxer people come out and they put, you know, like here, for example, this is real, and this has been floating around on Twitter. There's a Defense Tactical Information Center, blah, blah, blah. .mil, they actually showed it was a scanned document about forest fires causing them to damage the economy and whatnot of your enemy. And Japan absolutely tried to do that. And it was top secret. There were all these blimps off the coast of California and Oregon and Washington intercepting the balloon bombs and finding them. And they told the media, don't you dare report this to the public. It's going to cause a panic. Everybody was traumatized by the Tillamook burn fire. That's what the Japanese were trying to reproduce. Because timber was so important for the war effort. All of our ships were in like these big scaffolds of wood, right? Let's go back to look at the live crisis. We may be watching towns burn down live, and I really hope not. It may be another Maui type thing. So I try to like look at it this way. If you ever want to prove something weird's happening, you got to rule out all natural causes. And so far I've been noticing things like this is Maui. That's where the devastation came from. Follow the trail back, and it leads to this power facility. I thought I was responding to a plane crash one day when I saw a fireball out my window. So I want to show you something real quick. I was showing this earlier. Let me click this on. It's, my friend shooting footage out of as I'm driving. I thought this was a plane crash. This is a power substation, just like what I showed you with Maui before and after. There's incredible oils for power substations, and they burn like, well, fossil fuels, you know. You'll see these flames reach taller than these high tension power lines. I thought this was a plane crash. It was kind of by an airport. And it's insane. So can you imagine? This is a dead calm day, very, very light wind. Can you imagine this going up on fire in Maui with the hurricane force winds? These winds will flatten a fire down so that it's parallel with the ground, but it's just as long as it would be tall, right? It just flattens down. A fierce wind. Can you imagine this just incinerating all the buildings nearby as the wind kind of pushes it around like a blowtorch? I couldn't believe this. I was like, oh my God. Now, my friend is really challenged with cell phones and did not put this in focus, and I hate him. But look at how tall the flames are getting. I thought like a jumbo jet crashed, you know, when I saw this out my window. So this is the kind of thing that was burning in Hawaii. I'm gonna minimize that. That's this. This is one of those power substations, about the same size as the fire that I just showed you. They don't have to be big to have that incredible like oily stuff. It just burned for hours like that. It didn't let up. So can you imagine when the flames flattened down because of the wind coming from the east, that it just toasted all these buildings, just by neighborhood, just all this vegetation. And I mean, it would be unimaginable if anybody was around to film that. Just God. Power lines are one of those things that can start these fires when they go down, and it's probably why there's ignition sources all over the place. Some of the ignition was down from the south of town. Some of it went sort of along the shore to the north as the wind changed direction. I think power lines went down everywhere. They're already starting the lawsuits because some of this is kind of obvious that they need to de-energize. We watched some of the Maui Fire live on a webcam, and I don't think they're on backup power. Because we're in a sensitive situation right now. This is terrifying me right now. This is coming down this mountain. This is a 3-hour time lapse. I try to be in reassurance mode right now. Did I take a look at his YouTube showing energy signatures in the fire area? I was talking about that channel earlier. I don't know what that is. I generally don't like to mention that channel because it's already got like 65,000 subscribers. I've had problems where people came from it and they start we've got a lot of fire victims here in the stream, and they get riled up and they say, please, you gotta move, this is a weapon, please, you're under attack, and it freaks out the people who are traumatized. And they gave me feedback like, please don't even talk about that. I don't want anything extra to worry about that I did. So we try not to mention things that can't be verified that are concerns. Like we were very careful with the arson word, don't want to start a rumor or anything. But if I really think arson's happening, I will speak up and say that. If the government or any officials suspect it, that needs to be put out there so everybody can get a look at. And arson can be everything from mentally ill people to insurance fraud to the number one reason for arson, which is revenge motivation. Another top reason is to cover up a crime, burn bodies or something, like burn a cabin down with murder victims, that kind of thing. So it's a big fear factor thing, and the feedback I got was, especially when a crisis has happened and people have come here for kind of a supportive thing, to try to keep it verifiable. So I'm not sure what that is. I'll try to check out that channel on my own time. But like I was saying earlier, in satellite pictures, things that were explainable, he's sometimes confused by and very scared of. Let's see, where's our satellite picture? And I can understand it. Let's see, where's that satellite picture? I keep losing the satellite picture. I tried to make a couple comments a few times, but I mean, there's 65,000 subscribers. It just gets lost, and so I've sort of tried to initiate a conversation, but I'm lost, in it. I don't think I've had a reply or anything. I usually get really, in fire season, really, this is a meme thing we're looking at, from Command and Conquer. I usually get so busy with this, and I'm awake for days, just when there's red flag and so many breaking out. But what I look for is where fire happens like a strategic target, when our enemies benefit from taking it out. And so far, tourist towns and retirement communities like Paradise don't have a strategic value. So I wouldn't think that there's an incentive. Trust me, my brother almost died in it. I looked at the situation. And the fire, the 2017 Cascade fire that my friend died in, I looked at that situation, drove around, talked to people. Here it is, like here's a satellite picture. So, for example, somebody told me to look at Dutch's channel. So I did one day, because he was looking at Canada, and there's a huge thing in Saskatchewan. Like, this is Oregon, this is our current, relatively recent fires we're looking at. And we may be about to see a town erased. I'm really hoping we're not, but the fire just went over a ridge and it's out of control in Central Oregon right now. And so this is today. And so you can kind of see that even though these fires are well established, they're like 100 acres at least. The bedrock is this one here. The flat, excuse me, I keep calling it the flat. The lookout, the one that we're watching live on the camps, is the one right there. So even if something as big as the bedrock, though, the smoke kind of disappears as it has less activity. The wind was not in that direction. So what Dutch was looking at the time was Saskatchewan, and it looks normal like this, right? And then all of a sudden, 19 different plumes. I counted them, 19, maybe 20, just boom, explode on the landscape, and the smoke plumes are just far across the land, right? They were now big fires. So he was kind of in the middle of freaking out, like, oh my God, how did they all start at once? This is the middle of nowhere. There's no roads. Nobody drove out here and did this. Was it from the air? Were people dropping things out of the airplanes, like incendiaries? Was it bombs? Was it lasers? Was it a weapon? Was it lava? What's going on? I can't explain it. So there are fires on right here that you can't see, like even as big as the bedrock is. There's not a whole lot of smoke generation until there's a lot of wind. So what had happened was lightning had rolled through the area, and maybe a couple were logging / perhaps, after logging, there's a lot of limbs on the ground, and there's diseases in the limbs like fungus. So to protect the baby trees and stuff that are growing on the ground, they rake up all the limbs and that could have the fungus, and they burn it in some piles. That's called burning the slash. And if you've ever like driven through the woods and seen the plumes of smoke like drifting like white smoke from small areas on the hills, that's the loggers burning their slash. Like slash and burn agriculture, burning stuff on the ground, right? So some of them could have been burning slash, but then the wind picked up and it got out of control. But I suspect, though, that lightning had rolled through the area, like had been in the forecast and had happened. But usually they'll strike the tallest trees. Sometimes those are dead. Sometimes the fire is trying to get a hold but struggling, like in the wet leaves or something like that. Or it's just a small enough acreage that it hasn't been noticed. The plume isn't big enough to be seen from satellites. So what happens when a windstorm comes up, a ferocious windstorm like it did that day? Boom. The 19 fires that were too small to be seen on satellite just boom, showed up. It doesn't mean that they were ignited at that moment. It means that's when they got big. So I tried to put my 2 cents in and tried to say, nowadays we have technology where you could kind of rewind radar things, like different apps and stuff, and find out, did lightning strike recently in those areas, to rule that out. But I'm pretty sure my comment just got lost, So I used to be pretty fearful until a lot of real firefighters took me under their wing. Like, here I am just trying to help the public. But I was terrified after losing my friend to wildfire. I used to live in that neighborhood. He was our neighbor and family friend, and my dad moved out of it, the hills of California, and then one day I just called my dad and say, "Hey, what's up?" And he goes, "It's not good. Our friend is missing." I didn't even hear about it in Oregon, but that was the day that Santa Rosa burned down, and that was power lines over there, and 2 different power lines toppled by Bangor and Lumerica. So 3 different towns burned down that night. Same night, same power company, because they had this policy of letting lines maintenance go for 30 years plus. When Butte County investigated them, they got all their memos and stuff, and it's pretty disgusting and hard for me to even read that report. The piece of equipment that failed on their big high tension power line was 96 years old, meaning Nikola Tesla could have seen it roll off the factory line with his own eyeballs. Not only could they not repair it or maintain it, but nobody was alive anymore who knew how to make them, to make the replacements. For 96 plus years, it was swinging gently in the wind. I think their replacement schedule is every 25 years if I looked. Inspect every 15, replace every 25 at the very least. Nobody had ever looked at it because the little hook it was attached to just wore down to a nub. Every single ferocious winter storm, just eating away at its integrity for 96 years. Oh, even if somebody was trying to attack, that would still cause a fire eventually when you're doing that. So it's infuriating, but when corporations can get away with murder, manslaughter is what they pled guilty to, and they're just allowed to raise the rates on the victims in order to pay the victims so they don't really financially suffer, but you and I, the taxpayer, do. I take a big issue with that. I'm pissed. I'm really pissed. But all we can do is demand change, you know. And trust me, I'll be the first person to explain. I think something's weird. Because we could be caught by surprise. We have been before. We were completely caught by surprise with September 11th and Pearl Harbor. At Pearl Harbor, we thought we were safe because we knew about the technology of Japan and we knew about our own technology. Pearl Harbor is a shallow harbor. So we had our guard down because all of the Japanese torpedoes, when they were dropped out of the planes, they're so heavy that they would sink a certain depth in the water before going forward. Pearl Harbor was so shallow that these torpedoes are going to get stuck in the mud. So here we are sitting ducks, even though the tensions are rising with a big threatening Pacific power, a big rising dragon type power, because we underestimated the technology of our foes. I don't want to be caught with our pants down. We've got to be aware that arson is a tool of war. Fire has always been a tool of war since the dawn of war. So I am on the lookout. Don't you worry. I've just never seen evidence of it. I don't think the government would roll out $1 billion weapon for the same effect that a $5 road flare can cause. Why not just put a saboteur out there at the road flare? Oh God, guys, that is I can't blame the camera for all that glow. It's going down the mountain. There's towns at the base. I'm so anxious. So this is a wind tunnel. So what do we got tomorrow? We got wind gusts up to 25 miles an hour going all night. This is not really going to die down because it's nighttime. Not much. Now, it's fuzzed out because the stupid camera won't adjust for the incredible amount of light and heat. It's, I guess, not on an automatic setting that's good enough. If it would just calm down, we would get, we would see the terrain, but the camera's aperture is too wide. So because this is kind of a crapola camera situation, it's overwhelming, just like an overexposed image. The camera, but so not all of that is fire, of course, but a lot of it is. It's poured over the ridge. This is really steep. So what Brokefish, who's a retired firefighter, was talking about, he was kind of psychically predicting this kind of stuff with his experience and telling me the stuff I didn't want to hear. I really don't want to hear this. He says it's coming over. It's earlier this evening. As soon as it came over the ridge, I said they got to evacuate. The stupid government. Okay, I'm not saying they're stupid, but I'm frustrated with the delay of the bureaucracy. Even when this was happening, they still weren't doing level 3 go now evacuations. This was obvious that it got out of control, way out of control. So I put this in their Facebook and said, is this situation okay? Because please tell us what stops the fire from going down there now. This is very steep terrain. Stuff on fire will roll down these slopes. down here. It's rolling down. It's steep. This is like waterfall territory. I don't see any way. There's no bridges across here, so these roads terminate. There's no way to put a fire line. It's way too steep anyway. I mean, we're talking dead logs and stuff are rolling down. You can't get in its way. You're just going to be crushed. So this stuff is rolling all the way down. It will make its way down. And I think that's the mobile home park. So is the stuff right here the only thing in danger? No, because the east winds will be blowing it towards the west. And so you're going to get, there's a million dead trees, literally, to the west with the burn scar of the 2020 the 2020 holiday farm fire. If you turn on this fire activity, see, so once it reaches all these dead trees in here and it's in this wind tunnel, this is bad stuff. Not that there's that many inhabitations here, but there's people who live along it. Now, what happens when the wind blows the other way? The places I'm terrified for, well, Mackenzie Bridge here. Put on the structures button. There's a lot of structures. Some of it's campgrounds and stuff and bathrooms, but a lot of it's homes. What I'm terrified is for the resort Belknap Springs. It's from the 1800s. It's one of my favorite places in the world. It dodged a bullet with the holiday farm fire. And if the wind were to change direction, it would just blow it down this wind tunnel and take out Belknap Springs. They've got these looming high cliffs full of vegetation, full of stuff ready to burn. It would be extremely difficult to save all these structures. There's hope if they really start structure protection now, like in a serious manner, and put a lot, pull in a couple thousand people here real quick, they could save the majority of the homes and such. The nice thing about a small community in a narrow ravine is they can be, sometimes the fire will skip over them. Sometimes the wind will blow the embers like one mountaintop to the other, and they'll rain down on the town, but as long as the fire crews are there ready to intercept, they have enough. They set up things called pumpkins. They're like in people's yards. They're like big doughboy swimming pools, right? So they have a lot of water. I mean, here's a river. Got lots of water to pull from. They can set up long hose lays and pipes so that they have a constant flow of sprinklers all over the structures, right? They could save, especially the history, I would hope. People's houses. I mean, losing a barn sucks, but it's a barn, right? I don't know that they have any time. We have a red flag day tomorrow too. It's coming down the mountain. It's probably spreading in two different ways. You called it backing. And if you think about walking backwards, you could still walk backwards like even though you look behind you, it's going to be slower than normal. A backing fire means it's spreading against the way it usually does, so it's slower. Like backing is going downhill. That's going to be a lot slower than fire can climb uphill. Backing is going against the wind. Fire can spread against the wind if it's not that windy. Just because vegetation that's on fire touches other vegetation, but it's going to be a slow rate of spread. So backing is slower than normal, but it's still bad. It's inexorable. Fire spreads until something stops it. So I put this on their Facebook. They said, we're not going to do level 3 evacuations. And I said, guys, just get ready and go. Sorry. I've seen this too many times before. And not too long after that, they did do level 3s because they were about to have at 8:30 p.m. a bunch of there's a lot of they were having community meetings at 3 different places, and they must have looked up the moment the meeting was about to begin, and the fire came over the line. They don't have anything protecting the towns. So right now they did that level 3. I'm going to refresh. Going to see if there's any new expansions. I don't know why Napa, for example, is just at level 1. I think everybody in that whole area should be at level 2. What do I know? And like we said, this is like a knee-deep creek more than a river in some places. So if people think, oh, well, I'm the south side of the river, south side of this highway, you just please put yourself at level 2 or 3. This would cross in a minute, in a heartbeat. That's not a barrier. So looking at the time lapses and putting them up every 15 minutes would be one of the best ways to try to figure out which way the wind is blowing. It's not calibrated though, so we got a big mess. I'm trying to watch the smoke off the ridge to this point, and so it is slowly kind of drifting. But we have 18 to 25 mile an hour wind gusts all night. You can tell that the wind is moving faster at this elevation above the fire than it is down hugging the terrain. That's a blessing. Otherwise, it'd be sweeping to the west and running along this ridge top, which tomorrow, when it gets really windy again, I bet it will. I bet it will run the ridge top to the west. Now they're going to have a handful of. They're mobilizing right now. Crews are like assembling. This is a crisis that just developed. Live on the stream. We're at 11 hours. My voice is a little bit shot. Now, YouTube does not save streams that go beyond 12 hours. So I have to stop every 12 hours and restart this stream. I'm wondering if I shouldn't just do that right now. Yes, we had confirmation. The Red Cross shelter for these evacuees at Lowell High School. It's a tiny town. I don't think there's any difficulty anybody will have finding it. It's pretty far away though. Looking back at the chat. Hey, Big Strip, how are you? I remember you from a couple years ago, yeah. Something happened outside my house and I had to call the police. And I'm thinking maybe I heard a gunshot, and that's when I followed you. Yeah, weird stuff happened several times. One time in the middle of my stream, I heard sirens and smoke alarms and stuff going off. My neighbor's house was on fire while I was streaming about fire. There's been a couple instances like that. Lightning struck my building while I was streaming live, and I screamed and shattered everybody's eardrums. And I said, "Oh, lightning doesn't strike twice. That won't happen again." And then it struck either my building or right outside. Screamed again. That was nuts. That was 2020. And stupid Facebook, because the stream went over 12 hours, didn't save it. That was just awful. That would have been crazy viral stuff. Good to see you again. 2021, I streamed for 96 days in a row with only 9 days off. I didn't think it would be that long. I just kept thinking that Dixie Fire can't go on longer than this. It can't go on longer than this. One more day, I can then rest. Just about killed me. So yeah, welcome back. Did anybody reply to a tweet? I'm not sure what tweet. Big Al says the fire looks like it's working its way down near the Lane County transfer station. You mean like electrical? Please don't. No, please, God, no. Big Al says my brother works for the FAA and he was working in Hawaii and saw an airliner laying on a beach. He stopped the car and ran over to it and learned that it was a set for a TV show. God. Yeah. Okay, I'm trying to think about what happened with. It's on your end, Big Al. I'm sorry. I have to I might as well restart. Hey Nick, how are you? Besides, this beep could hit the fan really fast with this once it gets down the slope. So I don't want to restart in the middle of like crisis stuff. I'll try to rack my brain But yeah, totally nuts stuff. I had to take my headset off and go evacuate my mom from Wildfire that I was covering. Crazy stuff has happened. Okay, guys. So it's stream restart time. We have 53 people in the chat, half of which are likely asleep. That's okay. Watchman says enjoy your stream and work that you do. Yep. Blessings to you as well. I do want to talk about those topics. Not sure when we can. I've got the craziest like personal life stuff going on right now. I have 2 friends that are possibly dying. One of breast cancer, and I want to be present with them, and it's very hard to find a balance right now. My family needs are intense. My dad's elderly and going blind. I wish I could have been in California visiting, setting him up with assistive aids. Like his cell phone for use with low vision, and I'm not there. So I'm in a lot of emotional pain, but this is incredibly important. So, hey, Urban, we're about to restart. So I'm going to tell you guys how to find the stream again. First of all, if you hit the subscribe and the ringing bell and all of the notifications are set up, say on your phone or whatever, you should get notified whenever I go live. This channel is mostly fire only. I'll have Catherine's World channels of like history and mysteries and animals and other topics on those other channels. For this one is pretty much just fire information only, fire survival. And so hitting the subscribe button is the best way to know when we go live. Big Strip says I live an hour away from the fire. It's kind of smoky, but not like it was a few years back. Oh God, yeah, 2020. Jesus. We're gonna have a bad day tomorrow. So this is how you find a stream. You can go to the actual channel. So like here's one of my old fire tornado videos actually. So anytime you're on the stream, you see where it says K right here. Click that and you're at the channel page. See how it says I'm live right now? And refresh, you'll see the new live one. So I'm going to name it 8/14/23. Red Flag Day and something about a crisis. I need to put up a new thumbnail and then use the bathroom. So we're going to be back in about 10 minutes. But that's how you find the stream. There's 3 different bells for notifications. The one with a line through it means you'll never get notified, but you're still a subscriber. Some people do that. It actually helps subscriber count. People find the stream easier than that, but mind you, you're kind of muting me. You'll never see me again, pretty much. The one that's not the ringing bell is really, really random about whether or not you'll be notified. The one with the ringing bell is the best way to go if you care about that. Should all go well, it should tell you about all new streams. I wish there were different tiers of that to meet everybody's needs, but that's the way it works. So, for those who don't come back who are asleep, good night. Anybody who's very nervous about this, there's really no point watching a cam. You can't do anything. Please get your rest. And if you may need to help people in your area, or if you know people here tomorrow, you may need your strength. Don't drive yourself nuts watching the cams like I have to, because, well, that's what we're here for. The team has to. And thank you all mods for being here. And I know not everybody will probably come back. Thank you Night Shift here, staying up with me. Thank you everybody who's helped crowdsource the information. Thank you all donators, especially the people who helped people with Maui. If anybody finds this information useful, there's a super thanks button. So you're going to bed, Major? Okay. I will be back in approximately 10 minutes, 5 minutes to use the bathroom, 5 minutes to get the stream back up. Actually, you know what? I'll just get the stream back up and use the bathroom because that's a long way for people to, wait. I can do that. Yeah, Christopher. Yeah, and anybody who really, we've got enough night shift people. If you got to work or something, for God's sake, get some sleep. All right, I'll see you guys back in about 5 minutes. And for those going to bed, good night and good luck.